Welcome everybody. For those who don't know me, my name is Ivana Tianos and I'm the Executive Officer of the Hellenic Studies Foundation. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to be here with us today. We all share a passion for language learning, and it is encouraging to have such a diverse audience convene. We've curated an intentional program for you that brings together exceptional expertise. The 2025 National Educators Forum, It's Not All Greek to Me, How Bilingual Brains Can Change the World, features a powerhouse lineup of speakers who will offer valuable insights into the state of language learning both internationally and domestically, as well as the positive impact that language learning has on cognitive development. I'd like to preemptively thank them for what is going to be a significant contribution to the conversation. I also would like to acknowledge Costa Foriadis, who dedicates a lot of his time and energy to the Foundation. He has been my go-to consultant for today, so thank you so much, Costa. The Hellenic Studies Foundation is specifically dedicated to preserving and promoting the modern Greek language in Australia. A language that UNESCO has dubbed one of the most important languages in terms of its influence on all other European languages. To quote non-Greek Charles Darwin University student Anthony Flack, "Όταν μαθαίνω ελληνικά, το μυαλό μου νιώθει πιο ελεύθερο." Translated to, when I learn Greek, my mind feels more free. And that is the power of knowing another language. It unlocks the brain in ways monolingualism simply cannot. Hopefully, we can ignite a deeper enthusiasm for language learning today, not only for the benefit of our language students, but also our community. Now, I'm delighted to introduce to you our MC for the day, Daniela Ritorto, a highly respected television journalist and presenter with extensive experience as a live television anchor for BBC World News and as chief political correspondent for SBS after starting her career at the ABC. Daniela will take things from here, so please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you so much, Ivana. Good morning, everyone. Can I just thank Ivana at the outset? I've been working with her on this now for several weeks, and the amount of work that she has put in to pull this day together is extraordinary. Thank you, Ivana. Okay, well, bear with me here. Kalimera se olus. Πώς είμαστε σήμερα? Το όνομα μου είναι Daniela Ritorto. And before I embarrass myself any further, I'm going to say that that's about all the Greek I can manage this morning. We have a packed day ahead with some of the best academics on linguistics in the country, and I'm really, really honoured to be here and help facilitate this event. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to acknowledge that the land that we meet on today is the traditional lands of the Kaurna people, and we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the living Kaurna people today. We also pay our respect to the cultural authority of Aboriginal people visiting and attending here today from other parts of the country. A little bit of housekeeping before we go on. The Wi-Fi password is, if you just follow the instructions on the screen, you can connect to the Wi-Fi there. Everyone should have a booklet placed on their seat which sets out the program, speaker profiles, and there's some space to take notes as well. Hopefully you found on your chairs this morning a copy of Professor Joseph Lobianco's book, Pharos, and that is gifted by the Foundation. And we're also accepting group orders for the latest book by another one of our incredibly esteemed guest speakers later today, Dr. Gilad Zuckerman. They will be available via a form, so if you'd like to receive a copy and make a group order, please go and see Ivana at some stage today. We have scheduled breaks throughout the day, including lunch. That's going to go for an hour from about 12:30. The toilets are located just outside, and you're obviously welcome to take a toilet break throughout the day. There are emergency exits through the hallway, and out of respect to the speakers, please keep your phones on silent. Well, without further delay, I'm thrilled to welcome Dr. Jo Clyne to ease us into our program while we all enjoy breakfast. Jo is the Education and Learning Programs Manager at the Hellenic Museum in Melbourne and is a self-described Philhellene. She lives with her partner and daughter in a white-rendered house with fruit trees and broad bean plants in the front garden. And Jo, any Southern European immigrant parent would be very, very proud of that setup. Jo grew up bilingual, speaking English and German, and has just started to learn Greek. And in this session, she will speak about some of the most recent Hellenic Museum Education Department initiatives for connecting Greek language speakers and learners of all ages with ancient Greek history and material culture. Please make Jo welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today. And I'm going to head straight into... resume show. There we go. All right, so full disclosure. I'm not Greek. It's very upsetting to me. It is occasionally upsetting to people who come into the museum. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here today with you all. Just for a recap, I am a few other things. I'm not Greek, but I am a teacher, a historian, a museum educator, a close-up magician. You'll find out how that is relevant later. A parent, bilingual, but as I said, to my everlasting regret, not Greek. But my mum always said I was secretly Greek. The title of my presentation is Milas Ellenika, because that is some of the things that a phrase that often comes up when I'm at work. I probably may give the impression I could be Greek. I have background from Eastern Europe, so Hungary and Austria. So it is often assumed I'm Greek. Sorry, when I say no, I am sad. Sometimes other people are sad, but then I found a loophole, and I know that some of you also found this loophole. Philhellene, someone who absolutely adores ancient Greek culture, or Greek culture in general. And I realised quite early on that this word very much described my relationship with ancient Greek culture. And of course, we are mostly educators of some sort here, which means that we've had inspiration and people on our language journey who have taken the time to encourage us and develop these passions. So, my first person was Miss Diana Miller, also not Greek, but a very passionate Philhellene too. So she was my teacher of classics in Year 12, and she knew everything about the classics. She was so passionate, she was so encouraging, and she had a tiny house across the road from the school I went to. And I studied classical education and classical studies. And on the holidays, she would invite all of us to a study session at her house, which was absolutely packed with Greek books and statues, and it was a very, very tiny house. But she really inspired us all to be very, very passionate about Greece. And so, of course, as soon as I finished Year 12, I started saving and went on my pilgrimage to Greece. Oh, I forgot to mention that later on, a few years later, while I was working in the education space, I was contacted by Macmillan Publishing, and they said, we are writing a new textbook for Year 7s and Year 8s, and we would like you to be the editor. And I went, fantastic. Who's on the writing team? So, of course, my Year 12 teacher, I ended up being her editor for this particular book, and she took it with extremely good grace, but she did email about billion times a day with different things, and it's very hard to be editor of someone who knows so much more than you. But we've, of course, stayed in contact. This photo was taken last year. The other person who definitely inspired my journey, some of you may recognise, Professor Michael Clyne. Yes, that surname is not a coincidence. There are not many of us with that spelling. This is my dad. So I know that many of you might have read his books. I, yet again, don't have a background in linguistics. I decided to be an actor and a historian. So, of course, it's very important in our family that you do something completely different. But bizarrely, I keep ending up at conferences presenting with his former colleagues. And I know a lot of you knew him, and he meant a lot to you in your language journey today as well. But of course, growing up, I was bilingual. So my mum, who was English, born in England, immigrated to Adelaide before moving to Melbourne, spoke English with me growing up. My dad spoke German to me, and he never ever spoke a single word in English to me. So German was my dad's language. English was my mum's language, but my mum didn't speak German. So it was a bit confusing. I know that many of you who have grown up bilingual, mostly both your parents would have spoken the second mother tongue language. In my case, it was a little bit more confusing. But certainly now, when I'm working in the museum space, I think about how much growing up bilingual has actually influenced how I do things. And I'm going to talk a little bit more. Hands up if you have been to the Hellenic Museum in Melbourne. Look, that's pretty good, but I really want everyone to come at some point. It is a phenomenal little museum. We are sometimes described as Melbourne's best kept secret, but we're not so secret anymore. We had 5 school groups in at the same time on Friday, and that's 125 kids. And if you know the size of the museum, it was a delicately crafted choreography to make sure no groups bumped into each other. So it is taking off in a phenomenal way. And we've changed how we do things. One of the most exciting partnerships in the last 12 months has been with ABC Education. Also with the Hellenic Studies Foundation. And the way it went like this: I have a 6-year-old who likes the Wiggles. I know everything about the Wiggles. And then I came across an Instagram ad, which was Learn Greek with Lucia. Is it Lucia? I was like, what a fantastic idea. So, of course, I rang Ivana straight away and went, what a fantastic idea. I'm Jo, by the way, at the Hellenic Museum. And so we got chatting about, the different ways that you can introduce language and Wiggles. Now, of course, I was a bit too old for the original Wiggles. My daughter was the Emma generation with the bow. Is this ringing a bell with anyone? Okay, yep. Of course, and now into a new generation of the Wiggles. But what a phenomenal idea. What a great way to get people connecting at a young age. What a great opportunity for intergenerational learning. And at the same time, I was negotiating with the ABC on a video series. So originally it was like quite a modest idea. I met with the ABC Education manager, who is Annabelle Asprey, who was also my former boss many, many years ago at the History Teachers Association. She literally is such a busy person. We had a 30-minute meeting between her other meetings, and we hit up this idea that we would create a mini-series about ancient Greece, so that people can, who's particularly students in Melbourne, are studying it in Year 7, and many times they're also studying it in VCE, so that's our Year 11 and Year 12 as well. And then I thought a bit further about this, and I went, who do I want to watch this? Wouldn't it be great if young children or school-aged children can sit down, Greek children, and watch it with their grandparents? So I've got many Greek people who live around me, and many of them immigrated to Australia in the 1960s, and a lot of them don't really speak much English. I'm sure this is an experience many of you have had as well, where they worked primarily in family businesses that didn't really require a lot of connection with and using the English language. I thought, what a great way to connect. So in March this year, we filmed this 8-part series, and then I posed the idea to Annabelle, what if they could also be in Greek? Now, ironically, I've got myself and my colleague Tom. Tom is also not Greek, but he speaks fluent Greek, which is very exciting to everyone who comes into the museum. He's a true Philhellenic. He also speaks Latin. So we had this idea of dubbing the videos. Now I'm just thinking, this is actually not showing up on my screen properly. Tom, are you able to click on that? Or is it all operated from here? Okay, I think I need to... no, it's just not showing up on my... This is showing a different thing to this. Ivana to the rescue. And so the idea was that we would dub the series.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And so we produced these, and this was the first one of this kind for ABC Education. And obviously we needed a little bit of support, so if you click on that. It needs to be on one slide.
Control, and then click on it. So good, control, click.
Control, click.
see how it says control?
Yep.
Control, click link.
Aha. All right, we got there in the end. So here are a series of videos that we have. Oh, it's not showing up on there now. We have a series of videos that can... Yes. No?
Keep talking.
Yeah, I'll keep talking. We have a series of videos that can be accessed for free on ABC Education. They can also be, the English ones can also be accessed on iView, and they're also broadcasting on Thursday mornings between, I think it's 10:13 and 10:15. So if this is something you would like to look into, they're just free for the taking. If you teach a Greek school, if you have perhaps some elderly Greek parents and some grandchildren, or you're just interested. We have a lot of people who are very passionate about ancient Greece. Now, you can get to choose which topic you would like to watch. And is the sound connected here?
I'm not sure. Do you want to just press play?
Yeah. We get to choose the topic. So we've got geography. We've got ancient Greece and Egypt. We've got colonisation, oracles, warfare, citizenship, women. Do we have a preference for a topic? Not warfare. Okay. Oracles. Okay. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope that we've got sound plugged in. Oh, yeah, sorry. It says the resource contains nudity. That, of course, the first thing you notice when you come into the Hellenic Museum is nudity. We've had some interesting requests. We have some Islamic schools who've come through and asked if there was any way that they could avoid seeing nudity. We said, not really. We did organise for them to come around the back, and we actually moved our presentation to our pavilion and brought objects out. We also had somebody who came in who was actually scared of statues, and she asked if we would be able to facilitate a group tour without them seeing statues, and it was unfortunately they're very much in our foyer. Everyone always wants to know about why the statues are naked. Would you like to know? Okay. It's the heroic Greek nude. So it's a thank you to the gods for the human physique. We don't believe that everyone in ancient Greece had a six-pack. Okay.
Ιστορικά, οι άνθρωποι πάντα κοιτούσαν πέρα από τον φυσικό κόσμο για να βρουν απαντήσεις σε μερικά από τα μεγαλύτερα ερωτήματα της ζωής. Οι κοινωνίες χρησιμοποίησαν πολλές μυστικιστικές πρακτικές για να τους βοηθήσουν να πάρουν αποφάσεις. Οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες δεν αποτέλεσαν εξαίρεση.
Very clearly speaking Greek.
Για να προφητεύσουν τον Έλληνα, μερικές από τις οποίες ήταν ή ερμηνεύοντας τα σπλάχνα ενός θυσιασμένου ζώου, ή ρίχνοντας ένα καρβέλι ψωμί σε μια πηγή, αφού πρώτα έκαναν μια ερώτηση στους θεούς. Αν το ψωμί έμενε στην επιφάνεια, το αποτέλεσμα ήταν θετικό. Αλλά εάν βυθιζόταν, σήμαινε ότι μάλλον τους περίμενε μια δύσκολη περίοδος. Ωστόσο, οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες πίστευαν ότι ο πιο αξιόπιστος τρόπος να μάθουν τι θα συμβεί στο μέλλον ήταν να συμβουλευτούν ένα μαντίο. Η λέξη μαντίο προέρχεται από την αρχαία λέξη μαντίον. Στο μαντίο υπήρχε μια θνητή γυναίκα που ονομαζόταν Πυθία και λειτουργούσε ως αγγελιοφόρος του θεού ήλιου, του Απόλλωνα.
I can't play the whole thing because it's 7 minutes and that is way too much time out of my presentation. But you get the idea. They're there, they're in English, they're in Greek, and we would love you to use them for whatever means you think is going to be useful. And if you can think of a different use for them, we would love to hear about that too. So I'm just going to see if I can get back to my presentation. All right.
Yes.
Yes.
And then just press
On current slide. Yes. Okay. Oh, I've killed it. I'm supposed to be from the digital native age. Yeah, yay. Okay. So one of the things that kind of surprised me, well, first of all, the Hellenic Museum is not just for Greeks and it's not just about Greece. It's for everyone. And that was the emphasis, especially when I applied for the job and was like, sorry, can't speak Greek. I'm not Greek. It's okay. because even though it is run by a Greek board and all the big decisions are made there, it is actually, most of the staff are Phil-Hellenes. And one of the things I noticed was there wasn't a lot of presence for Greek language, so we went, how can we change this very quickly? And the first thing we did was with school holiday programs. So one of our first one was the one on the right called Hooves, Horns and Wings, Unicorns and Other Horsey Things. And it was on Unicorn Day. Did you know there was a Unicorn Day? There is a Unicorn Day. And also everyone thinks, oh, the Hellenic Museum are just capitalising on unicorns. Absolutely not. Did you know that it was the ancient Greeks who first wrote about unicorns? So in about 8th century BCE, a physician called Ctesias wrote the first description of a unicorn. We are claiming unicorns for Greece. The other one we had was our last holiday program. So every holiday we have an English version and we have at least one session which is in Greek. The other thing that has been a pride and joy for us recently is that literally learning is for learning at every age. And we have recently partnered with Frondita to create an aged care outreach program. And that involves us going out to the different communities, running a completely Greek language program and taking artefacts and creating various themes. So we've had one on weaving, on the game of Petia, an ancient Greek form of chess, actually predates chess. We've got a new program that's starting very soon as well, where we're doing things with sense and also using, we're creating a Kumbaloi program using memory as a starting foundation for creating Kumbaloi. And I'm just going to quickly pop through some quotes because this is what really made me feel that this was a very worthy endeavour. So just talking to the people who participated, the sessions were deeply engaging and filled me with pride in my Greek heritage, reminding me of the richness and significance of our history. I shared memories from my parents and grandparents, singing or weaving together, and how music has always brought everyone together in our home. I also remembered how we used to play games with stones when we were children, very similar to Petia. It was very emotional. This program really took off. So working with museums and aged care, it's not an original concept, but it is one that we built on using language as well. So we trained a group of ex-teachers, university students who were studying ancient Greek studies to go out to these groups and present to them, but also it's a two-way street. Listen, speak Greek. We're communicating ancient Greek history, which is interesting because many Greek communities, their passion lies in mostly the 20th century, maybe sometimes the 19th century, but we were taking them back to the 5th century BCE and then showing them the connections between the ancient Greek history and the contemporary one. And it was a very powerful moment. It also got picked up by a lot of places, including the ABC. There was some television coverage. I'm going to press my luck again and see if I can get this. Whoops. Here we go. Oh, great. Okay. Going back a little bit. Okay, so here's some footage of a little television series we have.
Ancient Greece at their fingertips. Residents of this aged care home in Melbourne, no longer able to visit museums themselves, had the history brought to them.
We're talking for 3,000 years before, for Alexander the Great.
Coins, helmets, and ancient songs.
It's called the Song of Sekilios. It is the oldest recorded song with notations that exists.
Staff from the Hellenic Museum in Melbourne led the elders in workshops around board games and weaving techniques.
People were saying it reminded me of my mum, of my childhood.
And triggered their memory of watching their grandmothers weave their mothers.
Ancient wisdom passed down through generations.
These designs actually go back to ancient Greece.
But for staff at the facility, the significance of the day lies a little closer to home.
Many of our residents, that when they move into aged care, they may have been quite isolated at home, but then they gain this whole community here.
That community, a testament to thousands of years of recorded history, still with so much knowledge left to share.
As soon as you meet someone when you're in your youth and you click, you must marry immediately.
There we go. Now, the other thing is we're starting to look at, so school holiday programs, we're dealing with very young children. We've lowered our age to about 4. So Greek language opportunities. We've got our 104-year-olds. What about everybody else? So one of the things we've started doing is offering our tours in Greek. Mostly people ask for it, so it's and many times it's Greek community groups who'll come and ask. But also, I had a fantastic intern who's just finished his Masters of Teaching, and it will be out in schools next year. And he, as part of his project, everyone does a project with us, developed a program called It's All Greek to Me, and it's for VCing modern Greek, but it's using the objects in the Hellenic Museum to develop texts. So I know it's a bit different in South Australia, but it is drawing out those ideas of historical analysis, and it's been something we're starting quite early on, and the people we're hoping to attract here are maybe Saturday morning Greek schools. They come to us as part of their cultural enrichment. The other thing is, one of my final thoughts, is that when we started this, I was very much, we need more Greek. But then I realised that we have more languages at the museum. For example, one of our education programs is in Latin, which of course is interesting to us because we have Roman objects as well. So as many of you will know, the Greeks were a very powerful society, but they were conquered by the Romans. And in most circumstances, when a society conquers another one, they would do everything to destroy their culture. But the Romans were different. They absolutely loved Greek culture, to the point where they spoke Latin, but then they added Greek to it, and they basically stole all their gods as well. They did, in reading the two, they did soften them a little bit, so they changed. But they basically just changed the name. Aphrodite became Venus, Hermes became Mercury. You're seeing some constellations here. And it was very phenomenal. And one of the things we like to do at the museum is use artefacts. I'm very much about material culture. That's my area of expertise in museum education, material culture. One of my proudest things we have at the moment is an OBL mobile, where it's facilitated by volunteers and people can come up and handle objects. So I have here a coin that is almost 2,000 years old. I'm holding it. Everyone's like, ugh. But it's part of our handling collection. It's not high quality, but it tells us a lot. On one side we have Medusa. On the other side we have a winged Nike. Now I'm just going to ask, is anyone wearing Nike shoes today? This is the thing that blows teenage minds. And then I'll get somebody, I'm not going to ask you this, to take their shoe off and hold it up. And then I hold this up. I say, Nike got the idea of using the concept because often Athena is shown holding a little winged deity. That is Nike, a deity of victory. And of course, the shoe department, they are looking at success. It's an athletic brand. What more natural thing than to call it Nike? And the shape is the shape of the winged victory. So making those contemporary connections very, very important. So as I said, we have a Latin program, but when we've had these facilitation things, we have a volunteer who speaks Chinese. Fantastic. Chinese tourists come in, she switches to Chinese. As a German speaker, any German speakers, I am there with my German. We're basically seeing what we have and what we can use. Now, I just wanted to quickly finish by saying that I think that speaking another language is a superpower. Does anyone agree with me on this? Okay. Because Ivana has done such a brilliant job with the conference, Ivana, I'd like you to come and help me demonstrate this superpower. All right. Ivana, I have a pack of cards here. Now, they're just ordinary cards, but they're a bit well-worn. They're all different. Do you agree with that?
I can confirm.
You can confirm they are all different. Do you know what? I don't want to shortchange everyone. All different. Everyone is satisfied? Very good. Now, I'm going to make one of these cards special. You're going to choose any card that you like. Okay. Any card that you like. You can show me because it doesn't really matter. You've chosen a 9 of clubs. Yes, you can show everyone. Now, we're going to make this card different. I'm going to get you to draw on the face of it with something, so take a step forward, something that makes that card special, maybe a word in another language, maybe a language I can't. Can you write a Greek word on there? Okay, I'm going to turn around over here, and I'm going to go behind here. Okay, now she's going to write a word on that card, and it's going to be something, she's changing that card in a way that I can't actually C. And can you show everyone else that card? Okay. Now, there is not another card in the world that is the same as that card. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get you to put this card back in the deck. And I'll take the pen. Do I have a lid? You've got a lid. And I'm going to get you to have a seat. Okay. Pop one hand out. Okay. I'm putting the deck of cards in your hand, and I'm going to get you to put your other hand on top. Now, we all have superpowers. Language is a superpower, I feel. One of my friends, who's also a magician, works all over the world, and he's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and he speaks fluent Chinese. His superpower is spying on people when they don't think he can speak Chinese, but he can. So one of my superpowers is I'm going to pull a card from this deck, and there's 52 cards in the deck. I'm going to pull out a card, and I'm going to tell you what the card is before I pull it out. Is that fair enough? Okay, I'm going to pull out the 4 of diamonds. Do you think I can do that? See.
Whoa.
Is anyone a maths teacher here as well? I didn't think so, but I thought it would be a good thing to do. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is pull out your card. So there should be 51 cards left in this deck. I'm going to pull out your card. Okay. Is that your card?
Yes.
What's the word on it? What does that mean? Love. Do you think I pre-arranged for you to do this? Can you guarantee, as in your very esteemed role, that we did not pre-arrange this? No, I'm going to show you another superpower, because I really believe in the superpowers of language teachers. My superpower is not as useful. I haven't really found another application for it. But I think speaking a second language can make us both invisible and visible. In my friend's case, it makes him invisible and then he can spy on things. Sometimes it's that light up connection. When our volunteers are presenting our objects and they suddenly switch to another language, the connection. So you're talking about ancient Greece in Chinese, in Mandarin. It's a phenomenal connection. It can make you invisible, so you can blend in. If you go to another country and you can just seamlessly move into another language, fantastic. I'm going to remove the deck of cards from between your hands without you noticing. I just love how you just accept that. And do you think I can do this? Okay. I've already removed the deck of cards. Do you believe me? It's gone. Should we just check? So, to recap, superpowers. Thank you so much, Ivana. Can we give her a massive clap? Not just for being a volunteer. And Ivana, I'm going to give you that card to hang on to as well, because the thing that ties us all here today is the love of language. And I want to wish you all a fantastic conference. Obviously, I'm here from the Hellenic Museum, and I love talking about the Hellenic Museum. Please come and see me and talk to me about the Hellenic Museum. And I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you.
One more. When Jo introduced herself as, museum curator, historian, actor, and magician, I didn't think you were actually being literal there, but that was quite the performance. Thank you very much. And I just love the innovation of that partnership with the ABC, building on with what the Hellenic Studies Foundation has been doing with the Wiggles and aged care as well. I think that's just all incredibly clever.
Who the voiceover was. So Ivana set us up and helped fund the Greek language. The person who voices me is also the Greek language voice of Dorothy the dinosaur. So a huge thank you to Hellenic Studies Foundation for letting that happen, that we have these great videos.
Beautiful. Well, I'd now like to invite the chairman of the Hellenic Studies Foundation, the Honourable Greg Crafter, to speak. Greg brings decades of experience in government and education to guide the organisation's mission of preserving Greek language and culture here in South Australia. He's a former State Education Minister, as we all know, and is a renowned champion of language education and lifelong learning. His leadership extended nationally as chair of the National Catholic Education Commission and internationally as head of the International Baccalaureate Organisation, reflecting his deep commitment to educational excellence. Under his guidance, the Hellenic Studies Foundation continues to develop programs that enrich Greek language education, support youth engagement, and strengthen the broader community's cultural and educational opportunities. Please make Greg welcome.
Thank you very much, Daniela, and welcome everyone to today's proceedings, our 2025 National Educators Forum. It's an annual gathering now established to explore significant issues shaping language education in Australia, and there is a huge challenge that we face in this country in language teaching, and I'm sure you all agree, whether it's at preschool, primary school, secondary school and in the tertiary sector. It is a huge challenge, and I've seen it deteriorate over the years I've been involved in education. The foundation was founded 19 years ago. Next year will be our 20th anniversary. So we've been working at this for some time now in South Australia, and we on the board and those who assist us, many people work on our committees and help us in our work as volunteers, have achieved a great deal, and it's enormous what can happen out of a community who are fighting for the preservation, the teaching, the extension of not only language but of culture, of Hellenism here in South Australia. We have about 4,000 young people that are studying modern Greek in one form or another, many of them informally in Saturday schools and in other programs. The challenge is to have more students studying modern Greek formally and to proceed through secondary education to tertiary education. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need accountants, we need teachers, people who are going to actively provide services to our community and build the bridges. Someone's ill in Greece, in a family, a doctor can ring and speak to a specialist in a technical way and assist. If we lose that capacity, it is a tragedy. But more generally in our community, we know that languages are very much part of building stronger families, stronger communities. My involvement in the International Baccalaureate, where a second language is compulsory, has taught me the importance of international mindedness, of the globalisation of education. Education invariably around the world is owned locally. In the United States, there's 32,000 school districts, all with their own curriculum, all with their own rules and regulations. In Australia, the states own education. The Commonwealth fund it in the main, but the states own it. And so there's a challenge to take that insularity away from education, from curriculum, from assessment, and from opportunity for young people particularly. So that's the great challenge. And the Greek language is much more important to our world than as a language, but we know that science and philosophy and law, the gifts that this culture has given to the world are so fundamentally important if we are going to build civil society. And we're in a world now that's fractured. Nationalism is rising. People are looking inwards, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the United States, in so many places. The political agenda against migration, against the attitude to refugees, people who are displaced persons, is a tragedy for our world, and that is racing ahead. And so we face all of these challenges, and yet we go back to how do you overcome this? And the International Baccalaureate was formed as an education body after World War II to build a world where we didn't fight our fights through war, but through a much deeper understanding of each culture and respect for other cultures. And in this country, multiculturalism has been a great success in building a strong national system, and it's under threat very much. The fact that we've got caps brought in.
Greg, we might just pause there. Tom, would you mind, sorry, and just try and fix that static before it gets any worse?
I can go without it, just turn it off. Right.
It seems to static when you talk.
Something's not
Yeah.
happy.
Just watch your left hand.
Yep.
You don't want to touch this.
Okay. Is that okay?
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So I just wanted to say this because I chaired a review of senior secondary education Success for All about 10 years ago. And one of the sad things about that review was that we didn't ring fence, we didn't protect languages in our schools, in particularly senior secondary curriculum. Students today are being really advised to particularize the subjects they're taking to get into university particularly, and particularly to Adelaide University, whose force in senior secondary curriculum is still quite profound in this state. And so students are dropping languages in order to get into marks, to get into particular faculties at the university. We had a vision for senior secondary education that it would be broad, it would be enjoyable, it would be challenging, and it would be equitable. And this is one area where we failed. That is very, very sad indeed. We're not training enough teachers of languages. We're not developing our curriculum sufficiently. We're not engaging in the teacher exchange programs, the student exchange programs, the broadening of opportunities, the professional development of our teachers. These are the huge challenges that we face. Well, it's not all gloom and doom though, because it is a community-based organisation like this that is fighting this fight, and it will come from the community itself, rather, I think, from the top down. UNESCO has acknowledged that the Greek language's global contribution by formally designating the 9th of February each year as World Greek Language Day, and that will be an occasion that the Foundation will celebrate annually as a moment to reflect on our mission and our achievements. And the Consul General is very much involved in that celebration on the part of the broader Greek community. And in 2022, the South Australian Government awarded the Foundation a grant of $2 million over 4 years to advance the interests of modern Greek across all levels of education. 3 years on, we celebrate the important progress achieved, and I'm proud to share several key highlights. In early years learning, and you've heard Jo talk about the involvement of the Wiggles, resulted in learning Greek with Lucia, a very simple video that was prepared but beautifully done by people who are very experienced in preschool education within the Wiggles. And 3 years on now that we've been involved in this project, we've had more than 790,000 views on YouTube in just over a year on this program. This program has resonated not only in Australia but across the world. We look forward to sharing further developments in this partnership in coming months. We have a great relationship with the Wiggles. Our partnership with Community Language Schools South Australia has led to the development of curriculum-aligned high school units of work for modern Greek. And you saw some units there developed in Victoria. The first of their kind in Australia. These fit into the national curriculum for any community language. These high quality, accessible resources represent a major step forward, and we look forward to expanding this work into the primary years as we go forward. We're also proud to be funding a new lectureship in modern Greek at the new Adelaide University. Currently in development, this initiative presents a unique opportunity to build a cutting-edge language program accessible to all South Australians who wish to study Greek. So we want to offer it online as well. Among our community engagement initiatives, the Foundation has supported study tours to Greece, and we've had an undeniable impact on all who participate. We've had wonderful feedback. These immersive experiences ignited lasting passion for the Greek language and culture, setting students on a lifelong path towards bilingualism. Our mission there has been accomplished and will continue. And I'm thrilled today to share that the state government has made a pre-election funding commitment, which was announced in September, and should this state government be re-elected, the Foundation will receive an additional $2 million in funding to continue and expand our program supporting Greek language and culture in South Australia. The Foundation will also extend the scope of support to schools that would like to introduce a Greek language program. We welcome the opportunity to explore these new endeavours. It's very exciting indeed, coming from the ground up. As for today, we have a full program of speakers who will offer nuanced, research-based insights and perspectives on language learning. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your contribution to the forum today, and thank you for those who have travelled from interstate to be present. Jo Lobianco and Dr Jo Clyne, who have travelled from Melbourne to be here today, and all the other presenters and panel members. And I'd also like to acknowledge who's coming in a moment, the Honourable Minister Blair Boyer, Minister of Education, for taking the time to address language education in schools. He has an interest clearly in this area, and I know is working on it. We cannot have Greek if we don't acknowledge language as a prime pillar of education in the first place, and that's our great challenge. And just finally, I just wanted to recognise Jo Lobianco, whose contribution to language development in this country over a very long period of time. It was 40 years ago this year that I was appointed Education Minister. I wasn't quite that young, but Jo used to come to Education Ministers' meetings, and when I said to Jo earlier, when we talked about languages, we talked about languages of economic importance and romantic languages. Those days were really wonderful days. There was a huge effort put into language teaching, language development in our schools, and sadly that's died off to a large extent, but it was a great time. So we hope that you leave here today excited for the future of language. It's going to happen in the community, it's going to happen in our schools, in our universities, in our preschools and in our homes, and you are very much part of that. Thank you all.
We're just waiting for the Minister. He's just a couple of minutes late, but I might just ask you a couple of questions while I've got you, Greg. You said 4,000 students here in South Australia studying formally and informally. Is there a target, or what's the aim if you were to be in an ideal world? What are you working towards?
Originally, when we started our work as a result of the government grant, we concentrated on primary schools, secondary schools and tertiary, but we soon realised that the importance of the family in supporting languages. And for many families who have lost substantially language in the family, it is a learning process for both parents and children. And so we thought about how we might enter into this preschool area. It's a huge area of policy development, 3-year-olds, universal access, preschool and so on. And so we plugged into that. And it's turned out to be a very important entree into getting more young people and their families supporting them to continue their language learning. And what we're talking about today isn't just about the Greek language, but it's every language that we need to be involved in. And the newly arrived communities in this country, the Indian community, the Chinese community, so on, all of them, are going through similar exercises to hang on to their language amongst the generations. And so I was on the Adelaide University Council when we dropped Vietnamese. I couldn't believe it, and we fought for it, but we lost. And we fought for the continuation of modern Greek at Flinders, but now it's moved into a teaching-only, contract teaching. It's scaled down and it's perilously close to disappearing. And this is happening before our very eyes. So that preschool area, I think, is the area where we're going to increase numbers, increase interest. But the Saturday school program, as I call it, community school program and community languages, I think is fundamentally important in turning this issue around.
And just another question, if you do get that $2 million further grant, where does the Hellenic Studies Foundation see the next sort of 3-4 years? What would you like to do with that money?
Well, certainly in the preschool area, I think there's huge challenges there. We need teacher notes, we need parent notes, we need more material as well. We've into the basics of colours and numbers and songs and so on. There's just an enormous amount of work to do there. But in the development in the community schools program, those curriculum materials, the support of teachers is very important. Working with our schools, particularly in remote communities, we've got quite substantial Greek communities in remote areas, Ceduna, Kubapidi in the southeast, the Riverland, and so on. It's actually getting those communities to have support and teachers to do it. Distance education, languages can be taught very effectively by distance education, but also in our schools. I was talking to my 6-year-old granddaughter last night and I said to her, what are you doing? What languages are you doing at school now? And she said, I'm doing Greek and French in grade 1.
Great.
So I'm not sure how deep that is, but at least there's some recognition of it there.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much, Greg. We are still waiting for the Minister. He is just going to be a couple of minutes late. We've just received the message. So if you wouldn't mind, actually just take a minute for yourselves, have a stretch, toilet break, and we'll reconvene for the Minister in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Okay. And when he gets up here, he will let you know the very, very good excuse he has for being late this morning. The Honourable Blair Boyer is the Minister for Education, Training and Skills, and he has a very strong passion for language learning. Under his leadership, initiatives through the Multicultural Education and Languages Committee, known as MELC, support both schools and community programs helping students engage with languages. He champions programs that connect language learning with culture, identity and global understanding while making it accessible for all students. He's also a signatory to the Statement of Commitment and Collaboration between the Government of South Australia and the Community Language Schools of South Australia. And I would like to acknowledge, I think Noel Mifsud, the Chair of MELC, put your hand up, is here in the room, as is Brett Shuttleworth. Where's Brett? Hello. From the CEO of Community Language Schools SA, and you all share that commitment to nurturing multilingual education. Now, Minister Boyer is going to share his perspective on the significance of language learning before he and I sit down for a bit of a Q&A. Please make him very welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and sorry for being late. I do have a good excuse, which I will share with you, and that is I was kindly invited by a grade 6 student from Christie's Beach Primary School to go on their year 5-6 camp, which when I agreed to it months ago was a really good idea. I've been down at Douglas Scrub, which is about an hour south at a campground there, and I was in my swag overnight with all the students who were in their tents outside, and it rained the entire night, but it was really, really fantastic to see all the effort these teachers and SSOs from the school went to get all the grade 5 and 6 kids out, including some who didn't stay the night but came during the day. So my apologies for keeping you waiting, but it's very nice to be invited back this year. And could I begin by acknowledging we're on Kaurna land, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Could I also acknowledge the Honourable Greg Crafter AO, who's the Chairman of the Hellenic Studies Foundation, Alexandra Theodoropoulos, Consul General of Greece, Brett Shuttleworth, good to see you again. Noel, great to see you, of course, as well. I think we have Professor Craig Batty, Pro-Vice-Chancellor at the College of Creative Arts, Design and Humanities, Adelaide University, and to everybody else as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I won't speak particularly long because we're doing a bit of a Q&A. My perspective on these things is that they tend to be more value for the audience than having a politician stand in front of you and speak. There's certainly more value for me, but there's just a few short perspectives I thought that I would share about the importance of language learning in our schools. And these are my perspectives close to 4 years into the job now, which I think the words I'll share today are different to the ones I probably would have said 4 years ago, because I have a better understanding, I think, of the importance of it. The world is in a different place than it was 4 years ago, and that's kind of what I want the focus of my words to be. Brett and Noel would have heard me say on a number of occasions, and Miriam as well from the department who is here, that, you know, doing this job, you often actually are faced with your own kind of inferiority complexes about things that you didn't do when you're at school. You get the opportunity to reflect on parts of your own schooling which were magnificent, and that's lovely. You know, the teachers who were great, experiences that were great, but whenever I go to events around language or music, I feel quite acutely my own failings in having gone through a fantastic public school that gave me opportunities to learn an instrument and to learn a language, in this case French, and I didn't keep either of them up, and I wish I had. So my message when I'm talking to students is to try to keep up those opportunities, because as you get older, I think particularly with language, you start to more fully realise its importance. And you know, in the sort of context of what's happening around the world with global politics at the moment, the thing that strikes me about the importance of language learning, outside the obvious ability it gives you to be able to speak another language, and that opens up opportunities for employment, for travel, all that kind of amazing stuff, and that is, you know, equally as true now as it has ever been. I think what we're sorely missing is a bit of insight and almost cultural respect into another, you know, culture, whether it's Hellenic Studies or whatever it might be, another way of life, the history of another part of the world. In this case, of course, an incredibly influential culture in terms of a lot of the things that we take for granted in our own government and democracy now. But I think to me, what is needed, and I'm sure it's felt really, really acutely by, you know, young people who would tune into the nightly news or watch or get their news through social media, which is how the majority of them do it now, and see the way that we negotiate now in what is I think an incredibly personal, kind of divisive kind of manner that you know, lacks a lot of those kind of efforts around diplomacy that perhaps we once took for granted between world leaders. That has all changed, and my great fear is that young people of primary, but particularly secondary school age, must look at that and think, I don't want to be a part of that. Why would I want to be a part of that? Why would I want to subject myself to the kind of personal attacks that come with all that now, the incredibly polarised debate, all the negative stuff that has come with the internet and disinformation and all those things. And to me, the only long-term kind of amelioration of that is teaching respect and understanding for other people's perspectives, points of view, history and culture. I think that's done best through language, is my perspective. So, you know, my message to you today is, and to those who, you know, I guess parents or high school students trying to work out what they might do in terms of their studies, is that we need to think more broadly in terms of why learning a language is important for the future of South Australia, and actually the world. And I would hate to think that we are at a point where the world needs more of that kind of historical and cultural understanding that comes with learning a language, that there's less of that at a time when the world actually needs more of it than it has needed in decades, I suspect, and decades. So, you know, it is always, for me as the Minister, really uplifting to stand in a room full of people who are so incredibly passionate about it, you know, whether it's modern Greek or whatever it might be, because really you are the people who drive more students taking it up, more students having the opportunity, a broader range of opportunities in terms of what language they might wish to learn at school. You're the ones keeping it alive. It's the stories of the students that you know, and this is certainly something I'm far more realistic about now, 4 years almost into the job, is around the ability of any politician to convince someone of high school age about what they should do with their life. I have, learnt that the hard way in classrooms with Year 9 boys for 4 years who really don't care if anything I've got to say or anything any other adult has to say, to be perfectly honest. But I'm realistic that the way you get through to someone like that about why they might want to learn a language or keep it up is by hearing someone around their age or someone just a few years older who has done it, who then explains to them the benefits of it. Also, people like you who've taught it and know those students and can tell stories about a student that you knew and explain the opportunities that learning that language has actually opened up to them. That's the thing they listen to. They expect politicians to go and say things that are self-serving or in alignment with whatever their party's position on things is. But when you do it, when the students that you have taught go and get out there and talk about why learning, whether it's modern Greek or whatever it might be, was a huge advantage to them, then their ears actually prick up and they listen. And I watch them absorb it and they change their behaviour. So, my message to you today really is to thank you for all you do under difficult circumstances. And I say it's difficult because I know that we've got this ongoing tension with the SACE, and it's the same with any leaving certificate, whether it's VCE, SACE, whatever it might be, around a model that is so designed towards the 4-digit number that it pumps out at the end, and people and I was certainly like this when I was in Year 12, focused on trying to get that 4-digit number to get into a university course that you wanted to get into, that people will do whatever they can to maximise their chance of bumping that score up. And there are things that get pushed out because of that. And I think that has been the case with languages in the past, and we need to be very careful with having a system that dissuades people from things like languages or perhaps humanities subjects that might be seen to be a bit of a break on your ability to maximise your tertiary entrance score. So certainly if I'm fortunate enough to keep doing this longer than up until the March election, that is a conversation that I am hoping to have around what we can do to sort of try to remove that barrier that I think the long-term structure of our leaving certificate right around Australia does, when people might choose subjects that quite possibly they don't actually enjoy as much as or as passionate about as much as languages or a language, but they choose that because they think that is their path to having a higher ATAR score, and that would be I think we'd all agree would be a disappointing outcome. So I think there's some more work for us to do there to kind of see a reversal in what we've seen for a number of years now around fewer senior high school students taking up a language and keeping it going. So I'll finish my words there and look forward to a bit of a Q&A. But again, thank you for all the passion of the people in this room in all sorts of different roles. I hope you can share the message that I've tried to share with you today around why learning a language, particularly including whether it's modern Greek or something else, is so important in terms of the context of where we are as a society now. Hopefully that is a message that parents and grandparents take in, a message outside of what we all know around the benefits of learning it in terms of the world that can open up to you, the world of work and the world of travel. And thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you all again today. Thank you.
So, Minister, when you said about your language learning journey in high school, so was French offered and you didn't take it, or you took it and sort of dropped it early?
French was offered and I took it all the way up to Year 11.
Yeah.
And I'm sad to say that I got to a point then, I think, where I was doing those calculations in my own mind of how I'd get the score I needed to get into arts and law, and decided that probably because I wasn't a star French student, it would be a break on my ability to be able to get that, and so dropped it, which in hindsight was disappointed I made that decision. So it's the same thing I say about language and music. My story is not one of, I wish I had the opportunities that you guys had. I had those opportunities, I just didn't keep them up, and I wish I had. But it's kind of sometimes the perspective you only get later in years about what you've missed out on. So yes, that was my story about dropping off a language, which I wish I hadn't done.
But that's interesting though, because if you look back at your sort of 17-year-old self, you were making a rational decision, right? And you just spoke to that, and Greg spoke to that as well, about the ATAR score and one of the reasons we dropped language. So how do you think we got to this place?
Yes, well, primarily the reason is because our system has become so focused on a 4-digit number. And I sometimes say to people, particularly in an economy like South Australia's now that needs about 78,500 more vet-trained staff additional in the next 5 years, which is a massive uplift required for our state in an area or areas that don't actually require an ATAR at all, in areas that are secure and very well paid work. And our whole system feels like it is geared towards getting you to university and getting you an ATAR score, and everything outside of that is a second-class option. So the first thing is that's the way our system is so focused on, your 13 years of schooling. That 4-digit number is apparently the sum total of your abilities and your success and your academic achievement across 13 years. That's wrong. That is wrong. And then, of course, there's always the kind of unfortunate but hard to avoid byproduct of that, which is people making decisions around how do I then choose subjects that best maximise my chance of bumping that up. And we know, some subjects being getting a bump up due to difficulty and things like that, and some getting a bump down depending on where you land in your raw score. I think that's the other problem that we need to address. But we need to be, sort of looking at this thing from 35,000 feet, right? What are the things we need more people studying? What are the things that South Australia thinks we need more people studying? And what do we put in place to encourage that, instead of having a system which might actually produce, almost kind of, I guess, obtuse kind of outcomes where people choose a subject not so much because there is a job outcome tied to it, or because they are super passionate about it, because they see that as their ticket to an increased score. So I think there's some work for us to do there.
Can we make, though, a broader economic case for learning languages and multilingualism?
Of course we can, and particularly in South Australia, I think that is true. I've heard Peter Malinauskas say this and Susan Close say this as these kind of political wars in the eastern states break out about migration and things like that, and here we're actually looking to attract more skilled migration. I think part of how South Australia is a place that those overseas who might have once upon a time seen Sydney's and Melbourne's as the only option look at South Australia and Adelaide and think that that's a place I'd like to be. Now, us being a welcoming place with a global outlook and a strong understanding of different cultures and languages are things that people care about when they choose a place, but when they settle here and find it a great place to live and stay. And that is an economic outlook, you're exactly right, and too often we don't tell that part of languages. Languages are seen as this kind of nice additional thing you might have to a well-rounded education, along with being able to play the oboe or something like that, when actually there is a different, and as you said, economic case for why it's important as well. We are silly in the way that we minimise its importance and value outside of the individual and for the actual whole economy.
And it's interesting too when you think about it, and we are the most, as we hear often from our politicians and our leaders, and it's something to be proud of, the most successful multicultural nation on this earth, and yet language learning isn't something that we prize. Again, why do you think I'm asking very big questions here, but how did we get here as well?
And you're right. And the other thing is, we are an island that does not benefit from the kind of the cultural understanding that you might get, whether you like it or not, from being in a place like Europe, where you have in very close proximity to you a whole heap of different cultures and languages. So that kind of stuff is just, I think, more organically part of what you learn and what you are exposed to than it is on a place like Australia, where we are so far from other places. I think that speaks to us needing to be better at this thing as well. Otherwise, there is the real risk, and we've fallen trapped to this in years gone past, of a really insular, inward-looking focus as an island, basically, around the rest of the world doesn't matter. And of course it does, for all those reasons that people in here are passionate about, but economically it really does. We just don't have the, it's not really a luxury, but we don't have the ability to cut ourselves off in any sort of way. And keeping a focus on language and doing a better job of explaining to young people and families why it's an important part of what a young person should learn at school, I think is something we've just got to do better at.
And I wonder too, when you speak to students and young people, is there perhaps a prevailing attitude? I don't know, you are in the classroom a lot, and so is obviously everyone in this room, that, well, the world speaks English anyway, the internet's all pretty much in English, I can use Google Translate or probably AI to come, why bother?
I think that's right, and I think your last 2 points are going to be a challenge for us into the future around a generation that is growing up with technology that for probably all of us in this room, certainly me included, was basically beyond what science fiction was predicting we could have when I was at primary school. And so this is an observation I often make when I'm speaking at schools about the challenge of being an educator now, when this concept that we have to prepare young people for jobs that don't yet exist. If you had said that to someone when Greg Crafter was the Minister for Education, I suspect if Greg had said that, people would have thought Greg was crazy. Not really. The concept that, what you mean, how do we teach someone for a job that doesn't exist? What are you talking about? But it is a real thing. Now that's a huge challenge for our schools and our system, because these skills have to be somehow transferable. It makes the job harder. But I think, one thing that's kind of remained the same, if not more important in all that, is the benefit of learning a language. But the points you made around that generation who is using this stuff every day and it's embedded in their lives, and they aren't even really conscious of when they're using it and not using it, are going to increasingly say, I don't need this thing because AI or a chatbot will do it for me, therefore why? And that's going to be a very hard view for us to push back on.
Okay, so is the government and department starting to think about that when you're formulating languages policy and how you're thinking about that into the future?
Yeah, we are, but I think in reading through some of my notes for today, I think there's probably also a positive story to be told here in terms of what this group has done using AI around, I think, creating units of learning and things like that. And some of you, I hope, have heard that we were, until recently, the only place in Australia that actually embraced AI and worked with Microsoft to create our own chatbot, which is called EdChat, and we've now rolled it right out. And now those other states like New South Wales that banned it at the time have reversed their decision and are following in our footsteps, which is always a pleasant place to be. But it was actually a teacher from Adelaide Botanic High School who was working with the software and trying to find a way that it could, reduce workload. And I think it's called the leap levelling process around those who are learning English as a second language. And it's not part of the assessment for the student, but it's part of the assessment the teacher makes about where they're at in their language learning and what needs to come next. And that was a written piece of work that would be provided to the teacher in a digital format, and they would then put it through a matrix and assess it. Each piece of work would take about half an hour to assess in that way. This Botanic High School teacher worked out a way of putting information to the back end of EdChat, and that digital piece of writing can go in, and it takes 30 seconds to do the same piece of work and inform the teacher around this is where this student is at in learning English as a second language and the things you need to do next. So there are examples around the creating units of work, which has been done in this case, and that's fantastic, and things like that where AI can help the process. But I think it needs to be put up against the point you made very well, which is a generation of people coming through who will say there's a whole heap of things that you boomers and stuff all learnt that we just don't need to because we've got AI. In some cases they might be right. I would say in some cases that is not true. I think language is certainly one of in the latter.
You and I are firmly Gen X though, yeah?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely Gen X.
Can I get into a little bit of the nitty-gritty of education and languages policy with you? So what is the government's vision for language education? What is the best practice resources? There are these new modern Greek units, and could units like this be promoted as a model for other languages? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, I think they absolutely can, and that's what I would like to see. I mean, I want to see the number of students learning languages grow. I'm firmly focused on finding a way to do that. As I said in my speech, a part of that is going to be the conversations I think we need to have around the SACE. But separate to that is the work, like you just said, that we can do around how to promote the teaching of it and to provide those resources that those people who might be passionate to get into a school and take up the teaching of a language need in which to do it. And I hear that regularly. Moving around between schools from teachers in all sorts of different areas. Civics is the most recent example. I've got to focus on that, where I think our numbers have been on the decline. So if you look at languages and civics, the number of students studying what is called people, politics and power in years 11 and 12 has been on the decline for years. And so we've started a bit of work around professional development for humanities and social science teachers, of which civics is a component. And the feedback has been really interesting. There's been overwhelming demand from those HAS teachers to access that professional development. And I had actually seen it more as a case perhaps of even the teachers themselves weren't particularly interested in teaching this topic. But they were, but they felt they weren't given the support they needed to do it well. I actually suspect with languages in some cases it's exactly the same. It's less about we need people who want to do it. It's actually more about what support can we provide centrally to help them to do that. Like, we've got to be part of the solution. We can't be just there with, the whip in the background saying, "Come on, do more, do more." Particularly in a time in the profession where workload, and the complexity of the job has grown and grown, and I think the willingness of people to take on something more is probably at an all-time low. We need to be using the tools we've got to say to someone, if you're willing to be a language teacher and do this, we'll back you up and support you with the resources you need to do it. That's what I think the work that we've got to do.
And does that mean there is a role then, if I'm following you correctly, for institutions like the Hellenic Studies Foundation to deliver cross-institutionally? I think Greg spoke about Saturday School of Greek. I used to go to Monday night Italian school when I was little because my primary school didn't have Italian, had German. So is that what we're talking about here in boosting these sorts of institutions and this cross-institutional delivery?
Well put, exactly right. I hope Brett and Noel and the team agree. I've made an effort to do as many of these kind of events as I can, even though they are, personally troubling for me because of my ineptitude when it comes to speaking another language. So I have to always put on display the fact that, I can't speak another language myself. But, my thinking is, if the minister's not out there saying this stuff's important, then it's not sending a particularly strong message to the workforce. So there is an absolutely vital role to be played by groups like this Hellenic group. There's no doubt about that. If you don't have people out there, I think, as I said in my speech, telling the story of why it's important and the opportunities it can open up for you and telling your own personal stories of how that has helped you in your life, I just don't see how you convince, as I said, a Year 8, Year 9 student to do it over some other subject that will either help them bump their ATAR score up or perhaps instead a vet subject that might help them get into a trade where there's unbelievable demand and well-paid jobs. It's so competitive at the moment in terms of employers looking for that human resource capital that we need to have loud voices and squeaky wheels like this saying this is what we need to do. Otherwise it will be totally drowned out by every other skill shortage and demand.
So can I put you on the spot then and ask you what more you and the department can be doing then to support language teachers and those passionate about it, who see its value and are trying to do the right thing?
So we are less than 5 months now from a state election, and we are doing what governments and I assume opposition is doing exactly the same thing, working up the policies that we will seek to announce and say these are the things that we will do if we are re-elected by the South Australian public, and languages is absolutely part of the thinking that we're doing on that. So I'm committed to us having a strong policy on that as we go into the next state election. It will absolutely be informed by the views of groups like this and those other language groups that I've had the pleasure of meeting and talking to, whose advice has been not dissimilar from the advice from this room as well around what they want to do. So I think the timing is right in terms of where we are and that kind of global politics around encouraging people to have to take steps in their own education that provide them a broader world view, better cultural understanding, a bit of understanding of the history of another country and another culture. And I think absolutely will form part of what we offer as we get towards March the 21st. And as I said, if I'm lucky enough to be doing this job again post-March, I hope I can come back and speak to the group around what our steps can be for another 4 years of government and what our goals might be in terms of actually lifting numbers, set a few targets, lift numbers, all those sorts of things I think are important.
So my journalist brain kicked into gear there and said there should be a languages policy to watch between now and the next election. Okay.
That's a fair call.
I'm always looking for the angle. And when we're talking about angles, What about the idea, and I'm sure it's not a new one, but of like a state languages policy of mandating at least one language through primary school all the way through to year 10? Clear time allocations, curriculum
You're
support,
getting a lot of head
investment.
nodding
I
right
know,
now.
right? But, you know, is that what we need? A little bit of a push.
Yeah. Oh, listen, I was just, as you asked that, I was just looking around the room and there's heads started nodding everywhere. I can say we're constantly looking at that, and it's one of the really hard parts of the curriculum that drives me crazy, drives Martin Westwood crazy. You know, we have this national curriculum, have done for a long time now, and you know, sure as night follows day, one day I'll be criticised on radio, or the federal minister will be, because there is too much in the curriculum and it's too busy, and the next day we'll be criticised because there's something missing from the curriculum. This is how it has gone the whole time.
Yeah.
The truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but there are hard decisions that we have to make, and you know, I think there is a discussion to be had around whether or not there needs to be some mandating of languages. You know, I think the thing that I think makes that question around what's in and what is out harder now than even it was when I was at primary school is all this other stuff that schools are now asked to do, which when Generation X was at school, you know, not so long ago,
Just yesterday.
Just yesterday, it feels like. You know, was stuff that people would have said that's not school's responsibility. And I support schools doing that, because I know that if schools don't do it, for a lot of kids, no one does it. And all the learning that happens after that support they might need doesn't happen, because they might not even be at school, they might not be in a place in their own physical and mental well-being to learn, and everything falls apart after that. So I support it, but I'm also conscious that we are putting more and more onto the plate of our staff. And then the ability of us to be able to push other things in terms of the curriculum and learning gets harder and harder. But it is a discussion, I think, that is that does need to be had if we are serious about lifting those numbers.
Ah, yes, the crowded curriculum conversation.
Conversation.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so if perhaps we don't go there, do we need more of a ground up? Like, what about a community education campaign, perhaps from the department, just sort of advertising, promoting the benefits? You know, something like that. I don't know.
No, that's not a silly idea, and I think one of the things that historically we've done very poorly in public education is advertise ourselves. There's either been the view that we don't need to do it, or it's not our place to do it, which I think is madness. You know, the non-government sector does a much better job of doing that, as they should. Why can't the public education system do that too? Why can't we tell the positive stories out there, the good things? And in that same vein, yes, you're right, we could have something out there. We actually utilise the low-cost option of social media, which we didn't used to have, because it was true when Greg was, Minister, the idea of a public awareness campaign that might involve print and TV would have been hideously expensive. We actually have a team now that can put together some pretty professional stuff that can be pushed out on platforms that everyone's on anyway, more than traditional media. So I'm open to all those kind of things. I do, though, wonder, I'm a bit of a sceptic, myself, around how much people listen to some of that kind of stuff. There's a place for it, but I think we would have to be there'd have to be a fair bit of work done around what the campaign looked like in terms of that kind of research that you might do if you do a TV ad around what will change the view of a young person or a family member. Find out what are the things stopping them from encouraging their child to take up a language, or what are the things that the student themselves drives them to say, I don't want to do it, and make sure whatever we put out there is capable of actually persuading them, I think. But I think, yes, there's absolutely a place for that. Again, it's just something we decided for whatever reason that we don't need to do, but I think we do.
Minister, I know you have to get to something else, so I was just wondering, I'd like to invite you if you'd like to make any final thoughts to the room.
Sure. No, thank you very much. Again, just thanks for having me, and thanks for the passion of the people in this room. I've got no doubt that you've felt at different stages in the work that you do, that you are, a kind of lone voice and up against a tide of societal change in terms of what people think they need to learn and not learn at schools. I do feel that although we've been through a period where those language learning has dropped, I think those comments I made around where the world is at the moment, I actually think a lot of South Australians, certainly in Australian parents and families might have a bit of a renewed appreciation for why their children learning about another culture and language is actually important. Because I think everyone turns on the nightly news or social media and sees the way that international politics is played out now, and probably leaves a pretty bad taste in their mouth, and they don't want it to be like that. And they understanding that, and they appreciate that growing up with a understanding of someone else's perspective and some genuine empathy and compassion for another worldview needs to be the kind of bedrock of how we carry ourselves as a nation. That's where diplomacy comes from, and diplomacy is really, really important. So I feel like there might be a little bit of a tipping point now in terms of, I hope, a turn back to seeing language as a really vital part of a well-rounded education. I do think there is some, I'll just reiterate this, some genuine work though we need to do around its place in the SACE. I still hear often, because I have very frank conversations with more so year 11, year 12 students when I ask them, what are you studying? And I'll be very blunt and ask them why they chose those subjects. Why didn't you choose this X and Y subject? And they, to their credit, will tell you, about, well, I want to get into law or medicine, and I think if I study those subjects, I'll have a lesser chance of getting the ATAR I need. And I say, but are these the subjects that you've got the passion, the real passion for, that you would study if there was no ATAR to be considered? And too often the answer is, well, no, they're not. Now that's obviously a problem.
Sad.
It's sad. It is sad, and it's a problem. So I really want to look at that in a renewed sense, if depending on what happens in March. But final words to you all. Thank you for all the work you do. Thanks so much for letting me come along, and what we do announce in the run-up to the next state election will in no small way be guided by the views of people in this room. So thank you very much.
Please thank the Education Minister.
Thanks, Mark.
That's all right, I'm sure we can sort that out for you, Minister. Thank you. Well, the lineup of incredibly esteemed guests and speakers continues next with the Consul General for Greece here in Adelaide, Dr. Alexandra Theodoropoulou. Alexandra has been Consul General of Greece in Adelaide, covering South Australia and the Northern Territory since August of 2024, and she has an incredibly impressive resume as a career diplomat. Some of her posts include the permanent missions of Greece to the UN in Geneva and to the EU in Brussels, and Deputy Head of Mission in Pretoria. Prior to joining the Greek Foreign Service, she worked at UNESCO in Paris and taught public law in Athens. Alexandra will speak on the impact of the Greek language in the modern Western world, highlighting the upcoming UNESCO vote for International Greek Language Day. Please make her welcome.
Γεια σας, ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καλημέρα σας. Good morning. Can I have access to my slides? Oh, perfect. So, how do I maneuver?
You can just press this button to go forward.
Thank you. So, honourable ministers, Minister Crafter, Minister Boyer, distinguished professors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here. And yes, I will begin by presenting myself, of course. My name is Alexandra. So you may know the name Alexandra. Comes from not only Alexander the Great, but it's a more ancient deity, Alexandra. It means the one who protects. Alex is to protect, Andra is man. And then Theodoropoulou, it's my last name. Maybe you've heard the word Theos, God, and Doro, which is gift. So I don't say that to pretend that I have a very pompous Greek name. It was my grandmother's first name, Alexandra, and my father's family name, because that's how we do. We just take the lead and the continuity. So, yes, and I am not a doctor in the sense that you will come if you are sick, unless you want some insurance documents from the consulate. I am a doctor, which comes from didactor in Greek, which means didasko, which means to teach, because I hold a doctorate degree that gives me this possibility. And I am a diplomat indeed, which means that I hold a diploma, right? Just as Daniela said before. Diploma in Greek, diplono, which means to fold. As the diplomats are carrying these folded documents that are mentioning their credentials. Does it all seem Greek to you? Well, it's perfectly English. So, just as we are speaking, so how do I go to the next one? Arrow. Push the arrow. As we are speaking, the representatives of the United Nations Education, Science and Culture Organization, UNESCO, that's about the Greek names. Shall we go to the next one? Yes. No, that's the previous one. Yes, UNESCO. UNESCO, which is the United Nations Education, Science and Culture Organization, are meeting in Samarkand, Uzbekistan, just right now, that as we are talking, to formally adopt, between other things, of course, the proclamation of the World Greek Language Day to be set on February 9th, date of memory of our Greek national poet, Dionysios Solomos. That's him. He became our national poet because he wrote the hymn, anthem to liberty, Ύμνος στην Ελευθερία, by the beginning of the 19th century, and that became our national anthem. So in Samarkand, a city that bears Hellenistic tradition, even though it's in Uzbekistan, believe it or so, it was conquered by Alexander the Great. And guess what? Today, it is conquered by this World Greek Language Day. That was an idea that started by a small group of Greek professors no, they were not Greek actually. They were professors in southern Italy, professors of classics, that they gathered and they said, let's recognize the Greek language. Southern Italy used to be a ancient Greek colony. And they were teaching the ancient Greek because in Italy, for example, still, maybe they're not so stupid, the Italians have the ancient Greek in their curriculum all the way to the end of the schooling. And by the way, Chinese are proliferating the classics departments. We don't know how many Greek teachers and professors are going to China. We are exporting them there. So, I was saying that a small group of professors from Italy said, let's do the International Greek Day. They went to the Greek government. Of course, the Greek government embraced it, and we already have this day as our national Greek Language Day. And then UNESCO adopted it. It started already by 87 countries' sponsorship. Like, to sponsor mean to agree to have this proposal for the whole assembly of the nations to vote it. There were countries like Haiti, the first nation that recognized Greece, and then China, of course, Germany, Egypt, Argentina, India, Italy, South Korea. I cannot name the 87. And guess what? Just a couple of weeks ago, Australia joined in. We are so happy and proud. At last, Australia joined in. Such a great sponsorship. It's a sign that the Greek language is what we can call ecumenical. Ecumenical means ecos, which is the house, and then the whole world becomes a house. That was also Alexander's dream, that we can all be a house and a family. Yes, it's very nice that Australia participates, not only because of the pressure group of the Greek diaspora. I believe also because Australia also realized that that was a good thing to do, to support an international ecumenical language. Now, UNESCO's rationale has been very, very long, and I invite you to find it on the internet. It's very nice. It gives a lot of elements about the Greek language. I cannot go through it because I would spend all the time here, but I'm just going to share a few thoughts. Now, Greek is a very old language. 40 centuries of oral tradition and at least 28 centuries of written tradition. It is one of the oldest continuously spoken languages in the world. To give you an example, the oldest book in Europe, which UNESCO calls it Memory of the World, is a papyrus. You know papyrus? Paper comes from papyrus. This is where the ancients were writing their books. And it contained a poem, poema, in Greek, found at a nobleman's grave. A poem talking about the ancient mysteries. Mystery, another Greek name, mystis, is the initiate. A mystery of a hero, Eros in Greek, poet Orpheus, and the origins of the cosmos, of the world. That was the first book in Europe. Poetry, after all, comes from pein, the Greek word for creation. A poet is literally the one who creates, showing how creativity and language intertwine. So, that first book, it was poetry because that's how theological word goes. Like religion is usually expressed in poetry. Theos and logos, right? Theology, as we say. That's why when the Greeks pray the symbol of the faith, the famous Nicene Creed, they say, I believe in one God, blah, blah, blah. Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. They say poet of heaven and earth. Ποιητής ουρανού και γης. And that same prayer, which we know in all Christian churches, of course, closes with this belief in the one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. And guess what? Catholic. Even when the two churches divided between the Orthodox and the Catholic decided to use this Greek name, even though they didn't want to be Greek, they wanted to be Latin, because it was such a powerful name. Catholic means katholo, it means everybody. That is like the church for everybody. And apostolic, apostol means the messenger. So it was a whole encompassing. I don't know why. Maybe I was too much absorbed by my own name, but I go on with theology. I realized that the New Testament, the Gospels, I start with that. They say start with the first things first, and probably theology is one of the first. So the New Testament and the Gospels were first written in Greek, right? You may know that, the New Testament. The Greeks were the first that had to be convinced about that new religion called Christianity. Christ, by the way, means the chosen, the anointed. And that was at the beginning of our era, of course. The new religion had to be known and formulated, and the Greek of the time of Jesus and his disciples was called the koine. The common Greek is what we say today, the English that everybody, international English that everybody speaks. It's the koine. It was the common form of Greek spoken and written from the Hellenistic period through the early Roman and Byzantine empires, roughly from the 4th century BC to the 6th century AD. Going back to Alexander and my introductory remarks, he is the one responsible for the spread of Greek, as through his conquests in the 4th century, Greek became the lingua franca of much of the Mediterranean region and the Middle East, a bit like English today. And that same Koine Greek is also known as Biblical Greek. Biblio is the book, because it is the language of the New Testament and the translation of the Hebrew Bible. So, most theological nowadays claim that learning the Koine is the best way to perceive the meaning of the Gospels, and one could also add the spirit of the classic Greek philosophers who inspired lots of the Gospels, especially Plato and his heirs, whose work inspired Apostle Paul and the first Christian theologian. Koine is also called Alexandrian Greek, as it was mainly the Greek spoken in Alexandria, Egypt. Why am I talking about Alexandria? Because during the Hellenistic times, after the conquest of Alexander, Alexandria was the intellectual hub of the Mediterranean, having in its center the first and biggest library in antiquity, the Bibliotheca Alexandrina, hosting the most important manuscripts of the time. It was Alexander's vision to gather all the knowledge of the then known civilized world in one glorious city, named after himself, of course. The institution was called the Museum, the Muses, the deities of the arts, where music comes from. It was a temple of wisdom of Sophia, inspired by Alexander and executed by his successor, the mighty King Ptolemaeus, not only to create a place of memory where knowledge was stored, but also a place of progress, as it was like a research institute for scholars, as, for example, Eratosthenes, who calculated the circumference of the earth, or Hero, who created the first steam engine. Ptolemy and his heirs, they were all called Ptolemies, except from Cleopatra, the last one, would use the imperial power imposing to all ships coming from the famous port of Alexandria to bring manuscripts. The library would then keep the originals and give copies to take back to the ships. And Ptolemy II, the successor, trying to put some order to all these books, he commissioned the poet Callimachus to organize comes from organon, the instrument, all the books into catalogs. They were called pinakes, catalogs, so logos, catalogos, putting down into different sections the books and dividing the different disciplines: rhetoric, politics, poetry, history, mathematics, all these disciplines that we now teach at the university, coming back from that catalog. And even before, when Aristotle first tried to make the first systematization catalog of knowledge through his work and his schole, producing a series of books under the famous titles of politics, ethics, poetics, physics, metaphysics, and so on and so forth. Aristotle's hub was Athens. Not only Aristotle, but we know about Athens, until Athens slowly started declining and was conquered by Alexander, and then Alexander would make his hub, his intellectual center, Alexandria. And Alexandria, in a way, would be like diffuser, a proliferator of what Athens was, because we were talking about an empire. Athens and the Athenians, that was maybe some sort of phenomena in history, like we call it the Greek miracle, started many things. I don't want to sound like the fact Greek marriage granddad here, but it's actually science and humanities have verified that. So one of the most important keys for the Athenian, for the Greeks to get that far was their alphabet. And the UNESCO decision also mentions the Greek alphabet. Why? The Greek alphabet, from which the Latin and all the other Western alphabets come, it's the first phonetic alphabet. You know, phone in Greeks is the voice. So what does it mean? Like, they thought, until then, you had to understand the ideogrammas or the symbols, or according to the definitions, you had syllable letters. Like, you had to know the syllable, like me, you, to, whatever. What the Greeks thought is, let's separate the sound from the non-sound. Then we don't need to learn all these syllables. We can just learn as many letters as we decide. And what did we decide? 24 letters, like the hours of the day. 7 vowels, and the rest were the consonants. And inventing 24 letters means that if you know them, you can read. It's much more accessible to the people to be able to read and to have access to knowledge, but not only text, but also music and mathematics, law and constitution and politics. And you can have democracy because people can go out and they can read the laws in the panels. You could also see these letters in the coins, numismatics, nomisma in Greek. The coins were carrying the symbol of the city-state. And guess what? The coins, even as we know it today, with the stamp of the king or the city, also started in Greece. I'm sorry to say that, but it happened. So the Greeks gave us some very important tools. The most important probably being the letters, alphabetic letters, and the money. And of course, very important tools for Alexander to make his all oikoumene, like the world house that he was dreaming. So, of course, he designed, going back to Alexander, his Alexandria after the model of Athens, but as a multiculturalist, he integrated elements of the great Egyptian culture. He would welcome all the manuscripts, as I told you, and translate them in Greece, because he knew you cannot be secluded in one language. It's like you are secluded in one type of thinking, in one world. So he would welcome the scholars from all over the world. And in Alexandria became this big systematization that we hired. Now, of course, the history of the Greeks does not end in Alexandria. And it was spoken also another big imperium, which was the Byzantine Imperium of the East, the Byzantine heritage. They offered us the codex, the way to organize the laws. We still use these codexes in nowadays law. That was a big empire that extended all over Eastern Europe and Middle East and Northern Africa and Greece, of course. But yes, and then Greek language, of course, subsisted all the way during the Ottoman Empire. Dionysius Solomos is a great example, and modern Greece, which is also a reason for someone to learn Greek. It's a beautiful country. But then again, someone would say, oh, this is very impressive, but why should I give so much time trying to learn such a difficult language, especially if I'm not Greek? So, first of all, is to visit Greece, of course. It's a living museum. You can learn and enjoy a lot, the beach and the culture. And second, most important, is what they say, when you want to learn a discipline, when you want to learn something, there's a trick that the ancient knew very well. You have to go to the beginnings. This is probably why, for example, when you want to learn mathematics, you stumble to Euclides, who was also an Alexandrian, one of the first big mathematicians. Or if you want to learn about philosophy, you would stumble on Parmenides of Elea, 6th century BC, who composed the first philosophical treaty, a poem again. You may then go to the future and try to name a new planet, planetis, another Greek word, such as Ammonite, for example. It's a small dwarf new planet that I discovered. Or even a new invention, such as telephone. Tele means far, phone is phony, I told you before. Or telescope. Or become an astronaut, astro, the star. And still, most of the time, you will stumble upon Greek for the accuracy and maybe the prestige that this language gives to you. That being said, I do not claim any superiority, even though this is my job, right? To make the publicity of the country and the language. That's not what I say. What I say is is learning the language is an opening to the world. And actually I was very happy when I learned that now they start giving indigenous names to new planets. Because every language is an image of the world, as the minister said, and every time a language disappears, and this has been unfortunately a massive phenomenon, even here in Australia there were hundreds of indigenous languages. It is a whole universe, a reading of the world and a different mindset fading away. That's why I was very happy to see these beautiful books in my table, and I'm going to study them, Dr. Zuckerman. This is amazing, to revive languages. We could even say that about ancient Greek, like Latin, but curiously enough, we don't need to revive ancient Greek, because modern Greek is the continuation of ancient Greek. Somehow, Greek survived for thousands of years. It's not a dead language. So, it's not a dead language because it's a permeable language. It's a language that was able to integrate elements, probably like many languages, complicated enough to make other languages translated into Greek, but also very structured, giving a clear comprehension of the world around it. And of course, I will let the linguists go further on this. Greek gives a good access to knowledge, and an example I can give you from my own experience lately is when I started, for personal reasons as well, being very much interested in medicine. So I wanted to further request some family issues that we can all have in health. So I started reading and listening to medicine podcasts and papers, and what did I realize? The doctors was always trying to explain all these terms, all these medicine terms, and I thought, hey, how lucky I am. I know all the parts of the human body in Greek. I don't have to have this I don't need this explanation. I already understand the different systems of medicine, whether it's the lymphatic or the endocrinology and the neurology, just because I know the human body in Greek. So that's a comparative advantage, isn't it? That's the comparative advantage of the Greek language. And no doubt, as I said, this is the reason why this trend is going to be reversed. Countries like China know that by studying Greek, they can go beyond the veil of AI. They can go beyond the veil of the internet. They can have the critical thinking that is necessary to understand that was what was before, and challenges that we have in the future, especially in ethics, whether it's bioethics, whether it's trying to build this new world that, by the way, Plato had the same questions. When first I talked about the alphabet, the new technology of the time, Plato was said, oh, but now everybody will think they know the truth, they know wisdom, and we can say the same. Now everybody's going to be a philosopher because of the AI. The same questions, of course, with the analogy, the same critical thoughts were posed from the beginning. And if you want to understand the world, you need to go to these roots. So, as our national poet, Dionysios Solomos, said, I have nothing else in my mind but freedom and language. Guess what? Language gives you the freedom to think critically and to examine. As Socrates says, an unexamined life is not worth living. So, and God himself, he said, I am the Alpha and the Omega, because through language we understand the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Consul General, honestly, that was a 20-minute masterclass in etymology. I learned so much. Thank you so much. And I think you've made an incredibly compelling case for learning Greek just in that 20 minutes. Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you. Yeah. And the other thing you said too, when you talked about the Southern Italians, that's where my family's from. It's from a town called Caolonia, which is actually a Greek word for Kaolon. And I remember when going to Italy for the first time, there were signs about the place being called Magna Grecia, Greater Greece. So there you go, connections left, right and centre. We're going to have some coffee, I think, now, take a little bit of a break, 15, 20 minutes, and come back and we're going to hear our next keynote, Professor Joseph Lobianco. Thank you. Well, it's now my great pleasure to introduce Professor Joseph Lobianco, a leading international authority on language policy, multilingual education and peace building. Professor Lobianco is Professor Emeritus at the University of Melbourne and the author of Australia's groundbreaking National Policy on Languages, the first comprehensive multilingual language policy to be adopted by an English-speaking nation. He has served as head of the National Languages and Literacy Institute of Australia and as president of the Australian Academy of the Humanities, the first educator to hold that role. His work has shaped language education worldwide, promoting Indigenous and community languages in Australia to guiding UNICEF programs in Southeast Asia that link language planning with peace and social cohesion. As president of the Pharos Alliance, which was established in Victoria in 2022, Jo champions the teaching and preservation of modern Greek and has worked closely with community organisations to strengthen bilingual education. He's going to give his keynote address, then we're going to open it up to questions from you. So please make Jo welcome. Thank you.
Kalimera, συνάδελφοι και φίλοι. It's a great pleasure to be here. I love coming to Adelaide because I think South Australia established the great standards of Australian multilingualism that sadly we're departing from, and I make an appeal to you to take the leadership again. I want to acknowledge my dear friend Steffi Nikoloudis, Dr. Steffi, who's the head of Greek at La Trobe University and with me on the Pharos Alliance, and I'm very grateful to the Hellenic Foundation for this invitation and to you for distributing the volume Pharos, which is the basis of the work that we do. And I also want to say before I start how delighted I was to hear Dr. Crafter, whom, as he said, we used to did work together many, many years ago, and very inspired by your continuing interest in leadership. And in particular by the comments that you made that I'm going to reiterate, that we should return language education purposes to the central theme of citizenship, otherness, intercultural, interpersonal, humanity, peace building and world-mindedness. Now, the reason for arguing this is multiple, but it's mostly around the fact that a lot of the mechanical utilitarian justifications for language teaching we can let machines do. Quite soon in the future, that's going to be the case, as I'm going to show you. Okay, now you can see this is the entrance to my university, University of Melbourne, and we actually welcome people all around the world in the Woiwurrung language. This is something that was inconceivable in our universities even 10 years ago. So this is symbolic of a kind of recognition, and of course happens all over Australia. And as I say here, I've just had the fortune of returning from 2 weeks in Greece. Wonderful working visit. If you like Facebook, I rave on about it on my Facebook posts with lots of lovely photos. And the acronyms there are very important. The first one was the conference I went to at the Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, and it was early language learning, working with the Greek Applied Linguistics Association, early language learners. What do Greek early childhood educators deal with today? They deal with the teaching of modern standard Greek to immigrant children, to arrivals across the borders, to poor children who've moved to cities from rural areas. In other words, they have the same broad spectrum of social and international language concerns that you find anywhere else in Europe and here in Australia. It's important to keep that in mind. Greece is a Europeanizing nation, as Australia is an Asianizing nation. That is at the official level of rhetoric. At the level of reality, we are both, as is happening in a globalized environment of the world, we are becoming broadly demographically similar. So national languages, official national languages, international languages, and that's preeminently English and Chinese today, and then beneath that level, local language or immigrant languages are the 3 categories of languages vying for prominence in the curriculum. So this was a wonderful experience in Thessaloniki, and I enjoyed it very much. And I'm going to tell you some things that came out of this in a minute. The next acronym refers to, the English name of this is the Research Institute for Language Policy and Multilingualism at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. And I'm now, after this visit, on the International Advisory Board of this institute funded by the European Union and launched by the Minister for Education, whom I had the great pleasure of meeting and having a good talk to about Greek in Australia. One of the really fascinating things about the work of this research institute, IPOL, is precisely what I said about Thessaloniki. That is, how is Greece going to manage its own multilingualism as we manage our multilingualism? In other words, the management or response to multilingualism, to multiple languages, is a global question. Not everyone handles it in the same way, not everyone even wants to do it, but it is an inevitable part of our historical phase. It's beyond what I can talk about today. So the third image, of course, is Pericles, and I had the great pleasure of visiting the Parliament, the Hellenic Parliament. I spent 15 minutes in the Prime Minister's office. I met his sister. I met several local members. I visited the research library because I've always been interested in what knowledge politicians have in making their decisions. I'm reading a wonderful book at the moment called Plato and the Tyrant about Plato's 3 visits to Syracuse. And Plato's life is not like many people imagine it. But what this book brings home is that if you have an idea about how to change the world, you're going to have to get your hands dirty. And once you get your hands dirty, it changes your ideal position about how things should be. I recommend the book. But of course, the great statesman of Athens at the time, Pericles, is an inspiring figure for me. So the language, don't know what, there's some grammar problem there. The language and education challenge faced by Greece, Greek policymakers and Greek teachers and Greek academic researchers are not unlike ours. They're a modern nation involved in the same kind of dynamics of the world as we are. And so out of this emerged something which I'll tell you in my final slide, a really exciting project that I hope we can share with the Hellenic Foundation, which we've kicked off with educators in Canada, Strasbourg, South Africa, Greek educators, United States and other places around a new vision for modern Greek in the world, where the way in which diasporas relate to homelands is radically different from how when it was imagined. The initial migration out of these countries in the 50s and 60s, the mass migration, the support the Greek government, the Italian government, many governments supply to their diaspora communities for language maintenance is premised on very old-fashioned pedagogies, very old-fashioned ideas about what the language is. The homeland is always up there and the diaspora is always going up to the homeland to learn and have wisdom bestowed on it. That's not the way that new diasporas work. So I'll say something about that a bit later. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mention 5 trends that I think are going to radically change education. You will know these. Maybe I'll add some bits of information. But you'll know them in broad terms or in specific terms, and maybe you're actively involved in them. Each of these trends, mega trends we might call them, and I can't talk about them in great detail, each of them is radically undoing something in education. So I predict that in 5 or 10 years we will have to rethink the entire process of pedagogical practice, and I'm going to offer the solution of open education for that, which I'll talk about at the end, and then I'll return to this theme of our International Strategic Plan for Modern Greek. So that's my talk. So the first one of this is literacy. What is the single most important vehicle for education? It's literate practice. As any literacy teacher knows, once you teach a child to read, that child already has another teacher. They have a friend. They have the ability to do this. My granddaughter, who's the most literate 7-year-old I've ever met in the world, derives so much immense inner calm from her ability to remove herself from any situation that might be difficult and read. Reading is, that kind of isolated reading is the ideal of reading in the post-Enlightenment period. But literacy today is completely different from traditional literacy. And the main reason is, and I'm going to have to cut an enormously complex topic down very quickly, because for the last 1,200 years, speech and writing have had that kind of relationship. Written language has been superior epistemologically in esteem and prestige in almost every way you can think about it, and speech was regarded as ephemeral, as something you didn't bother about. Now, with massive instantaneous recording of language, speech and written language have come into a symbiotic relationship. Most texts, as we can see here, are multimodal and digital, and reading these, and reading it doesn't even come anywhere near describing what is required of children, is closer to what we're calling, my colleague Leslie Farrell calls literacy 4.0. And what she means by that is it's a mirror of the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution is cyber physical systems linked to artificial intelligence. Last year I had surgery, and the program of this surgery was coded in software written in Chicago. There was no human person there cutting there. This is the kind of thing that's possible now. So this means that we have entered a radically new moment in the way in which spoken language, written language, and all semiotic systems of meaning making come together. I really have to cut this down enormously, but the single most important purpose of primary education is the literacy endeavour, isn't it? It's overwhelmingly what we school children in doing, and now it is unlike anything it's been for 1,000 years. We haven't caught up with this intellectually. It's going to take us a long time to understand it, but all of us use it in some way or other, right? So we're already practitioners before we have theorised the practice. So reading and writing, increasingly mediated by algorithms and automation. I'm going to tell too many stories and take too much time, but I don't know how many of you were involved with a recent search done by Meta, that is the owner of Facebook, which was created by The Atlantic magazine in the United States, and they offered you a space to put in your name, and it would then search how many of your books and writings and papers have been taken without permission by Meta to feed its large language models. I put mine in and it came up with 48, some back to 1984. No one ever asked my permission for any of that work to go in there. You'd be surprised, even if it could be just a letter to the newspaper. So that is how these language models build their knowledge from your ideas, your work, your language. So it's language about language for future language. We live in a language universe, a languaging universe. I could talk more about this, but I really need to move to the second one. So literacy is going to be completely different very soon. Alphabetic literacy or even character-based literacy like in Chinese and other non-alphabetic writing systems are all coming under exactly the same kind of challenge, and it comes from the weaponization or mobilization of speech. Speech now, because of instant recording, instant playback. Think of the number of things that you talk to, machines you talk to. Hey Siri, can you call my doctor or something or other? And Siri does it for you. So Siri, you haven't written a single thing. So tied to that is probably a revolution that's even greater, and that is from English as a lingua franca to Babel. And this is, I'm taking some of these ideas from Nicholas Ostler in a book called English as the Last Lingua Franca. You know, when the internet really got going, people said, this will be the victory of English. Small languages will be wiped out. English will be everywhere. Well, the biggest friend for small languages in the world is the World Wide Web and the internet. It's possible. I worked with a group of Eritrean children in Melbourne a few years ago who were connecting with Eritrean children using their own unique script, who were living in Bologna in Italy, and another group in Eritrea in Africa, another group in Argentina. They were negotiating their time, and they were online. 25 kids in Melbourne, but when you aggregated them like this, there were hundreds. So geography starts to become less important in this context. The community of communication represented by that phenomenon of digital communication online through speech, English, lots of code switching, lots of other languages, this completely hybrid, fluid, amazingly dynamic process. Who is going to go and say to those kids, what you're doing does not conform to traditional school practices of a hierarchy of learning and properness? You can't do that. It's not going to happen. That already is so far ahead of anything we can understand. And now last week, they launched earbuds that actually do instantaneous translation. This I find a little bit scary, but it is true. I find some of this spooky, but it's true. Unfortunately, I've done talks where I poo-poo Elon Musk and his prediction about the end of language. I'm starting to reconsider things now. No, I actually think all of this is very good. This is a good news story, which is starting off with a bit of a scary beginning. So the dominance of English is waning as technology enables multilingual exchange. English is not going to cede its space to any language, there's no doubt about that. I worked with Fudan University in Shanghai for a while, and we were doing predictions on whether Chinese would replace English and all this sort of stuff. It's not going to happen. Economists call it path dependency. Once you have an established path, imagine you're walking through a forest and there's no one been through this place before. Suddenly someone breaks out and goes through it. They leave their footsteps. Another person sees those footsteps and walks behind in those footsteps, and gradually a path is created. We then become dependent on that path. That's what economists call path dependency. English has created an epistemological path dependency. The amount of knowledge in literature in English now is staggering. 80% of scientific journals function in English. Every single German scientist publishes his or her works in English. I mean, this is already the knowledge reality of the world. However, it's instantaneously translatable now. This wasn't the case 15 years ago. So all of these things that seemed inevitable are no longer the case. So communication today is polysemiotic, fluid, and global. And machine translation restores a multiplicity of languages rather than takes it away. As long as we put pressure on the companies to remain multilingual, to remain committed to them, and languages like Greek in the diaspora will benefit by this. Okay, I'm just at trend number 3. So already the two most important instruments of schooling, literacy as the vehicle of what literacy has always done was permanence. It provided the permanence of an idea. Whereas if I said something to you, that was ephemeral. It would disappear. No one had a record of it until recording became possible to retain and restore and regenerate from. Now, what we can do with speech recording is the same as what we have been able to do with print since at least the printing press. Okay, so changing schooling beyond classroom. This is so obvious, but it's actually very important to reiterate it. No child who is before a teacher today depends on that teacher for all their knowledge. They will have looked at something on their little phone before going to school or after school or whatever. The teacher must take his or her place along with a lot of other instructors, shall we call them in inverted commas. What does this do to the role of teachers who are professionally educated and whose unique contribution to the learner must be protected? I'm going to say something about that later. So education is no longer able to be contained. It will for a long time because universities control certification and other powerful things like this. But those systems are already showing cracks. So we're seeing a lot of the institutions for the organisation of knowledge and its transmission breaking down, or at least being challenged to concede space. This could be deeply democratic and culturally pluralising, or it could be very negative. We don't know, but we'll see. Tied to all of this is this. We have a completely new sense of identity in the world. I'll tell you about some of the kids that I interviewed in Athens on one of the projects I'm doing through IPOL in a moment. But we have the largest number of migration, the greatest cohort of migrants of displacement and voluntary movement in human history, and it is growing every year. Countries like Greece and Italy, which were countries of emigration, are now countries of immigration. And we know the social problems that has caused. They're not ready for it. I published a book with a colleague in Tunisia about Tunisia, which is a through country for migration just a couple of months ago. And migration was never a question in that part of the world. It is a massive question. It's part of the news, partly through pressure from European countries on them, but also other kinds of things. So we've got massive mobility and theorising. One of my favourite modern philosophers is Thomas Nail, who looks at these things from the point of view of their deep, deep, deep meaning. Mobility as a condition of identity. His basic idea is that we have always imagined human subjects as being rooted in place. But in fact, we have to imagine human subjects as not rooted in place. It's a bigger argument than I can go into now, but Basically, all this gives life to new ways to think about how you relate to a place. In the diaspora, we already have this. We relate to Greece and Australia, Italy and Australia, Germany and America, wherever, multiple places. When I was giving a talk at the University of London 3 years ago, just before entering the talk, I noticed this guy speaking in what I could recognise as Igbo. He was walking along the street, he had earphones on. He was physically in London, on the street, outside the building I was talking. His mind was in Nigeria. He was physically in one place, mentally, culturally, emotionally elsewhere. Never in human history was such a thing possible. People might have imagined themselves being in different places. Now you can actually do it. This has problems. This is not an easy thing. If you believe in old-style nations, you should be worried about this. But it's a reality of modern life. So we have mobility, which we need to think of as a resource for learning and not a deficit, identity in these kinds of ways. So this is the next. So we've got literacy changing, language changing, schooling changing, and now people's relationship to it. Think about citizenship. Already we have dual citizenship in Australia. In the US and other places, they have multiple kinds of citizenships, right? So the whole idea of national states was that people belonged exclusively to one place. That's no longer credible. It's no longer acceptable. Already the European Union accepts 27 kinds of citizenship. It's very controversial, but it is a reality of modern life, and it's probably going to get more intense. And then all of this means that pedagogy, I think, needs to be recentered on culture and away from technique. I see the deep humanising potential of some of these changes that will return us to conversations with people, direct exchange around what matters, intrinsic and not utilitarian knowledge. These are philosophical questions that we can trace all the way back actually to Aristotle, but they are deeply present today in a way they've never been present in history. So AI and automation cannot replace cultural understanding, moral judgment, or civic imagination. They're things we do together. If you and I are going to live in the same society together, it doesn't matter what a machine thinks about us. What matters is how we get on together. And that is conversational. That is dialogical. That is discursive. That is being present together in one environment, being Adelaideans working together across their differences. This is not present in our curriculum. The civics curriculum, I spoke on this at a talk, I think, for the somewhere or other, the Ethnic Communities Council here in Adelaide a couple of years ago. It's a shame that the civics curriculum is in such trouble in our Australian schools. In the United States, when my children went to school in Falls Church, Virginia, a period of time, it was the first time they encountered civics, a subject that tells you about how to live with other people. This should be absolutely central in our schooling. It should be in a multicultural society with inequalities and tension. What could be more important than learning to live together? And yet it's a very weak part. And language and languages, in the way we heard before, the deep messages in languages, the messages about citizenship, about belonging, about identity, about how we come to be who we are, that becomes more important in this rather than less. So the human role of teaching, the formation of identity and empathy, how does it work with machines? Well, machines are supplements. If you have to grapple with grammar, you can get a machine to help you with that. I think I've given the example before, the Duolingo, which I don't support anymore. If you read my articles in the Greek Herald about what we call pharos tips, about preserving and conserving and supporting Greek in Australia today, I wrote one about apps, and I wrote in there the example of my use of the Duolingo app with Portuguese, because I speak Spanish and Italian, and Portuguese was quite easy to me. I learnt quite good Portuguese on this app. I don't know it anymore, but I really wanted to go to Portugal and manage my haircut and all these things completely in Portuguese, and I was able to do that. I even ended up in hospital because I have a habit of injuring myself in lots of places, and I was able to talk to the doctor who knew perfect English, and I said, "No, I'm sorry. Do you mind, doctor? I'd really like to..." Anyway, I ran into big trouble, and so we had to go back to English. But the point is that these apps can be very useful, and it was useful. I actually broke my wrist in Beijing once, but I didn't have an app to help me with that. But I was so well treated in the hospital, I didn't need it. Anyway, so language teaching like this is intercultural encounter interpretation. There are beautiful films made 10, 15 years ago around poetry. Now, I think it's pretty elitist in some ways, but if you want to relook the Dead Poets Society, that's the kind of pedagogical practice that can be regenerated by technology taking over the routine of lots of things. I don't think this is going to be easy to bring about. There'll be a lot of resistance, and I don't think it's going to be soon, but we can already see it. Already you can see it in democratic practice. It's possible to deliberate. Remember, I could go on about this, but the whole question, my first degree was in political philosophy, and the whole question of deliberation and voting, the kind of relationship between these two things. We want a democracy that's more deliberative, or I do anyway, and less just on narrow voting, and then you elect people who rule it over you for 3 or 4 years. So this epistemic mode of, or epistocratic form of democracy is made possible through technology, which never used to be the case before. So, and we can actually trace these technologies all the way back, but it's now possible to do radical and incredibly important things with the technology. So my view of them is they actually are going to put a lot of people out of work for 5, 10, 15 years until we adjust to what's going to happen. There will be social problems. But we can't be like the saboteurs. You know, the word sabotage comes from the French. You know, the sabot was the clog that peasants in France used to wear. And when these threshing machines were introduced on the wheat fields, they would throw their clogs into the machine to stop it operating so they could protect their job. And so this is how the word sabotage came into being. It was destroying the machine that was putting you out of work. Fine, I can kind of understand that as an emotional response, but the technology still came. We can't sabotage it. We can delay it. We can learn to live better with it. We have to do it. So the fourth industrial... What's happened? Le sabotage. The fourth industrial... I have to be careful. It was something I did for sure. The fourth industrial revolution. The first one, as here, you can see in the bottom... I have to keep checking that it's there. Mechanisation, water power and steam. We can trace all the way back to Hero, but it's basically something that got going in England in the 19th century. The second one was in Chicago, the mass assembly line, mass production, Ford. That's what the second industrial revolution was. The third was computer and something that's disappeared from view, whatever that one was. And the fourth one is cyber-physical tied to AI. That is artificial intelligence, that is the production of new knowledge by machines without reference to us, and then physical action via some remote sensing instruction. That is radically different from anything we've ever had. So this fourth industrial revolution, as I say, has radically changed what counts as literacy, because to instruct these machines and these processes is no longer just a written thing anymore. It's hardly written at all. So we've got to get used to a new world here, and a new world in which multiple languages will be relatively equal. When you have this kind of system, does it really matter if one language has 150 million speakers and another has 5 million speakers and another has 5 speakers, if you can access the same knowledge? Ask yourself, one of the claims that powerful languages have always had in history was that they had embodied within them and access to them the literacy code that gave you access to knowledge. But if you can no longer control that, and that's not guaranteed that we can, but if you no longer control that, then you could actually, of course you can be a bilingual or multilingual, you can access all this knowledge without having to sacrifice your language. So the cost of language loss historically around this domination of some languages is starting to be changed. So in all of this, at the Academy of the Humanities, we've been pushing for a new discussion about languages that isn't hierarchical, that looks at languages in terms of their social meaning for people, their historical process, their cultural significance, etc., etc., etc. And to do this, we have to focus on English-speaking countries. Nearly every country in the world is successful at teaching languages, except which ones? English-speaking countries. The European Union data on this are absolutely clear. The predictor of being a bilingual in Europe is that you live in a small country, very much higher percentage of bilinguals in small countries than in large countries, that you live near a big country. So if you're a Luxembourger, you must know German and French because they're there and you're here and you're tiny and they're big, right? So there's a lot of power involved in this. And very, very importantly, that if you're the big country, that you're setting the terms of discussion. And that's what English has done for a very long time in the world. And we all live in diaspora communities. We are part of the new model of, we've inherited our dominant, it's not official, but our national language of English. It is de facto official, it's not legally official language. And we are a multilingual society, but as Greg and I were saying before, we are only at the demographic level. At the institutional level, I think Australia still is quite a monolingual place. And the attitudes give it away more than anything. The attitudes of our governing classes that have a very narrow utilitarian view of why you would do language. Is this going to help you get a job? As I said to someone earlier, I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of students, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and I can tell you that not one has ever said to me, when I'm 25, I'm going to be negotiating trade deals in Seoul, Korea. Kids don't think like that. The success in language programs in schools is on the basis of the relationship of the learner to the teacher, the sense of progress, and very importantly, especially with adolescent boys, the sense of alienation of themselves. Asking 14-year-old kids to come up to the front of the class and embarrass themselves by mispronouncing words in the target language, it doesn't work. We have to rethink around the psychology of learners, around what is the third part of the Pharos ideal, which is D. I'll talk about that in a minute, which is desire. We have to understand the learner much better than we do. And migrant learners are different. Migrant background learners are different from mainstream learners in a ways that I'm going to talk about. So these communities experience what these scholars tell us is language shift. Many people know this, of course. And it used to be the case that Greek was very well maintained intergenerationally. Unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. The intergenerational loss of Greek is now very high, and if really urgent action isn't taken soon, Greek will, in Melbourne and Adelaide, will be like Greek in Chicago. No one really speaks Greek in Chicago. But Greek identity and Greek culture in Chicago, it's an enormous Greek city, very large population of Greek Americans. They unfortunately experienced, like all migrants, the mass Americanization pressures of the 1920s and 30s and then post-war, etc., much worse than anything we experienced here. So maintaining your language was very costly because there was a lot of problems to do so, especially publicly using it. But it's still the same phenomenon here, the same phenomenon of intergenerational loss. If you're interested in this, the main scholar in this originally is Joshua Fishman in the United States, who predicted like a three generation loss. It was a bit slower for Greek, maybe 4, faster for some. German and Dutch tend to be lost in the first generation. So it varies, but the average is 3, and by the 3rd generation, children, the grandchildren of the original migrants are raising their children in English. And so then they become interested in the maintenance of the language, but relearning something is much more difficult than the effort you need to retain it. So these groups experience the language loss that comes from this complacency, that English-speaking countries are feel less need because of the power of English. You can go anywhere in the world and someone will accommodate you in English. Every airport in the world has English. If you want to be a vet in outer Mongolia and in inner Mongolia and China, a long way away from any English speakers, you still have to pass an English exam. Like it's compulsory all through Chinese education. I wrote a book with some colleagues some years ago called English in China, and we looked at that. Despite a lot of student resentment, it is and was still absolutely compulsory everywhere. So English has this presence that no other language has ever achieved. And what it produced was this terrible thing where the World Bank, look, I put this slide up in my talk in Thessaloniki because it was about early childhood educators, and I was trying to show them, this gentleman down here is James Heckman. He won the Nobel Prize for economics by proving that teaching children in their mother tongue had benefits that lasted them all through their lives, including, he could show empirically, reduced criminality, reduced incarceration, higher rates of employment. The level of evidence for the sustenance of a life by reaffirming a child's connection. Think of this mainly, and we're going to hear from Kila later, who has mountains of evidence of this too within Indigenous languages in Australia, of reaffirming the cultural identity through language of a learner. But it's not just identity, it's about cognition. What James Heckman has shown is incredibly clear evidence that we derive benefits all through the life stream through reaffirming children in their family and language identity. And the World Bank resisted this forever. I was a consultant of the World Bank in Sri Lanka in 1999. I worked with my chief of mission around the issues of first language, and he said, no, it's English. Kids need English to get jobs and stuff like that. That's what everyone believed. And that's what the World Bank promoted for all of this time. And in 2021, after decades of pressure, they reread the research material and they produced this report, loud and clear. And I put it up there because it should embarrass them. For decades, they were saying to people, oh, all this mother tongue, that's sentimental. That's like, something that might be nice to have, but we can't afford it. Now, you read that report and it absolutely overwhelmingly says the biggest and best investment that school systems can do is to reaffirm children in their mother tongue. That's the World Bank, the neoliberal headquarters of the world in Washington, D.C. And I think we should quote them because it's very good. Now, obviously, for poor children in developing countries, this is a really existentially important question. It's less critical in Australia, but it is still very important here. Now, putting all these things together, at Pharos, we've tried to work with parents because we feel that it's very important. I hope the Hellenic Studies Foundation, will do this. I'm very happy to work with you on this, but we've pioneered this all now. We've done 3, we're doing another big one in March. We've worked with language in the home, raising Greek-English bilinguals, even in homes where both parents don't feel confident in Greek. You can do a lot to encourage the language. Some of the things that Jo was saying at the beginning were very interesting in that respect. The technology helps us. And we can plug into all sorts of other ways in which the home can become a Greek language affirming place and support the child's passage through schooling, even if they aren't lucky enough to learn the language at school, but hopefully they can. So the home has to be a target of our work because these generations are now English speaking in their homes. And we have to encourage the return of the language, even if it's just affirmative. A lot of parents, I won't go on about it, but so here we are. This is, you can see Steffi is there. This is the Pharos committee in Melbourne. We're the Pharos Alliance. We meet every month. We're just volunteers. And our work is, as you've seen in the book that you've been given, is to return Greek, which should be in Melbourne. It's always touted. Melbourne is the world, what's that cliche they say? It's all those, after Athens, it's the biggest Greek-speaking city in the world and all of this sort of stuff. And you would think by hearing those things that walking down the street, people, it doesn't really happen, unfortunately. But Greek cannot be allowed to disappear from our school system. That would be scandalous. And so we're working very hard to stop that from happening. And our strategy, see up here, I'm just going to point to it. See what it says? Build capacity, create opportunities, foster desire. That's the basis, they're the principles of the Pharos model, and it's based on research that's reported in the thing. And that is the basic idea is that teaching the language is what's called building capacity. We need to do more teaching, of course, but unfortunately, it's not enough. I give the evidence of Irish, but it could be true of immigrant languages in the book. You can know a language and never use it. There's a big difference between actively using a language and knowing it. I can't go into that now. Part of the reason is that we don't have opportunities for this. When you go outside of the environments where Greek is taught, there's no, most Greek clubs are English-speaking spaces now. This is true of the Italian clubs. It's true of all the clubs, immigrant clubs. They have gone completely to English. And in the New South Wales, pokie machines. So basically, they're not places that help the language maintenance. We've got to create opportunities in the media, in society, in immersion, in lots of other different ways. But the most important thing we have to do is fostering desire. And fostering desire means understanding children's lives better, understanding the technological world they're growing up in, understanding the pressures on them for assimilation, for identity shifts, understanding this by talking to them, by walking with them, by creating activities that they help design, by respecting them, because their lives are not like the lives of their parents. And they never will be. So this is where we're putting quite a bit of effort. We can't do that much. We don't have huge resources, or we have no resources, but basically that's what we're doing. We're creating opportunities for young Greek Australians and non-Greek background learners to learn Greek according to identification, desire and motivation. And this is our strategic plan. So I'm just going to finish up in a few minutes by saying I've been talking about technology and the shift that it has. And the technology shift is fundamentally around this link between AI and the cyber-physical. That is, physical actions in the world governed by AI, in which human beings are. Look, if you want the best defense of this, I don't know how many of you have seen Mozart in the Jungle. Has anyone seen that series? Well, there's a final episode of Mozart in the Jungle where the crazy Mexican conductor is at a competition in Japan, where all these robots are trying to finish Mozart's unfinished symphony, and they have a competition about who does it best. And Rodrigo, the conductor, says he has an argument with, I've got a video clip, I was going to put it in, then I thought I'm taking too much time anyway. He has an argument with the robot. The robot says, I've done a perfect analysis, an algorithmic analysis of every little note that Mozart ever composed, so I know what he would have put there. Because mathematically, I can tell you what he would have put there. And Rodrigo says, no, it's in the blood. You don't understand. You don't have any blood. You can't understand what Mozart would want to do there. You have no emotion. And they have an argument. And the conclusion is that humanity wins, but I'm not going to tell you how. It's an act of violence, I have to say. He basically throws the robot in the river. I think that's what you should do to a smart-ass robot that tells you that he knows Mozart better than a human being. So what we're basically dealing with is the defense of the human realm. And that's why languages matter a lot. They matter because that's where humans are. That's where our emotions are. Emotions matter a lot in language. Pride and feelings of identity, all of these things, machines can never do them. Now, a large part of the problem with these things is this, gentleman. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but what I said before about this he tells governments that you don't need to teach languages anymore because this is what he's going to do. Humans won't talk in 10 years. He's not only doing translation, he's going to he thinks he's going to replace language altogether. And I'm communicating with you and I go bzz, 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 and you go bzz, bzz, bzz. Do you think that's progress? I think that's rubbish. And he's going to create it with Neuralink. And Neuralink has already been tried. He's implanted 2 of these things in people's brains, and it's actually improved a man who'd completely lost his language. But it wasn't like he did without language, it just helped him restore his language. So in the last 18 months, we've had this staggering growth of AI, and already research in schools show that these are the AI teaching assistants and AI tools that are regularly used in schools. So even systems of education that say we're going to keep this out because we want to keep schooling between, it's not happening. Teachers are using them. So the solution to this, in my opinion, is open education. We have to have a concept of open education in which we link the community school with the day school, in which we link the family with the school, in which we link the online app world with the school, in which we educate and support teachers to have a bigger, more important role as managers of learning. And I've written about this, I'm not going to be able to go into it now, but with AI-informed, interlinked language education provision in something we can call AI, there's a bit of it in this book that we published over on the left that you can see a little bit of there, Community and Heritage Language Schools Transforming Education. We have to get day schools interacting with the community schools because that's where the communities have invested effort in keeping their languages. So I keep looking over there, but there's all these people over there. Hello. So my colleague at Melbourne University, he's very, very interested in stuff and he's a world expert on this stuff, but look what he says. Machines are better than most human foreign language learners at translation, so teaching languages should now focus on global competence. I disagree with that totally. The first part is true. Machines are faster and better at translation. But we should focus languages on local cultural competence with the people you're with and build global competence from it. Global competence pushes towards English. There's already lots of people in industry who produce the list of global cultural capacities, and they're all in English. Empathy is going to be done in English. But the difference between learning about others in language and learning about it in English is if you learn something in Indonesian or Greek, you have to act it. You can't theorize it. You can't say, oh, I'm talking to this person, she's an elderly lady, I'm in Crete, and they have this routine of politeness or something or other. You have to act it. You can't discuss it within yourself. So what they fail to understand is that English-mediated cultural knowledge just gives you knowledge. It doesn't give you action. And language is about acting in the world. So that's a big superiority. But lots of administrators around the world are being influenced by this. There's the last three slides, sorry. 3 years ago, the Greek program at Macquarie University was closed down, as were 4 other languages, because the administrators at that university used that machine argument from Musk and others. And I argued with them, with the Academy of the Humanities, we wrote them letters, and I spoke directly to the person who'd authored the report, and he said to me, but it's so much more expensive to have teachers, and we can, they can get a tutor in, and we can have machines, and the machines are faster, and the Duo. And I said, look, I've used Duolingo. I know these things are useful for somebody. They are not going to help anyone to know how to interact with a native-speaking family in wherever other country or whatever. This is the problem. And so people in the media write these kinds of reports all the time. Is AI the final nail in the coffin for modern languages? And people are supposed to feel like this, this terrified thing of, no, the answer is that we have to re-emphasize. This is supposed to be the plaka in Athens. It obviously is very fuzzy. Is to re-emphasize culture, human interaction, and meaning, not general capabilities in English. The answer is to return language education fully away from narrow utilitarianism to humanistic centrality, to interaction. And that is more important than ever at the time of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, where 70% of the languages of the world are threatened with extinction, largely because of the imposition of dominant languages. Portuguese in Brazil, Indonesian in Indonesia, English in Canada and Australia. This is what's killing multiple languages around the world. And I'm just going to finish in a minute. This gentleman is Nick Evans, and he has just been awarded what is like the Nobel Peace Prize for linguistics, as you can see there, the Neil and Sarah Smith Medal for Linguistics. And I love this quote from him, from a recent thing. He said, "Linguistic field work is the last opportunity for true exploration on Earth." What does he mean by that? He means something very beautiful. We have explored the physical territory of the Earth, but the mental, cognitive, cultural territory of the Earth we know very little about. And that, the source for that, the access point for that, are the languages of people. And that's what we have to do, return language education, these deep missions. So my appeal to South Australia and to the Hellenic Studies Foundation, you have to help the rest of Australia. Unfortunately, everyone everywhere else has bought into this instrumentalism. We need a state, your state maybe, to develop a policy that emphasises this. And then we will do this on a global level with the new Greek project that I mentioned. We're working with these colleagues around the world. I had the good fortune to meet the Minister for Education in Athens, and she gave us really interesting support on this. We have to reimagine Greek in a new world of movement, like all the things I said at the beginning. The way in which the support in the diaspora has been conceived is old-fashioned. That's not a criticism of Greece, it's just a normal way in which policy has developed in the 50s and 60s, but the world is changing around our feet, our eyes, or whatever, and this is what I'm imagining. This is my last slide. So I think this is what we've done already. We've had a call for alignment. We've got Canada, South Africa, the United States. We're still putting it all together. I had a meeting with the foundation trustee yesterday, and there's real interest from him in you being involved, so I'm hoping that will happen. So we want to, excuse my bad spelling of discussion paper over there, but basically over the next 3 months I'm going to draft this with my colleague Professor Dendrinos from Athens University, a kind of discussion paper. Then at a conference in February, I hope we will release this as a discussion paper, and we'll give maybe 6 to 9 months, 4 to 9 months for submissions, discussions, debate. I've also raised it with the Minister for Higher Education in Greece. So there's a lot of interest in doing a common work. It's not to say that what we do here should be the same as what anyone does in South Africa, but to think about what language maintenance of Greek would be here in the new environment that I've been describing. And then we've got a conference in Strasbourg, run by the Greek department at the University of Strasbourg, which has a European mission, all the European countries, to think about a synthesis and publication of a new vision and a design for Greek, in, as I put it here, in its many diasporas. I hope that's interesting to you and that you will contribute to it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Glass of water
as well. Come on.
We can share. That's all right. We're close. We're sitting next to each other. It's all fine. Now, you mentioned being Calabrese. There's actually a few of us in the room who've come up and said hello. Yeah. And actually, I mean, you just spoke about all this policy, or this. I was furiously taking notes throughout that. But I've got a very basic question for you, because I was fascinated by you saying that you think, well, that you know, that Greek language in the next generations is at risk of disappearing, because from an Italian point of view, I always was very envious of the Greek diaspora, because I always thought they maintained their language and culture much better than we did. Every Greek I knew could speak Greek, went to Greek school, etc., etc., etc. And I always thought, well, wow, that was incredibly impressive, and the Greeks are very, very good at this. But you're saying that's changing.
Well, it was definitely true. The Michael Klein and Sandra Kipp and Rula Tsokalidou from, she's now at Athens. She runs the Confucius Institute. She's in Thessaloniki. She did research on it here, and Maria Karidaki does it. The intergenerational loss of Greek, the rate of it is as high as it is. It may even be higher than Italian. The loss of Greek and Italian in the homes is very, very rapid now. And we're at the 4th generation of the post-war migrant cohort. So who's going to raise children in these languages at home? I mean, Italian has the complication of the dialects, as it were. I mean, Greek has dialects too, of course. But the standard language was always more present, and I think the rate of attrition was slower within Greek. But Greek has been lost in our schools in Victoria much more rapidly than Italian. Italian has many, many, many more schools teaching it. So they have different pathways, but both of them, they're not endangered in the sense of the languages aren't endangered in the world, but they are locally endangered, unquestionably the case. And I think we have to use this. If they just become languages of teaching in schools, that's not bad. It's not a tragedy. It's wonderful. I'm glad that they're in schools and in universities. But they should also be in the community. They should also be in families. They should also be in the homes. It should not just be in Yaya's home on a Sunday afternoon or something. We have to be able to re-energise. And the parent seminars, if Steffi will confirm, a lot of the parents, when you ask, not a single one of them ever says, oh, I don't want the language to be there. They all say, I just can't help my child. My Greek isn't good enough. And we say, but if you say your Greek isn't good enough, and then you say, I can't do anything, then nothing happens. But there's lots you can do. There are lots of materials. The Wiggles, for example, thanks to the Hellenic Foundation, there are tons of resources, and we can show them. I supervised a PhD on, actually this was on the maintenance of Chinese dialects in Melbourne when only Putonghua Mandarin Chinese was taught in the schools. The families there had innovated amazing things. There was one family in particular that had 2 rooms with televisions, and one of them had only Cantonese coming out of that box all the time, and the other one only had Mandarin coming out of it, and the kids organised time, and the parents organised time. There's a million things you can do that are very practical, and that at least the home becomes a place of affirmation of the language, of the importance of retention, and also it prevents kids from going home and going to Greece and speaking to everyone in English and expecting people to accommodate them. I think that's an unfortunate problem that English monolingualism produces in the world. We have to stop that from happening, and we can do it by giving kids strategic bits of language that they can use. So, yes, it was better maintained for a long time, but unfortunately the rate of attrition is high now.
Okay, I have a functioning microphone. That's wonderful, thank you. And I'm furiously taking mental notes for my 3.5-year-old, so thanks for that, Jo. Now, questions from all of you. Please put your hand up. We'll get a microphone potentially to you, or you might have to just shout it out. And just if you'd like to say where you're from as well when you ask your question. Who's going to go first?
If you guys want to share.
Yep, we'll share, okay, and you can take that to Roy.
Roy Page, Principal at Norwood International High School. Really appreciated your talk and the evolution of what this could mean for classrooms, particularly the curriculum. I was wondering what your thoughts were moving into the future of what this means for assessment.
Well, I think that's the most challenging nub, really, and already AI is interpreted in universities as a way of cheating, isn't it? Like, to put it simply now. And so the way people think is, how can we ensure that the work we get back, written work we get back from students, is genuinely their own work? There's actually no way to do this, absolutely, because there are already algorithms that search for ways in which a detection system would detect cheating and then they overcome it. So I think it's better to think of something else, to move for a form of assessment that's dialogical, that's interpersonal, that's small scale, that's written essays, that takes us back a little bit, but it takes us to conversation. And I think that that's a better way of ascertaining how much someone knows about something, their ability to explain it in vivas and related things, and at schools in similar processes. I think it reinforces the role of the teacher. What I think in all of this is that we have to guard the professionalism of teachers, because a lot of this system that I'm talking about will attack teaching. Like, they won't directly attack teachers, but the logic of a lot of it is machines can do everything better than human people. And in fact, they cannot. The simple truth is that the most important things that matter to human beings can only be done by other human beings, because it's our interpersonal, interhuman interactions that we value the most. So as a matter of logic, we're already well ahead of the machines. However, Mr. Musk doesn't think about it like that. And unfortunately, and I'm not criticising administrators in this, but they're responsible for budgets. And when someone presents them a money-saving alternative to, as happened at Macquarie, and even Wollongong University closed all its language departments and linguistics in English, because this knowledge is accessible in other ways. This is what we're dealing with. The humanities being wiped out. It's just horrendous. So we have to defend this very deeply, and the way we do it is by returning it to its deepest purpose, which is basically interpersonal exploration of knowledge, identity, and assessment is in that mode. I think I'm not an assessment expert, but I've talked to some of these people, and they say we have to rethink, because everything's been turned into big mass systems, and of course those things always lend themselves better to machines. But if we go back to smaller systems, then we've got more hope.
Yeah, can't agree more. Like the opportunity to empower the educator to assess in the process of learning and giving feedback in that process is a real opportunity, I think, for the future.
Exactly. Yeah, so, and that's a lovely point, because the actual process of education, which is a teacher and a learner, and you know, I'm very much into Bakhtinian ways of thinking about these things, in this dialogical construction of new knowledge together. You know, this is irreplaceable, and it's lost so much in schooling, and not in schooling so much, but in universities these days. And we have to value it again. No, it's not to be romantic about it. Yeah. I think it's genuinely better learning, and it produces better citizens who are more reflective.
We've got time for a couple more questions. And yes, we'll get the microphone passed to you. Just hang on a sec for the... Over here? Yeah. Lovely, thank you.
Hello, Maria Palaxoglu, academic, Flinders University. My question is, how do you foster desire in a period that we live in with the declining in humanities and with the high fees that the students need to pay at university?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think there's a different answer at the university level from children, and my thinking and what I've discussed in the book is about the situation of children, and I give a lot of examples there. But university fees, I don't know, that's outside my ken. But one of the problems with the current system is it's self-reproducing. So you basically have ATAR and exam systems that reward the process itself. And then the expectation is created at university that that's how you learn. And so I think it was a minister before saying that students were choosing to present for subjects that they didn't actually want to do because it was going to boost their ATAR. I mean, that's That's a perversion of learning. That's not what learning's about. So we have this system and it's normalised because what really matters is accreditation. And so I think I said, and I'm sorry that this isn't good news, I think we're going to, the impact of mass AI applications is going to cost a lot of jobs in the world. I think we're going to face social turmoil. We have to put pressure on our governments to understand that, well, I think that they really do appreciate this, but to understand that our societies need, our economic and human relationships need a lot of protection in this transition phase. I think it is just a transition phase. I think in 5 or 10 years, and I looked into this because I was a total ignoramus, and I thought this is starting to change. A person that I used to respect and I worked with in the United States where I did my PhD studies, and she said to me, oh, actually, you're beating the wrong tree because languages are going out. The technology will replace all of this. And I said, what do we do languages for? And she said, to communicate with people. And I said, people? You said people. You know, put them at the beginning, at the centre of the thing. But the process of moving to a point where we can reaffirm language in this way that I'm talking about, interculturally, I think is going to be really unfortunate. I think there are going to be a lot of restructures, lots of positions are lost. You know, every 5 years they assess which jobs are most vulnerable to loss in AI in Britain. And 15 years ago, they were all only mechanised jobs. They were jobs on production lines. Now you look at them and lots of legal jobs, medical jobs are on the line. I mean, everything is subject to the Literacy 4.0 mechanisable thing. I mean, it's just it's ubiquitous. So we have an absolutely enormous challenge before us. So what we have to do is talk to governments and say, put the human interaction at the centre of everything, and we can preserve a decent social life. That's the primary message. Then the specifics of this is change the way we get to universities. We can't, the competitive systems, I think, are passé when you think about the fact that most of the jobs that are technically dominated that you compete for in universities are already dominated by AI. So what's the point of putting humans through that? But I think the realisation will take some years.
We've got time for one very quick one. Yes? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And then we'll let Jo have a coffee.
Rosa Garcia, Education Department Manager for Aboriginal Languages. I wonder if you can comment on Aboriginal languages, where the desire, fostering the desire is not necessary. There's huge desire in communities, students and schools, but the capacity and opportunities aren't there.
That's a fantastic question. Yeah, COD applies differentially in different contexts. And, but actually desire does matter in some Indigenous communities, not in all. But I really appreciate what you said. That's definitely true. When we did this, it was a special journal of the Heritage Language Journal in the United States a few years ago. And we looked at Greek, Arabic, Hindi, Iroquois, like it was about 7 languages, and applied the COD model, the COD model. And everyone found it really useful, but in different configurations. Like in some like with Chinese, the desire in many cases was already there. The motivation was very high. The capacity was there, but there were very few opportunities. That wasn't the case in others. So it's different balance of the three in different situations.
A huge round of applause, please, for Professor LaBianco. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move one seat and invite up 4 school principals that we have with us here in the room today to chat about their experience with offering modern Greek and other language programs. So if you can hold your applause to the end, I'm going to introduce Guy Kasakis, Principal of St George College. Oh, you can applaud during one. Bringing more than 35 years of education and leadership experience across Australia, Asia and Africa. You can come and sit next to me, Guy. His international career includes leading schools in Malaysia and Nigeria, while his students achieved outstanding academic outcomes. You are a 2-time Global Principal Award nominee, passionate about student wellbeing, academic excellence and celebrating Greek Orthodox faith and Hellenic culture. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
Natasha Parhas is Principal of Banksia Park International High School, welcome, and a lifelong language learner whose love first of Greek and then French inspired her commitment to intercultural education. As Assistant Principal at Glenunga International High, she led the International Student Program and the school's global accreditation with the Council of International Schools. And Natasha, you are deeply committed to developing internationally minded learners and will next year, congratulations, become Principal of Adelaide High, which is huge. Well done, you. Roy Page, where are you, Roy? Yep. You can come and take a seat. You lead Norwood International High School, a vibrant public school with students from diverse cultural and linguistic backgrounds. Roy oversees both the SACE and International Baccalaureate programs, engaging students and ensuring them that they are challenged and supported to become globally minded, future-focused learners. Roy's leadership centres on student agency, integrity and wellbeing, with a strong emphasis on partnerships between schools, families and the wider community. And waiting in the wings for us over there, come take a seat, is Vicky Bitsios, Principal of Allenby Gardens Primary School, a thriving multicultural community. Vicky is a passionate advocate for bilingual education, believing in the power of language learning to build global awareness and cultural understanding. And under your leadership, the school's specialist Greek language program has become a cornerstone of the school's identity. Can you please make our 4 principals welcome? Okay, we've only got one microphone between you guys to share, unfortunately, but we'll make do. Let's start with a very easy question. What languages does your school offer? I think 3 out of the 4 is here on the panel modern Greek, but Natasha, perhaps you can speak to your school's languages and why. What is the experience? Just set a bit of context for us.
Sure. Firstly, can I just start with Happy World Teachers' Day? That deserves a round of applause. Yes. We're on? You can hear me comfortably? Great. Thank you. Look, currently I'm at Banksia Park International High School, secondary high school from years 7 to 12. We don't host modern Greek, but I am moving into a school that does, which is very exciting for me personally. At Banksia, we host Spanish as a new language this year and Japanese. We have, for many, many years in the history of the school, engaged with German, and unfortunately couldn't maintain the numbers for German language learning in the school, which is why we moved to an incoming language. I wasn't prepared to settle on just one language, and I felt really importantly that we have a balance of languages. Spanish was the language of choice because it is offered in several of our local feeder primary schools. So it was for the purpose of continuity.
Okay, and Guy, why don't you speak to the context here? You can have mine.
So thank you. Obviously, being a Greek Orthodox school, we do teach modern Greek and Greek right through from the primary school into the secondary, and we also host a Saturday morning Greek school. But on top of that, we do have Orthodox studies, and we've got quite a number of families now coming in from the Serbian community. So we do have the Serbian language as well. So we're currently hosting Serbian, which is growing, and obviously Greek.
Right.
So Norwood International High School services a range of languages for our community: Chinese, Japanese, modern Greek, Italian and German. And I guess with the quite a large intake at Year 7 with around 270 students, we're able to, I guess, spread that around, and it is a choice for students moving from primary school into secondary school, their only choice. And I think the support of our community and of our languages department to make that a compulsory selection through to halfway through Year 10 is testament to a very well-established language community around the school.
And Vicky,
wonderful. So I'm the principal at Allenby Gardens Primary School, and we teach Greek as the main language and has been for a very long time. We've more recently started offering Punjabi as the first mother tongue language based on the community needs, and that's been very well received.
So, Vicky, I might start this with you. Do you ever get when people are coming to the school, new parents say, oh, why do you offer Greek? Do they ever ask the question, and how do they then find it as their child moves through the Allenby primary experience?
Wonderful. So Allenby Gardens has a very rich culture and tradition of many Greek families. It's a school of choice, mainly because we teach Greek, and it's one of the main schools in the western suburbs that still hold on to that language and are able to offer it to students. Families, I guess the mindset around multilingualism is really open and very well received amongst our community, which is fantastic. We have families, probably quite diverse. We have some families that are directly from Greece, and then we have most of our families where the language is somewhat lost or not spoken as often in the household. So they're really valuing the opportunity for their students to engage in the Greek language, its culture, its traditions, and have that opportunity to learn the language at school time.
Any other reflections on that? Roy, I'm going to take a stab in the dark and assume you don't have a Greek background, like the rest of our panellists here. So I'm wondering, is there a perception, and I'd like all of your reflections, that learning Greek is just for Greek kids? And is that a perception, or has that changed? I'm just interested in everyone's reflections there.
So we've been teaching Greek at Norwood since the 1970s, and I think that was an original connection to community and migration patterns at the time. Our numbers are suggesting now that Year 7s choosing modern Greek coming into our school don't actually they come from non-Greek backgrounds, and they're really starting to bring to the front a connection to mythology and the ancients as the core connection to wanting to study Greek, as well as the influence of friends and their friends' choice. But we're also seeing that the challenge presented by that, and I think the opportunity within our school to go and experience these countries through study abroad programs. So we do have the opportunity for students to go to Greece in a recently sister-formed relationship, as well as trips to Italy, Japan, and Germany. And then within subjects like our Italian immersion, actually getting to study Italian through the lens of Italy in looking at humanities, history and civics in language. And so that opportunity, I think, to go deep, and we're starting to look at things from a cognitive development perspective rather than just culture and learning language for communication.
That's fascinating. That first point you make speaks to what the Consul General was saying about linking it back to mysticism and all of those interesting, things that children are interested in. So it's that fostering desire point as well.
I think so, and even attending today, my thinking's evolved. And the opportunity, I think, to tie language in early secondary school to the idea of civics. The civics in the society that you're living in, but the civics of the society that you're studying. And what an opportunity to compare and contrast those things to bring some sort of relevance to what you're learning that's not just about language.
Any other reflections on that point?
No.
No, you're right. Let's talk about some of the challenges of maintaining language programs in schools, and I'll just throw that open. What are you guys dealing with? What are the issues? Is it resourcing? Is it desire? Is it a number of other things? I'm interested in getting a bit of a deep dive in that. I might start with you, Guy.
Sure. Thank you. I think they've probably got the same sort of problems. So I'll just mention a few and then share it along, otherwise I'll steal the thunder. But obviously staffing and resourcing is a major issue. Getting qualified teachers to be able to teach the children in a current situation where there's a teacher shortage. And coming from Victoria, I've noticed that isn't as big a problem as we had in Victoria, thankfully. But across the nation and globally, there is that issue. So, and language teachers being so small in numbers because of the lack of time it gets on the curriculum, also means that we're all trying to get the same teachers as quickly as possible. So it actually puts a little bit of a strain on the entire education process and with trying to get teachers in front of classrooms. And then the second one I'll mention that I've jotted down here is your program design and the continuity of that particular design. Because with the teacher shortage, a teacher leaves from one institution to another institution and it leaves a gap. And sometimes you can't replace that person with the same level, quality, or can't replace them at all, which then really interferes with the program. So, and then the addition to that is the salary perspective in regards to salaries being dissimilar across all the systems, which also mean that people are always looking to better themselves and get better jobs, and therefore when that's occurring, a school can miss out on a quality teacher. So they're just two that I'll highlight, but as I said, I'll pass the microphone on because there's a number of areas we need to talk about.
Oh, sure. I guess one of the challenges for us in a primary school is being able to re-engage our children so that they're passionate, they have that intrinsic motivation to want to learn Greek, whether it be their own cultural background or whether they absolutely have nothing to do with the Greek culture. And I think that comes down to certainly conversations I've been having with our Greek teacher, John, is rethinking or reimagining how we actually deliver and design learning in a way that's going to engage children and allow them to experience teaching and learning in Greek in a much more meaningful way. And I think one of those things is around inquiry learning and also bringing in the fact of culture, Greek dancing, and something that all children can adapt and I guess be flexible in their thinking.
I think at senior secondary, certainly echo what Minister Boyer shared this morning in terms of how young people are feeling about those who are interested in tertiary pathways and what that means for accessibility to a program that requires a particularly high level ATAR. I think a part of what our young people are also experiencing is a perception of what language learning is actually about. And that is a perception that we as educators, as practitioners, have the opportunity to shift and to change. And I think that comes with pedagogical shift. So it's all in all, I guess, a complex circumstance, and the fact that we are grappling with a South Australian curriculum that allows for increased flexibility. And I'm saying grappling because actually I think it's a fabulous grapple. In the same sense, it is a tension because we then move to the SACE and we are perhaps a little less diverse in our offerings, and so our young people are looking for the learning that will provide the accessibility at tertiary level.
Can I just tease that out a fraction when you say the students' perceptions of learning a language? What are we saying? It's boring, it's hard, it's eat your greens. So what's the, is that still the sense?
I would say in the first instance that it's hard. I think, when you think about the International Baccalaureate, the additional levels of that learning, additional examinations, that's tough for a young person who's thinking, I may not love school. And, we're talking young people who are really converted to, I know my journey, I know my pathway. But for the majority of our young people, when you ask a 15 or a 16-year-old, what's life like being at school? They look at you petrified. I don't know this. And so there's caution. And so changing the perception around this isn't about eating your greens. There's some of that. We do all need to have our spinach and broccoli. I get that. However, it's much broader than that. And so we do need to work on the nature of that perception more broadly.
When we're talking about the crowded curriculum with the minister, so-called crowded, I don't know, I'm not a teacher, right? So I'm just putting together everything I hear. But yes, how does one, A, make the case for a language or two in the curriculum, and then making the case for modern Greek specifically? It's probably easier for you, Guy, I would assume. But perhaps other reflections on, and how do you make the case that, yes, this is the path that we're taking?
Yeah, sure. I think we've probably got to colour it more from the cognitive development space, and that learning a second language is, I think, one of the top 5 predictors of future success from a neuroscience perspective. And I don't know that our families know that. And we know that it absolutely makes connections in the brain that would be otherwise unconnected. And I then think around, in a world that's becoming more and more complex, and the thought around intercultural intelligence and how you use that to navigate the complexity of the world, given we're such a multicultural world. And particularly some young people, I recently interviewed one who was from South Korea and one from Vietnam, when I said, how is education different in Australia compared to your experience in your home country? And they talked about, they loved being at Norwood because, you know, we have 70 different cultural groups, and they just talked about the appreciation of being in a classroom where they could hear multiple perspectives, and those perspectives were, I guess, had a foundation within culture in some cases, which enabled them to reflect on that and adjust and form their own opinions. And so I see that language learning and going deep into this could actually help young people to perspective seek and perspective take to kind of navigate future complexities.
And to add to that, Roy, I think one of the things is coming through our students and in that space of learner agency, seeking feedback from our students and finding out what is it that actually engages them. And the other piece, I think, well, what's highlighted for me today or this afternoon is actually being much more mindful around how we strategically plan and engage our parent community in highlighting to them what we know as educators is going to benefit their students. So by being bilingual, it actually does give the children a cognitive advantage. It allows them to develop their dispositions, build their curiosity, critical thinking and so on. So I know for us that's certainly a conversation I'd like to have and build on that and be much more intentional around how we do that and how we engage our families.
Yeah, and I think it's something we've always known, right? Just
Yes.
Intuitively, probably without the neuroscience data backing it up, it's something we've always known, but perhaps it's just gotten lost, you know, along the way. I want to focus specifically on St George with you, Guy, in the sense that, you know, there's the diaspora connection, there's the church connection as well, but how do you keep it modern and fresh and not, you know, purely traditional in that sense?
Okay, thank you. I guess just to put my thinking into perspective, having been a head overseas in the big British international schools in Nigeria as well as Malaysia, so I've got 2 little ones who can understand and speak a little bit of Swahili. My partner, my wife, is Tanzanian. They can speak some Swahili. They're obviously in a Greek school now. They're learning Greek. And they're shocking their yaya with coming out with Greek words, which she's loving them. Obviously, the basis of everything, as we've heard today, is English. In Malaysia, it was English. In Nigeria, it was English. And myself being an Australian, although I wasn't English from the UK, being an Australian was a very valuable resource, very highly respected and honoured, and they value education. It's just something when I've come back here, as a principal, the way parents speak to you, the way other people can speak to you is a shock based on how well you are respected overseas as an educator and a principal. So English is the basis of everything, but they can also, in Malaysia, they can speak and understand a little bit of Malay, and then from Nigeria, some Yoruba. So I'm going to start with saying that using my own kids as an example, and Sienna's in reception and Cooper's in year 1, the flexible brain, which Roy just mentioned, and I think someone's going to be talking about the neurology behind that capability to be able to understand and take all these different languages in, although English is their main language, fascinates me. And as I said, coming back to a Greek school now, they're involved in Greek on top of what they've already learnt. From my perspective, I believe that language needs to be, like any subject, needs to be fun and enjoyable. And then, basically, as a principal, I have to have a clear vision And the college also has to have a commitment because, as I mentioned before, there's also a financial burden here that we have to pan out from a budgeting perspective. It was lovely listening to the chairman speak before, where he mentioned preschoolers, early learning, which is where I'm coming from with my little ones, and they're all those different languages and countries we've been to. Starting really early, I think, is really important because of the flexible brain, and then being able to continue that through is a commitment I need to make as a school leader at St George by strengthening the Greek language and the Serbian language, and making sure that from our early learning through to our reception and all the way through to our SACE, that there is that commitment from an obligation from a financial. The high quality of the teacher that I mentioned is important, and making sure we can maintain our quality teachers and be proud of what they're doing. And the use of technology, obviously, which is just part of a teacher toolkit. It's not the be-all and end-all, and yes, I heard about apps, we've heard about AI, and we've probably all used ChatGPT. I know the Education Department's got a system going in, and I know that we're also looking at putting an international system in at St George College called Toddle, and they're building a Greek language AI unit for us that links to the curriculum. That's also important, broadening the toolkit. The other thing we're doing at St George College is we're linking with 3 Greek universities to try and provide some micro-credential and short courses for the children. Obviously, having that Greek background, that's important for us. So as they're going through their educational journey in a Greek school with an Australian curriculum, they're still able to go back to their heritage, go back to their culture, and get a form of certification that they can be proud to receive when they finish and get their SACE certificate and their graduation certificate. So that's something that we're currently looking at now, apart from having a cross-curriculum focus. And I guess I'll finish up by just saying, so I don't talk too long, I think conversation is really, really important. I grew up in Australia, well, my mother's Greek, obviously, my father was Greek, but we grew up from a demographic point of view in an Australian area in Sydney. We spent most of our lives. Most of my friends were all Australian, English. My brother and I were the only 2 Greek boys in the school, in secondary school, about 12 to 1300, and we had 2 Chinese boys, and the rest were Aussies. I played rugby, I played soccer, I served, etc. So I never went to a Greek school, and the teachers that are from St George can testify that I'm hopeless at speaking Greek, but I am improving. But I can understand Greek because my parents spoke to me. And as I just mentioned, my little ones, they're learning faster when people are talking to them than they are going back to the traditional grammar and doing the hard yards that way. So I still believe that what I'm seeing is, from a conversational point of view, the younger ones can pick that up, and we can still do the grammar, but it's really proud as a dad to hear my little ones speaking Greek. But when they ask me, can you help with the homework, because they've been given their worksheets, I've got no idea. I can't read, I can't write, but we can have a conversation with some words in Greek, which I'm really proud of since I've come back to Australia.
That's fantastic. What a fascinating, especially the fact that you have that global perspective as well, and then brought it back to St George. That's really fascinating. Obviously, we are the Hellenic Studies Foundation conference here today, and we have been focusing on the Greek language. But I want to broaden our lens and European languages, because, and Natasha, I'm going to put this to you first. Where are our conversations about Mandarin, Hindi, Arabic, Indonesian as our multicultural makeup changes? We are all of, probably, children of the post-war diaspora. Our migration is changing in this country, and where is our conversation about different languages? And Natasha, I'll start with you.
Thanks. Yeah, look, I think they're equally as important. And, often people will say, well, do you have a bias, Natasha, because of your background? Absolutely, I have a bias because of my background. But I also recognise and acknowledge the importance of languages more broadly, and so too do our families, and so too are we starting to, as I mentioned, engage with the perceptions of young people. I really believe firmly in the concept of enduring humanity. And I think languages afford us the opportunity to explore that concept. I think in saying that, we are looking at languages through multiple lenses, one of which is that we understand heritage and what that brings. And another is actually that concept, and I'm a big fan of the concept of cosmopolitanism. We're actually building global communities. And so when I hear Jo talking about global competence and what that looks like, it is absolutely enforced through action. And that happens across all of our languages. And the more exposure we can give to those multiple languages, the stronger our global communities and understandings are going to be. You know, when we talked with our young people this year, most recently we undertook what is called a pulse check at our site. 8 quick questions that indicate where our learners are at. A question that we posed to them was around citizenship and their understanding of citizenship and what that really meant for them. Each and every learner was able to tell us more than anything what they wanted out of understanding citizenship was to learn more about the cultures of their peers in class. And so when I hear culture and I hear empathy, that is actually a starting point, and when it strengthens, it comes with action. And we can do that in every one of our languages. I think probably modern Greek, if I bring it back to modern Greek, is absolutely not in competition, but a bridge to those concepts.
Very well said. And Vicky, I'll invite your reflections next, and then Roy, because as you were saying, you've been introduced Punjabi into this school.
We have, and as I mentioned earlier, that was very much around our community changing slightly. Valuing the importance of language is really pivotal at Allenby, and it is very much valued amongst our parent community. For us, it's, I guess, being much more strategic and thinking about how can we action and really build that language base within our parent community and also within our students. And I guess we can do that in a number of different ways, but bringing them on board on this journey is absolutely important, and that our community, our parents, because most of our parents will say to me in the yard, "Oh, Vicky, I understand Greek, but I can't help my child. I don't speak it. I'm not fluent." So they want their children to be fluent. They want their children to read and write in Greek. They value the language. And this isn't just our Greek cultural background families, it's most of our families. So I think we've definitely got that to build on and springboard off into, and bringing them on board on this journey, seeking feedback from our students, because we do value and we know the importance of how learning another language actually does value a person on so many different levels.
Roy, your reflections?
Probably the opportunity that you spoke to before around the open schooling in the future and that connection to community language schools, and the opportunities for, I guess, leveraging the range of languages that our families speak and how we can connect with that in our schools. I think that's probably my takeaway from that part.
We've got a former Education Minister still in the room. If we still had the current Education Minister in the room and you could speak to him directly, and I want to go down the panel, what would be the wish list, top of the list request? Now's your chance, we can put it on the record, as to what would support language learning in your schools, fostering that desire that Jo was speaking about, keeping it interesting, broadening out the benefits. I'll start with you, Guy, and you can go down the panel.
I think I'd like to talk about equity amongst the subjects, because as you mentioned, the crowded curriculum, there are only so many periods you have in a day. And what I've noticed coming home, and before I left about 10, 12 years ago, like English usually gets most of the periods, maths and science get most of the periods after that, and then usually like history and geography, I'd say. Then you go down to maybe health and PE, not too bad, and then music, languages, and anything else is at the bottom of the pile. Therefore, there's no equity. And if you want something to advance and improve and help the children learn about culture and diversity and inclusivism and multiculturalism, they need time, and it seems to be pushed down towards the bottom. So I would say if I was going to have a conversation, which we did have up the back when the Minister was talking, was that there needs to be some equity here with time across the curriculum so that it's actually valued, like the other subjects that are getting higher periods. And I think from a global perspective, as a head overseas in international schools, I had more autonomy. And when I had the autonomy, we actually had a longer school day, which meant we started at 7:30. So we could actually fit in, with our periods, we could make it more equitable to make sure the language was treated with more value. And that's what I've noticed coming back. Not so much a problem at St George, because we're trying to fit it in and got the Saturday school, but that's probably my take on it.
Thank you. I'm going to echo that, and I'm going to go back to the basics, and I'm looking at Miriam and our DFE team, because I know this has been a significant commitment in terms of our languages strategy in the past. And let's go with what the Minister is telling us, which is let's move into policy. Let's actually fundamentally on the ground have the minutes attached to the subject that enables us to offer these experiences. And if we could in some way accelerate that by hearing particularly from our learners who are lovers of languages, let them do the talking for us in this space of learner agency. Okay.
I'm still wondering if it's a SACE issue or a SATAC issue in terms of the problem with the ATAR. So it's just a question mark I've got.
I'd echo everything that's been shared, and to add to that, I'd probably say that resourcing is one of our challenges, and connecting with other local high schools, other communities where we can value add and bring people in to enrich the delivery of the teaching and learning of the language, particularly in primary schools.
So does that mean organisations like this and others?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Linking it all up?
Yeah, so just knowing where you can go and apply for grants, being able to access different things that will just absolutely enrich the experiences of bringing to life what the children are learning about in the language area. I think at a primary school setting, that will just value add.
If there were any educators here or others sitting in the room and listening and participating in this event today and were thinking about introducing modern Greek or another new language into their school, what would be some advice you'd have for them?
Engage with your parent community, absolutely, first and foremost, engaging with staff, and starting small but really tight around delivering a high quality language curriculum where I guess it embodies, not only is it just the language teacher's job to be able to deliver that across the whole school community, but it's everyone. We're all embodying that. We all know how to speak a little bit of Greek across our school. We all know how to use greetings. We can celebrate that as a classroom teacher when children come back from their Greek language, because we have displays. We incorporate that as part of our HAS. So it's about using some of the other cross-curriculum areas and incorporating that. So we're really living and breathing that across the school. And it's not just one person's responsibility to deliver that.
Any other reflections on advice for educators contemplating either introducing modern Greek or another language into their community, school community?
I think what I've learnt from our team, our languages team, which is a team of 10, is I'm always amazed by their flexibility. They're absolutely amazing practitioners in the classroom, but they are are so flexible to make sure that their subject continues, and they'll arrange the learning in all sorts of combinations to ensure that happens. So I think you have to get the right people on board, and there's got to be a certain amount of flexibility.
Echoing that too, and let's continue to make languages really visible. Our young people respond when they can see things in action around them, so the more that we can do that, let's do that. And UNESCO, February 9th, what a reset. That's an incredible celebration.
Just like to reiterate what everyone said, but obviously being a Greek school, using our community is really important, but the staff that are actually teaching Greek, as Roy said there, absolutely unbelievable. And if you didn't have them driving all the different cultural events, all the different national days, independent days, the Ohi Day, all those bits and pieces, then there would be a loss of interest from the students. So I know we're a Greek Orthodox school, but we have probably 20, 25 different nationalities who also are learning Greek, from Chinese and Japanese, from Colombia, etc. So I think that, like as Roy said, our staff are absolutely unbelievable. Everything is celebrated, and as I mentioned early on, I've gone through a journey myself from the 1st of January till now, the last celebration being Ohi Day, learning about my own culture, and the children are helping me from the college, but also the staff are keeping me on task with what I've got to say, what I've got to talk about, what event we're about to go to. And so, as I said, I completely agree with Roy there, like unbelievable staff, and they're really pushing it. If you've got that, the children will come on board. If you haven't got the role models in place, it'll die, just like any language. And if they leave, it makes it a really hard job to keep it going.
Succession planning, it's an interesting point. That's right. I'm going to wrap up because we all need to be able to go to lunch in just in the next minute or so. But it's funny listening to you all. I'm reflecting on my own sort of frustration with myself at how rubbish my Italian is. And I was thinking about the minister saying how, he really regrets that in life, that he's not fluent in French anymore. And the passion is there, the desire is there. We want to do it, but there is a barrier, and I wonder, is it just language learning needs a rebrand? I don't know. The desire is there. We want this, don't we? We want this for ourselves. We want this for our children. So I think there's a lot of optimism there, because this is a very desirable thing for ourselves. We feel it inside of ourselves. So that's my reflection, and I'll just go down the panel for sort of final thoughts and reflections to the room.
I think I'd just like to finish saying that the teachers who teach Greek and obviously other languages in schools, as Roy mentioned, they are flexible, they're leaders, and I think you'll find that the passion that they have tend to drive your organisation, and they're the ones that put up their hand to help right across the curriculum, not only in languages, because that's the sort of people they are. So I'm pleased to have got those sort of staff at St George College, and it'd be wonderful if, and I probably shouldn't say this, but some of our English, Maths and Science teachers had the same capabilities and love for what they're doing like the language teachers do, because I know at St George College we just flourish.
Yeah, look, it's fabulous to work alongside and to collaborate with and to learn from practitioners who are so deeply committed to their craft. And I think in that they are also contributing so thoughtfully and generously their time, their energy, and so much of themselves actually to their learners. And I'd really like to see our learners surface more strongly who are challenging themselves to connect with another language, who are embracing another language, because by doing that they're actually really effectively layering themselves as first-class global citizens.
Mine's more of a personal thing to say thank you for inviting me today, and to the Hellenic Studies Foundation, because I've learnt a lot, and it will certainly, I guess, change my attitudes to how I go take this back into my school.
And I'll echo that, Roy. Absolutely, really grateful for the opportunity to listen, to learn from, and it's certainly inspired me to be able to reflect and reimagine moving forward at my school and working alongside our language educators, which are absolutely amazing. And I know they've been at my school for a very, very long time and have seen some changes, but I'm really passionate to work with them and really give kids an opportunity to tell us about their learning experiences. So thank you, everyone.
Well, Vicky, Roy, Natasha and Guy, thank you very much for your reflections. We are now going to have a break for lunch. We'll come back in about 55 minutes, around 1:40, and we're going to hear from our wonderful keynote, Dr. Jo Clyne. See you all then. Thank you. Professor Jo Clyne is one of the world's most dynamic and innovative linguists. A research professor at Flinders University, the Australian Catholic University and the Beijing Language and Culture University, he is the founder of the field of revivalistics, the study of how sleeping or lost languages can be reclaimed, revitalised and reinvigorated. Professor Jo Clyne has doctorates from both Oxford and Cambridge universities and is listed among Australia's top 30 living legends of research by the Australian newspaper. He received the Ruben Licht Prize for his outstanding contribution to Yiddish scholarship in 2023. His work has had a transformative impact, most notably through his collaboration with the Bangala people of South Australia, helping them breathe life back into their ancestral language after generations of dormancy. Walking the talk, Professor Jo Clyne speaks 13 languages. Yeah, and has written landmark books on language which have reshaped, including this one here, which have reshaped our understanding of how languages evolve, survive, and importantly, as we've been hearing today, connect to identity. Please welcome Professor Jo Clyne.
Thank you so much, Daniela Ritorto. It's a pleasure to be here with so many friends, old friends and new friends. Old friends like Joe Lobianco, whom I knew just after I knew Michael Clyne, who is the other Joe's father, who taught me about the monolingual mindset of Australia. I remember it was Lygon Street, and he tells me monolingual mindset. I said, what? I mean, what do you mean? Like they're monolinguals? This is crazy. And this was Michael Clyne 25 years ago. And I'm so happy to be here with Ivana, and thank you, Ivana, for the invitation. Alexandra, Greg. Today, I have a very long PPT, but the reason is that I will not touch upon things that maybe Joe has already touched upon, so it gives me some flexibility, so don't worry about me skipping. Ngadlu, tampinti, garna, miurna, yakta, matanya, wama, tandanyaku. Ngadlu, we, with a nga. You don't have it in Greek. Nga at the beginning of a syllable does not exist, but in Aboriginal language we have nga, nga. In Greek we have it in the middle, like, how do you say mun? Ah, yeah. But it's very hard to say ngari, you know, but tampinti, no, we know, K-N-O-W. So tampini, we know. Garna is an exonym, another Greek name. Exonym means that Garna is people not in Ghana, but rather in a dialect of Ngaringeri. So it is an exonym. It was given to the Ghana by non-Ghana. Greek and al-Yunan in Arabic is kind of an exonym endonym because both Graikos and Ionios exist in Greek, but yet, I mean, you say Hellas, you don't say Greece, you don't say al-Yunan, as in Arabic for Greece. Miurna means people in Ghana. So Ghana Miurna means Ghana people. So if you wanted to have an endonym, you would have said Ngadlu tampinti Miurna. So Miurna instead of Ghana, because this means people in Ghana. Yakta means land. Yakta. Notice the retroflex. Yakta, like in Indian language. Would you like chicken tikka? You know, like when they talk with their retroflex. This is exactly Yakta. Matanya with a tongue outside, owner or owners. We know Ghana people owners. Wama, plain. Wama. Tandanya, Tanda means kangaroo or red kangaroo, and Ghana means rock. So Tandaganya means male red kangaroo rock. Tandaganya becomes Tandanya. It's a portmanteau, a little bit like spork, spoon and fork, spork. We get rid of the G. So it exists in Ghana exactly as it exists in English. Ku, of. So Tandanya ku. Ngadlu tampinti Ghana miuna yakta matanya wama tandanyaku. We know Ghana people, landowners, plain Adelaide of. That's how you say the acknowledgement of country in Ghana. How do we know how to say exactly what I've told you about? Because of language revival. I would have never been able to say so had the Ghana revival not happened. Because as you know, Ghana became a sleeping beauty or a dreaming beauty. If I take Jukurpa, which is a mistranslation, which was mistranslated into dreamtime, if I take this, I call it dreaming beauty. In 1929, the last speaker of Ghana died in 1929. So now we are almost 100 years later, and I'm able to say acknowledgement of country as opposed to welcome to country, because obviously I'm Aboriginal, but not to Australia. I'm Aboriginal to Israel, in fact. 3,300 years ago, did my DNA, Kohen from Israel, with some Greek blood. So I'm happy to say that I am actually Greek. We are all related. We are all from Botswana, don't worry. I must study politics and war that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. My sons ought to study mathematics, philosophy, geography, natural history, naval architecture, navigation, commerce, agriculture, AI, AGI, in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture again, statuary, tapestry, Greek mythology, and porcelain. This is a very clever president of America, John Adams, and sometimes you feel that the AI revolution is kind of counterproductive, but as Joe perspicaciously said, it's not. And you know the basic human needs by the Jewish American. I wonder whether hoi polloi, I would say hoi polloi would be like in the middle, like if you go to China, most people would have belonging love. But how many people have reached their self-actualization or ikigai? Yeah, ikigai is the Japanese concept for what you're good at, what the world needs, what you love, and what you're paid for. How many reach their ikigai? Very few. I'm not talking about the Hellenic Foundation members. Usually they're kind of elite. But hoi polloi, meaning the normies, the muggles, the masses, they have not reached their ikigai. But as the Industrial Revolution turned people from seeking food to seeking things, 90% of your ancestors were farmers. 90%. Are there any Aboriginal people here? So Europeans, 90% farmers. The AGI technological revolution, which is the current revolution, will turn people from seeking things to seeking ideas. And this is why I see the silver lining in the AGI, the artificial general intelligence. Now, there are 4 linguistic revolutions that each and any one of you should be very fluent in or conversant in. The first linguistic revolution, of course, is speaking. And this happened 70,000 years ago plus. It allowed Homo sapiens sapiens to lie about the past and the future, something that animals can't do. Animals can lie about the present. Very easy. For example, if you have a bird of prey and there are two birds escaping, one of them sings a song. What do you think the bird of prey will do? Will it go after the one that sings a song, or will it go after the one that does not sing a song? According to the handicap principle, which is one of the most important principles discovered in biology in the last century, the bird of prey will go after the one that does not sing a song. Because if you sing a song, it means that you're so strong that you can allow yourself to sing a song. Now, it's very possible that some birds lie. And although they sing a song, but they cannot actually, but just in order to pretend to be strong. But birds cannot tell you, or lions cannot tell you, in 10 years I will have shagged 1,000 lionesses. It's impossible for an animal to say. And if you ask Kratinos or Aristophanes, Kratinos was before Aristophanes, he would tell you that it's impossible that one sheep talks to another sheep and they see a new sheep joining the herd, and one says, ba, ba, which in modern Greek is pronounced vi, because it's beta eta. This is why I prove to my students that my ancient Greek pronunciation is better than the modern Greek, because of Kratinos says ba. When the sheep bleat, they do ba. But they tell me, no, it's like provan, no, it's proban, not provan, like sheep. Provaton, yeah. But of course it was pronounced probaton with a b, because the beta was pronounced b. How do I know that? Because he says it was ba, ba, not v. The other sheep would have never said, in response to ba, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. If the other sheep said, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you, that means that sheep can actually know they know. Sheep know, but they do not know they know. And this is why we are different from sheep, we're different from cows. Because we speak. Animals do not speak. They communicate, but they do not speak. This is exactly the difference. The other thing that we can do and animals can't do, we can offend without physical violence. We can offend over the phone. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. The second linguistic revolution, writing, approximately 5,200 years ago, and it allowed Homo sapiens sapiens to protect himself, believe it or not, from thieves. And here, I have to say, it fills me a little bit with optimism, because I see the destruction of modern Australian universities on economic reasons. You call it whatever you want, neo-transactional, neoliberal. But actually, writing evolved from an economic need. Writing evolved as following. There were Mesopotamians who sent some wheat to Israel and in return had to receive something else. I mean, I'm Zuckerman, so I would say sugar, but it was not sugar. And they noticed that they received half of the quantity. And there was a big audit, a big investigation. And the investigation found out that half of the wheat sent from these first urban agricultural farming, counting thing was stolen. So the next time the Mesopotamians sent wheat to Israel, they wrote down 4 units of wheat. That's the beginning of writing. The end today is, Shakespeare, poetry. We have Aristotle University from Thessaloniki. Apropos Nike. Apropos Nike of Joe, because of course it's the same Nike, like victory. And we have all the Greek mythology, which is a result of the writing revolution. Amazing. From 4 units of wheat to Greek mythology. The third linguistic revolution is type printing, and this allowed the mass indoctrination of religion. So you can send the New Testament to the Pacific without even sending a priest. You can print it in many languages, amazing. And this is when spelling turns important. Shakespeare spelled his surname in 5 different ways. None of them was Shakespeare. He was neither dyslexic nor ignoramus. He just could not care less about spelling. Spelling is completely unimportant at the time. I've just discussed with Rosa and Joe and Mary some spelling issues of Bangala. Some Bangala they want to spell like that. Do you spell Bangala or Pankala? Or doesn't really matter, because in Aboriginal languages by and large there is no difference between B and P. There is no difference between G and K. There is no difference between T and D. So you can say, of course, don't tell an Aboriginal person you're a great brick. You're a brick, like this is English for you're a great person. Not good. And don't ask an Aboriginal person, were you pleading? He said, yes, I was pleading. I was bleeding all over the place. Meaning he will understand it as bleeding. It happened, actually. Because there is no difference between B and P. So it's a little bit like in English, there is no difference between ma. Ma. It's the same thing. But of course in Chinese, whether you take marijuana or whether you curse somebody or whether you call your mother or whether you ride a horse would depend on whether it's ma, or ni hao, ma, the fifth. And this is Mandarin. In Cantonese you have 10 possibilities. So the fourth revolution, and as Joe said today, it is a linguistic revolution. LLM, large language models, it's a linguistic revolution. It's the AI, AGI. Now, it's a wonderful revolution. I do believe whatever Elon Musk says about the future. So I do believe that our students can write a PhD today in maybe in 5 years they will be able to write a PhD in 5 minutes, but of course the problem is that it's not in their brain, so they would not be able to speak like I speak now from my head, right? But of course the next stage would be to inject it into your brain. So just as I showed, I have here, I showed it to Alexandra, I have kind of so when I go to Thailand, I can upload the Thai language into the, not only the anti-typhoid, for that. Exactly. Now, when we talk about speaking, I want just to touch upon, before we go into Aboriginal languages, does the specific language we speak influence the way we think? And the answer is absolutely yes. It does not determine our thought, but it influences our thought. And the best example for 2 minutes is the grammatical gender, because if you go to Italy, you have many bridges, and they're all masculine. You don't say Ponte Vecchia, you say Ponte Vecchio. Why do you say O and not A? Because bridge is masculine. If you ask an Italian to describe a bridge, they would say it's sturdy, it's strong, it's powerful. But if you go to Germany, you'll find not masculine bridges, but rather die Brücke, so feminine bridges. And if you ask a German to describe a bridge, they will describe a bridge as elegant and as beautiful. This is all subconscious. So you say stereotypical, yes, but it tells you that language influences the way we think. The other thing which is interesting is about colors. In Greek, as in ancient Greek, or classical Greek, in classical Latin, and in Hebrew, there is no word for blue. And it's fascinating because people say, how come? How is it possible? Were they Daltonists? Were they blind? Were they colorblind? No, they were not colorblind. They just did not need a word for blue because blue is completely unimportant for your survival. I mean, the Mentos is blue only on the outside, but it's not the case that if you eat a tomato, you need to know whether it's blue. You need to know whether it's green, because if it's green, you might die of solanin poisoning. But if it's blue, who cares about the sky being blue or the sea being blue? And this is why in ancient Greek, the sky would be black, it would be white, but it would never be blue, because blue is completely unimportant for survival. And this brings me to Aboriginal languages. I will not talk today about writing and about, I will talk about AI, but not about writing. So let's go to Aboriginal language revival. Firstly, let me just tell you a little bit of statistics about Aboriginal languages. So according to the Australian Bureau of Statistics, approximately 1 million Australians identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islanders as of June 2021, representing 4% of the total Australian population. So Australian population is like 28 million approximately currently. This figure has been steadily increasing since the early 2000s due to the demographic factors and improved identification in the census. Demographic factors is that Aboriginal people have more kids than, say, Greek. I'm not sure about the Greeks, but definitely more than Anglos, you know. In Italy, of course, you know, we have a problem. We don't have, many people do not have kids. But in Australia, you can analyze ethnically how many kids each. In the Australian 2021 census, 77,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people reported speaking an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander language at home, compared with 63,000 people in 2016. Now, this includes 52,000 people who spoke traditional languages, and as you know, there were 400 languages before colonization. 300 of them belongs to one big family called Pama Nyungan, Pama in the northeast and Nyunga in the southwest. And Pama Nyunga means including everything in between. So it's not only Pama and Nyunga. It's like in the Bible, when they say Zaken Vataf, which means old and babies, what they mean is old, babies, and everybody in between. They don't only mean old and babies. This is called merism. Also from Greek, but merism in English. So Pama-Nyungan languages, 300. The other 100 languages belong to non-Pama-Nyungan kind of collective, which you can understand includes many different families. But of course, 51,000 years ago, 100%, 51,000 years ago, this is proven. 65,000 years ago, kind of shaky grounds, but 51 definitely 1,000 years ago, because this is DNA, it's not archaeology, which is shaky. 51,000 years ago, when Aboriginal people walked from Africa to Australia, they might have spoken one language. It's possible. Or they might have spoken 5 languages. It's possible. We might not be able to tell, because we don't have DNA for languages. We only have DNA for blood. So 52,000 people spoke traditional languages, 15,000 people spoke new contact languages like Creole, Yumplatok, Gurindji, Creole, Light Walbri. New languages have developed since 1788 from contact between English speakers and speakers of Aboriginal languages. So these are fascinating and multifaceted languages, but these are not the traditional languages. And then you have 1,300 people who spoke Aboriginal English, 8,000 people who did not further define. Today, I'm going to talk about not the 12 languages that are alive and kicking. And by the way, when I say alive and kicking, I mean spoken by all kids. So you have to realize one thing. Nobody in endangerment cares about number. You can have an endangered language with 1 million speakers. we only care about percentage of kids speaking the language. So I don't need to know the number of Greek kids speaking Greek in Australia. It's completely irrelevant. The only thing I need is the percentage of Greek kids out of the Greek kids population who speak Greek. And then I can tell you whether it's endangered or not. So there are only 12 languages in Australia, Aboriginal languages, that are not endangered. They're alive and kicking. So Pitjantjatjara is only spoken by fewer than 4,000 people, but it's completely safe. Unless you have a nuclear bomb or something, it's completely safe. Because 100% of Pitjantjatjara kids speak Pitjantjatjara. That's very important. But only 12 are safe like that. Today, I want to talk about the other languages. I call them revival languages, because for me, Bangla, which is a revival language, has more to do with revived Hebrew in its characteristics than it has to do with Adnyamatna, which is a Tura-Yura language, which is a Pama-Nyungan language, and more than Hebrew has to do with Aramaic, which is a Semitic language, or Amharic, like Addis Ababa. Ababa is like Aviv. Aviv is spring, like Tel Aviv, and Ababa is blossom. So you can see Amharic and Hebrew are related. But when you revive a language, you have so many phenomena that happen because these languages are revival languages. So the revival languages belong to the family of revival languages. Bangla is one of them, Eyre Peninsula, South Australia. So if you go to Port Lincoln, Whyalla and Port Augusta, you should take the 2 books that I donated today. And by the way, this book you should ask Ivana for a copy, because this one Ivana is actually purchasing from Oxford University Press, so this is not my donation. The other ones are my donation. So take it to Port Lincoln. The 2 books, one is called Mangiri. It's not Mangiare. It's Mangiri. Mangiri means well, healthy. If you go to Port Lincoln, there is a college called Navigator. Have you heard of Navigator College? And Navigator has a new building which is called Mangiri because it's healthy. It's the gym. And then you have Nyunga, you have Wiradjuri, we have Ngarinjeri, we have Gamilaroi, we have Garna. By the way, as a general rule, if you want to stress on the first syllable. So if somebody tells you this is an animal, it's written Kangar, so you should say Gangaru. And that's the pronunciation, Gangaru. It's always on the front. Or you go to Sydney and say Barangaroo, you say Barangaru. Barangaru, that's the correct pronunciation. That's the original pronunciation. Of course, there's a Barangaroo, Barangaru, Bangala, Nunyara, always on the first syllable. This rule works most of the time. Of course, not always. In order to do language revival, you need resources. Many resources. Because it's not like Greek, where you have so much wealth of resources. You need to, in fact, introduce the resources. This is why a book which looks very kind of, oh, that's a very nice book, it's for children. No, every word there is the result of an extensive research, because there are no, you want to study Chinese, you have like hundreds of books to choose from. You want to revive Bangla, you actually need to write the books. So it's a completely different, it's the most extreme case of foreign language learning. It's foreign language learning in which you have no native speakers to listen to. So if we make it in the Aboriginal case, a fortiori, you can make it in the Greek case. Because in the Greek case, you have so many Greek speakers you can bring. It has to do with resilience. If you know Muhammad Ali, he was there for the long run. It has to do with well-being. I want to add to this conference the health benefits. It's actually so important that you reclaim an Aboriginal language, you reduce diabetes among Aboriginal people. Now, if you are a doctor, not in the sense of Alexandra, but rather doctor, not as didactor, ho aristos didaskalos he peira. By the way, you would probably correct pira, but I say peira, as in experience. Ho aristos didaskalos he peira. The best teacher is experience. Ho aristos didaskalos he peira. If you are a doctor, not in the didaskalos sense, but rather as a medical doctor, you would say, oh, don't tell us palpable poppycock. Diabetes is the level of glucose in your blood. As it happens, my father died of diabetes. My name is Zuckerman, so my ancestors were sugar daddies, so I know about sugar. The point of the matter, the matter is that I really believe that if you revive an Aboriginal language, you reduce cases of diabetes. I really believe so, and I will explain to you why. It's a domino effect. It's a gestaltic, holistic. Gestaltic is not Greek, but holistic is Greek. Approach. The idea is you revive a language, you cause Aboriginal people to say, oh, wait a second, our language is very complex. We were told our language was primitive, like, we don't know how to count, we just say Nguma, Gudara, Gaba, Ngala, 1, 2, 3, many. But actually, if, for example, Jo Clyne, because she's much younger, so if Jo is my brother's daughter, we too is ngadlaga. Ngadlaga, we too. It's a pronoun, ngadlaga. But if she's my brother's daughter, we are ngarini. If she's my sister's daughter, we are ngadlaga. And if she's not related to me, Jo, we are ngari, so ngadlu. So there are 3 pronouns for dual, and I decide on the pronoun according to whether or not we are related to each other through a man or through a woman. This is crazy. I mean, this is complex. This is beautiful. So Aboriginal people say, wow, that's our language, so we are not primitive. We are, this is actually the way that many Aboriginal people, and I saw it first, and I'm going to show you some examples, they feel better about themselves and each other, because it's giving you a purpose in life. This is what they say. So well-being is improved, then people take care more about themselves. They go less to McDonald's, more to, and then they become less obese, then they have the glucose. So it's kind of a domino effect. And this is in a nutshell, the link between language and health, because it's not only mental health, it's also real health. This is Clamor Wilhelm Schumann. Hey, we have a German speaker here. Stefan, how are you? I didn't see you before. It's especially for you. Excellent. So Clamor Wilhelm Schumann did not manage to Lutheranize any Bangla person. He was a complete zero. But when we went eventually to Germany, he said, no, he is a hero because he wrote down 3,500 words of Bangla in 1844. And without him, we would have never been able to do what we are doing, which is reclaiming the Bangla language. So you can see that you need to be here a speaker of German, a speaker of Greek. So in order to revive Bangla, you need to know 5 languages. In order to be the revivalist, you need to know German, Greek, ancient Greek. I will explain why. You need to know Latin, Hebrew, and English. 5, and of course, eventually you will know Bangla. The reason is very simple. Clamor Wilhelm Schumann knew all these languages. And when he talks about the grammar, he actually refers to Latin, to Greek, to Hebrew. Luckily, I have these languages as ancient Greek, not modern Greek. So this is another example here. You see Harry there in an app. You can all download this app. It's called Bangala. And you can see that the app actually tells you how to say mustache. So, buldi nuldini, it will just say to you, mustache, buldi nuldini. Remember the stress on the first syllable. Why on earth should we use AGI and invest time and money in reviving dead languages? That's a question that most Australians would ask, believing that it's a complete waste of time and money. Most Australians believe that it's a complete waste of time and money to revive Bangala, to speak Greek. I'm talking about hoi polloi. I'm not talking about the elite. Hoi polloi, the masses, the nomis, the muggles, yeah? The reason I do that is ethical. It's a right thing to do. But there are many other reasons. Aesthetic, it's a beautiful thing to do. Utilitarian, it's a useful thing to do for social good. So utilitarian in the Mill and the John Stuart Mill sense. I mentioned Mangere, look how beautiful. We have managed to change the landscape, the linguistic landscape of Eyre Peninsula. Now, language revival, revivalistics is all over the world, so I'm just giving you some photos from my life. It's not only in Australia, it's in China as well, it's in Namibia, it's in South Africa. I believe that the loss of language is more severe than the loss of land, and the reason is very simple. I grew up in a place which now belongs to another country. So I grew up in Sinai Desert. It used to be part of Israel, but now it's part of Egypt. So when I go to Sinai Desert, I need a passport, I need a visa, I need a certificate that there is no Al-Qaeda, no terrorism. But if you ask me, can you be happy not living where your memory lane is? The answer is absolutely I can. But if you told me you're not allowed to speak your mother tongues, I'll be completely devastated. If you tell somebody from now onwards you're not allowed to speak English, I think that the detrimentality of that is much more severe than the detrimentality if they say, okay, you have to move out of Adelaide and you need to live in Melbourne or you need to live in Denmark or whatever. So I really think that language is much more important than land. And unlike what people believe, they believe that if we all speak one language, there will be no wars. I'm often asked, it's palpable poppycock. 1994, so this is 31 years ago. I remember Hutus and Tutsis hunting each other like animals. They spoke the very same dialect. No difference. Syria, you have people killing each other speaking the very same Arabic. So this idea that we should kill all languages and we should only speak one language and there'll be world peace, absolutely ridiculous. Now, I have to say that Esperantists do not believe it. They believe that Esperanto should be an international language, but they are very happy to have Aboriginal languages, etc. So I'm not anti-Esperantist. This is the ethical reason. Anthony Forster, the natives would be sooner civilized if the language was extinct. 1843. This is linguicide. Linguicide, language killing, like insecticide. George Gray, the ruder languages disappear successively and the tongue of England alone is heard around. Why did George Gray, who was pro-Aboriginal relatively, regard Aboriginal languages as ruder languages? That's a good question. We need to learn from New Zealand. In New Zealand, I know that there are some changes now to the worse, but in New Zealand you have two official languages. One is Te Reo Māori, and one is sign language. English is not de jure official language. It's only de facto. It's amazing. We need to learn from them. There is a German influence, Stefan. I think so. The Australian Aboriginal flag designed by Howell Thomas, flown in 1971. I was 1 month old in Victoria Square, Adelaide. So Adelaide is a very important place. That's my own flag. Because tongue is their mouth. So the tongue belongs to the earth, to the land. And also the people belong to the earth. So native title, by the way, is a complete non-Aboriginal idea. It's very funny because it kind of destroys communities, but native title, this idea that the earth belongs to you, is a complete foreign, strange thing. You belong to the land, but they believe in a Trinity. Not il Padre, il Figlio e lo Spirito Santo. I know it the Catholic way, but I'm Jewish. Rather, the Trinity of people, land, and tongue. The tongue, if you talk to a kangaroo in Port Lincoln, you need to speak in Bangala. This is according to Aboriginal spirituality. You cannot speak in Ghana. If you speak in Ngarinjeri, the kangaroo will never understand you. You need to speak in Bangala. Seriously. That's a very kind of spiritual, apropos what we spoke about, shamanism, etc. Okay, aesthetic. Aesthetic motivation. When you lose a language, you lose a culture, intellectual wealth, a work of art. It's like dropping a bomb on a museum, the Louvre. Let's Ken Hale. I believe in diversity. I believe in cheeses. I go to the Adelaide Central Market and, you know, I like my shabi-shu, but you might be lactose malabsorbent. Look how beautiful Australia, 400 different cultures, languages, dances, whatever. Look how beautiful, look how ugly. It is ugly for many, many reasons. One, it's monochrome, a Greek word. The other one, it's straight lines, which belong to, believe it or not, the Tordesillas division between Portugal and Spain in 1490s. Brazil, Argentina, do you remember this division? This line between Western Australia and South Australia is actually sort of continuation of that line. So we, as in white fellows, divided the states, which was very important during COVID, I can tell you because I was there, according to Tordesillas. I mean, this is crazy. Rather than according to Aboriginal, like more. This is what we do not want. We do not want Homo sapiens sapiens, the human who knows she knows, to become a barcode. This is what we want. This is from United World College, by the way. Greg, that's for you. She's now a very famous singer. Let's go to the utilitarian. But before then, I will just tell you that the survival of the Tasmanian devil is important. What about the survival of the Palawa languages of Tasmania? Okay, I'm going now very quickly because I want to leave some question time. Okay, so I have 2 minutes. So I just want to tell you about the utilitarian benefits of language revival. I've mentioned a little bit of that, but look at what Jenna says. Personally, I found the experience of learning a language liberating and went home feeling very overwhelmed because we were finally going to learn our own language. It gave me a sense of identity, I've mentioned that. And I think if the whole family learned a language, then we would all feel totally different about ourselves and each other because it's almost like it gives you a purpose in life. Says Evelyn, a big thank you on behalf of our family here in Port Lincoln. Our ancestors are happy. When an Aboriginal person says that, it means he or she is happy. So, finally, linguicide results in suicide. This is Darcy Hallett, Michael Chandler, and Christopher Lalonde in British Columbia. I would like to argue that language revival results in fewer suicidal ideations. So just as we already proved that linguicide causes suicide, I would like to say that language revival is better for your well-being. Okay, so let me just end with signs, beautiful signs, and then we are open the floor for questions with Daniela Ritorto. So, Australian signs. This is a Sydney sign. You need to tell me whether the ticket I got was correct. It's a true sign, by the way. There is no. I'm a non-AI person. I'm a non-Photoshop person. Still, I'm kind of old. You need a paradox for that. 2 PhDs. Hey, how can I get rid of that one? This one here. Does anybody know what this one means? Yeah. Yeah. Like what? A what? A knob? Very good. Yeah. Don't drive like a knob. By the way, when you're a foreigner, you have no idea. Like my Chinese student asked me whether it's don't drive like a chicken. I said, why? Because chickens, they go from one lane to another. You know, like I said, no, it's don't drive like a cock. But when I saw that in South Australia, I have to admit, because I'm a linguist, I took a very dangerous U-turn because I wanted to take a photo of the sign. And somebody said, don't drive like a wanker. So I understood that the anchor was like part of the wanker. So. But this is a sign I want to end my presentation with Daniela's permission. If your language is endangered, do not allow it to fall asleep. If your language falls asleep, stop, revive, survive. That's from Victoria Jo. If you're a revival language, embrace the hybridity of the children's emerging tongue, because it will never be the same as it used to be, and there is nothing wrong with that. Australian Greek does not need to be identical to Greek. If you're just like Australian English is completely different from British English. If your language is healthy, say you are American, say you are Spanish, Arabic, consider helping others in linguistic need. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. Thank you. What language do you think in?
It depends on the circumstances. So when I speak to you now, I think in English. But if I spoke to my father, who is now dead, unfortunately, I would maybe try to think in Italian, which was his language. If I spoke to my mum, I would think in Israeli or Hebrew, revived Hebrew. If I speak in, when I've just given a lecture in Shanghai, and I thought it would be in English, but very quickly I realized that the people there understand German better than English because they study German, and my lecture was about Yiddish. So 10 minutes after the beginning of the lecture, I said, okay, I'll give the lecture in German. Now, to be honest, I made mistakes, but it turns out that my German was much better than theirs. So the entire, and then I was actually thinking in German, seriously. So it is circumstantial.
Absolutely fascinating. I want to open up questions to the floor, and if anyone wants to put their hand up, and we'll get one. Actually, we'll have to share a mic again. Get one of the microphones to. Who wants to ask a question?
Okay, that's a good one.
Thank you. Well, while you're all thinking of your questions, I'm going to ask you another one that I had on my mind. What makes the ideal language learner?
I personally believe that as a foreign language, so firstly we need to make a very clear distinction between native speaker and non-native speaker. With this regard, I'm Chomskyan, so I do believe that the native speaker is a different kettle of fish. As we said when I was a kid, in England, even the fullest children speak perfect English. So in other words, when you're a native speaker, you don't need to be clever. You're just a native speaker. But as a foreign language learner, meaning, for example, you decide to learn Greek after puberty because your grandfather was Greek, you need 7 characteristics. The first one, you need to be mathematical. Second one, you need to be musical. Third one, these are all Greek terms. Third one, you need to have an outstanding memory, so like photographic or whatever. My memory is more photographic. The fourth one is you have to have high IQ, 6 high EQ, the fifth 6 shamelessness. That's a problem among youth in Asia. Youth in Asia, as a generalization, they're afraid of losing face. You need to be shameless. You need to enjoy making fool of yourself.
Just having a go.
Having a go. And the seventh one, which is probably the most important one, you need to be motivated. So if you have all the 7, there is no way you will not learn the language as a foreign language well. But sometimes you can tell me, you know what, I'm full of shame, like I cannot make mistakes. Then I tell you, okay, you can treat it. You can actually treat it in a therapy. I mean, like it doesn't need to be a linguistic thing. So it's beyond linguistics, it's extra linguistic. And if you tell me my memory is horrible, I will say, okay, there are let's do mnemonics. Like you cannot remember the word kimono in Japanese. So you say like that guy in my Fat Greek, kimono. Oh, that's from kimona. Kimona is winter. You need to have kimono in the winter. Otherwise, so now you know, oh, kimono, okay, kimona. So like let's say I teach like a Greek child who had never heard of Japan. And I said, this is kimono. How should I remember? Oh, like kimona. Kimona is the winter. You need to dress it in the winter. So you can invent mnemonics. Because of you, Alexandra, every second word I say is Greek. I mean, that's crazy. Mnemonic, It's a virus. It's only six, well, yeah.
This is your opportunity. Any questions from the floor if anyone wants to take the opportunity? Yes, fantastic. Natasha, hang on, we'll get the microphone to you for the feed. Hang on.
Thank you so much. I noticed in your last slide you referenced the hybridity of sort of the emerging language. Can you describe that a little bit more for us, particularly through the lens of maybe adolescence?
So look, when you reclaim a language, especially a dead or a sleeping beauty, there is no way that you will not be impacted big time by your mother tongues. So in the case of revived Hebrew, the mother tongues of most revivalists was Yiddish. Therefore, when you speak Israeli or modern Hebrew or revived Hebrew, the syllable structure, the phonemes, the consonants, Alexandra mentioned the fact that Greek introduced vowels to the alphabet, 7 vowels. In Phoenician, there were only consonants because there were no vowels in the script itself. It was an alphabet, but no vowels. So Gilad, like my name originally is Gilad with an ein. But this ein became the Omicron. So Omicron in Greek, actually it's an ein. Now, why? Because in Greek there is no ah, there is no guttural there is no ha, there is no ka, there is no. So what the Greeks did, which is like 8th century BC, is to take the guttural signs and to make them the omicron and upsilon, and so it's clever. But coming back to your question, nobody in Israel pronounces my name Gilad. Nobody, because they don't know, they cannot pronounce the guttural, because in Yiddish we don't have gutturals either. So when I say that the hybridity of the emerging tongue will be, what it means is that if you teach adolescents Greek, of course, it will be very surprising if all of them would have perfect Greek accent. You should expect them to have an Aussie Greek accent, and you should expect them when they go to Greece, everybody will say, oh, you're from Australia or you're from America or whatever. And the reason is that it's impossible to, as a foreign language, not as a child. Of course, if you start as a child, it's a different. But as a foreign language, if you go to a Greek school only once a week, it's not enough to be a native speaker. I mean, a native speaker, you need like every day. You need to speak to the grandmother or whatever, or the father. So of course, you expect them to speak kind of Aussie Greek or whatever you want to call it. But my point is that when I revive Aboriginal languages, I know in advance that they will not be the same as they used to be. I'll give you a very quick example. I taught the Bangla people the seat of emotions. Now, the seat of emotions in Bangla is not the heart, it's the stomach, Warna. So if you're happy, your Warna, your belly is happy. But they told me, oh, you're not Aboriginal. We know. Our seat of emotions is the heart. And of course, Yulgu. But of course, I knew why they said the seat of emotions is the heart, because of the colonizer's language, namely English. So it's kind of topsy-turvy that I am the revivalist. I'm not Aboriginal. They're the Aboriginal, the owners of the language, and they tell me that they want the heart to be the seat of emotions, and I know that it's because of English. What do? No problem. The seat of emotions can change. In the Bible, when you say Ralev, Chasar Lev, so Lev means heart, Chasar means lack, so it's like heartless. In the Bible, it means stupid. But today, it means evil. So there was a change in Hebrew from stupid. So the heart was where the brain was. It was in the heart. So it's possible. So now in Bangla, Yulgu is the seat of emotion. No problem. So the same with Greek. No problem. As long as they speak Greek, Neo-Greek, Aussie Greek, whatever you want to call it. I mean, modern Greek is very different, as I mentioned, Kratinos, than ancient Greek or classical Greek. No problem whatsoever.
I implore you all to have a look through this book, as I did during the conversation. It is quite extraordinary and it's a quite magnificent work. We've got to move on to the next segment, which you're a part of anyway, but just my question is, what's your next language to revive?
So the most important thing is to always revive a language that the community would like to revive. So it's never a laboratorial endeavor. I know some students who are very much interested in artificial languages like Artlangs, like Klingon, and it's wonderful, but I say, why don't you kind of travel all over the world and look for one tribe who would like to reclaim their language? They have the desire. You need 4 characteristics. You need a heart of gold. This one is risque, balls of steel. I mean, you can be a woman, it's okay, but you know what I mean. It's a metaphor, Greek. You need patience of a crocodile. And most importantly, you need to have the ability or the willingness to act as a punching bag. Because when you work with people whose language was killed, you can expect them to be emotional and also disadvantaged and disprivileged and unprivileged or whatever. So it's a very hard thing. But so my next language to revive is the ones who will catch me, so it will come from them. It's a little bit like what the education told me today. We are waiting for them to contact us, but I know how to inspire, and then whoever comes. But yeah, I'm passing the baton now to some languages that I'm reviving.
That's wonderful, thank you, and it really is God's work. Well done to you. Now, we've got the screen happening behind us because you're about to join in conversation with Associate Professor Mark Antoniou, hopefully with the magic of technology. Yes, you can come and do that, and I'll sit here and finish this intro here. Mark is a cognitive scientist at the Marks Institute for Brain Behaviour and Development at Western Sydney University, specialising in the cognitive, neuroscientific and developmental aspects of language learning with a focus on bilingualism and multilingualism. And Mark's research examines how experience with multiple languages shapes language processing, executive control and cognitive ageing, including the potential benefits for delaying cognitive decline. Gilad and Mark, I'll hand it over to you both.
Thank you so much, Mark. Can you hear us well?
Just testing.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. So Mark, we've Daniela Ritorto has introduced you to us. You heard her, right?
I was watching on Facebook.
Excellent. It's wonderful to have you with us. Are you in Sydney now?
I am, and it's my pleasure to be with you.
The first question I would like to ask you, Mark, is, well, there are two questions practically. One is, what are the benefits of learning a language? So firstly, acquiring a language as native, so as a child, and secondly, as an adult. So I make a distinction between acquisition of a native language and learning of a foreign language. What are the advantages? What are the benefits? And maybe if you want, I can share a window.
Sure. When you say acquiring a native language, do you mean people who speak a single language?
No.
People who are acquiring two languages?
Two languages. So like if you're native bilingual, so say you're Greek, English bilingual, Mandarin, Italian bilingual natively, what are the advantages? And then what are the advantages of learning these languages after puberty?
Yeah, got you. It's interesting, we don't really separate advantages by patterns of acquisition, but I guess a trope is that typically earlier is better when it comes to acquisition. It depends on what specific skill we're talking about. For instance, adults are very good at acquiring new vocabulary in a second language. It's usually the accent that is the most challenging. That's my area of expertise, both in terms of the accent that you think of, which is how we speak. We also tend to hear with an accent, meaning that we can mishear when we acquire a language later in life. But you can see on this graphic on the screen. Can everyone in the audience see that as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see on this graphic on the screen just some of this is what I refer to as the obvious advantages of being able to speak multiple languages. The first one is that you're able to speak with more people. So that's fairly obvious. And that opens up a world of benefits. As Gilad was alluding to earlier, language and culture and identity are intertwined. And therefore, if you speak multiple languages, it can open up your awareness, it can broaden your horizons. And I would characterize that as an advantage, making you more culturally aware. There's some evidence to show that Gilad also mentioned that in order to be a good language learner, it helps to have good math skills. It's interesting because it seems to be a reciprocal relationship. We don't know the exact mechanism and whether it's the case for all languages, but there's certainly some evidence that, at least for certain types of languages, based on how they group items or how they use quantifiers and so forth, that there might be some advantages when it comes to doing math problems. Another possible advantage has to do with easier travel and travel benefits. I took my own family to Greece just a few months ago, and my wife, who doesn't speak English, often got quoted more expensive prices when we were traveling around the Greek islands, the tourist price, if you want to call it that, whereas I got the Dr Jo price, meaning the locals price. So that's not a unique experience. So I'll go down to better career prospects. Obviously, there are careers that require multiple languages, interpreting, translation, foreign language teaching, and so forth. Indeed, a lot of people do very comfortably and make good livings teaching English in non-speaking English countries. My sister is one of those people who lives in Athens, native English speaker, and she's very sought after. But it's not just those obvious careers. There's some very good research to show that if you're able to engage with someone in their mother tongue, implicit biases kick in. We like people who we see as more similar to us and in an in-group. And you might imagine yourself having been in a situation where someone unexpectedly used one of your languages, maybe your heritage language, for instance, and you can't help but feel that you're liking this person more than before that happened. And there's very good evidence to show that this can give you a leg up or an advantage in business dealings, and we're talking in very large deals. So it's no coincidence that very large corporations, places like Apple and Microsoft and so forth, have people who are native Mandarin speakers, for instance, when they go and do their negotiations at places like Foxconn or other very important critical partners. There's good evidence as well to show mental flexibility, heightened logic, advantages in being able to problem solve, to think outside the box, to see patterns, things like code breaking activities, and so forth. We term this meta-linguistic awareness in one component of it, which basically means being able to see language as a series of abstract relationships. I'll give you a very simple example to illustrate. Imagine the capital letter H. In English, we associate that with a H sound. In Greek, it's a capital Eta, an E sound. In Russian, or in Cyrillic, it's an N sound. So a multilingual who speaks any combination of those languages knows that there's nothing inherently H-like in a capital H. And you can maybe make the connection with if that individual had to do a code-breaking activity, they would be able to similarly map meaning or sounds onto some arbitrary symbols, like a triangle or a star or a pentagon or whatever the case may be. And by extension, some people think, and I've done some work on this myself, think that bilinguals or multilinguals may have an advantage when it comes to learning a subsequent language for a similar mechanism of processing routine is used. The last couple of points we've got there has to do with basically broadening your social circle, making international friends, and then brain and cognitive benefits. The brain and cognitive benefits are not so obvious though, whereas the others, I think, maybe not the math specifically, but the idea that you can communicate with more people, you can have more career opportunities, you can have a pen pal, etc. I think those are somewhat obvious. The brain benefits are not so obvious, and that's an area that I research in, and that's a core component of my research career.
A question. Thank you so much.
A pleasure.
Let me say a few statements. Tell me, I would like to know whether I'm wrong or I'm right. And please, I mean, if you're natively bilingual, meaning you speak two languages natively, you will get your dementia 4.5 years later than if you're monolingual. And this is, of course, written in your genes. Right or wrong, or true or false?
There is evidence to support that. I'm not sure that you would define it in the way of saying it depends on the pattern of acquisition. We don't have that fine-grained detail. I should probably explain where this comes from. So where this comes from is from several studies now, at least about half a dozen that have been done with slightly increasing sample sizes in different countries as well, where the researchers looked at a neuropsychological clinic. This is a place where people present with neuropsychological problems, One of those is Alzheimer's dementia. And these people have dementia, and in most cases are either very elderly or have already passed away. And the researchers are retrospectively looking back and trying to identify the most reliable predictors of when these people were diagnosed. Okay? And one of the predictors that they found was based on how many languages these people reported to speak. It seems that there was a predictive relationship such that more languages spoken meant that the diagnosis was received later, 4.5 years or 4 to 5 years, depending on which study we're talking about. Okay? That's the evidence, that's the finding that we have. Okay? So there are limits to what we can say with that. For example, if you are a bilingual person, does it mean that you're not going to get dementia? No, it does not. It does not mean that. Okay? Because people are part of a population, and in that population, there are people who will be lucky and others who will be less lucky. But from a scientific point of view, we're interested at the mechanism in terms of keeping brains healthier for longer. If we can shift that cloud, that curve of people, so that you can have an extra few years where you're more cognitively intact, that's huge. That's everything for those people, and there's nothing that they wouldn't give to be able to remember their children's faces and their children's names and so forth.
Right.
There's work that is being done prospectively, so before people are diagnosed, but this sort of work takes a long time. Okay? And some of the studies that are done, they're trying to look at the same mechanisms, but we can't really get people from birth, make some of them bilingual, make some of them not bilingual, keep them the same in every other dimension, and then say definitively whether, in 80 years' time, one has dementia and the other one doesn't.
Right.
Okay, so we're working with imperfect tools, but there is evidence from different labs, from different countries, that suggests that bilingual brains are less likely to be diagnosed in those same years. So it seems to give you some extra years prior to diagnosis. We don't understand the exact mechanism. Is it that the brain is more resistant to pathology? Is it that the brain can be damaged, but because bilinguals use more of their brain and more brain structures, even though one pathway is damaged, there are alternative pathways that can be used to compensate. Right. So imagine so I'm in Sydney, imagine the Harbour Bridge is for some reason unavailable. Is there a tunnel that you can go under the harbour to the other side and still get the job done, basically? And the answer is there's evidence for all of the above. So it's quite a tangled web that we're trying to untangle, but there seems to be something there that's reliable and robust.
Thank you, Mark. Another one. If you make a decision in a language that is not your native language, so say a language that you acquired as an adult, you are less likely to make judgmental mistakes, or you are more likely to be objective, less emotional in a non-native language.
Less emotional. This is a little bit beyond my expertise.
Okay.
However, I understand where this is coming from. So the idea is that if you are processing in a non-native language, it's a more cognitively taxing exercise. So some of the studies I've done, for instance, involves code switching. And the directions that the code switch happens in can be more cognitively taxing than the reverse.
Right.
So and I did this in Greek English bilinguals, half of them who went from one direction to the other, at the end of it they were completely fine. The other half, by the end of it, they were completely exhausted. And quite a long experiment. So by extension, you might think that depending on the language in use, there might be more cognitive resources available for other things, including emotions, and therefore that might manifest, but again, really depending on a circumstance, kind of like the question you got you out about which language do you think in. I'll give you one really bad example for myself. Doesn't matter what language I'm in, but if I'm driving and someone cuts me off and I start flying off the handle, invariably it's going to be in Greek. Possibly because I have many instances and exemplars from my past of having seen grandparents and parents doing the same thing. But I think what I'm trying to get at is I think it has to do with the automaticity.
Right.
So if there are resources available, then you might see these other aspects of cognition, whether it be emotional, whether it be something else, judgmentalness, like you said, coming in. Whereas if you're really, really trying hard for that language where you're not so fluent, I think there's probably less scope for other things because all the resources are going to this more difficult task that's not so automatic.
And Mark, what do you tell people who come to you and say that their kids get confused and if we speak to them in our mother tongue from overseas, their speaking is delayed, they don't read as well as the other kids. What do you tell these parents?
I know this inside out. I know the history of where this comes from, and as a parent, I have felt this myself. So despite being an expert, despite having written on this issue, despite having written, I've been in the New York Times, I've been in the Washington Post, I've been on podcasts, I've been everywhere. When my own son was not speaking at ages and milestones where you would expect him to be speaking, this parental guilt kicks in and can be overwhelming, and I know it's not true. I know the literature inside out, but I can really sympathize with parents who just want the best for their children and think, maybe I've done something wrong. Okay, I really feel that and I understand it. However, there is no scientific basis whatsoever that exposing a child to 1 or 2 or 5 languages causes any sort of developmental delay. Having said that, we have to understand that for a young brain, managing and understanding which language is which is inherently a more difficult task than learning a single language. And for some children, it may result in an extra week or month, or maybe a couple months. But the most important thing to understand is that it does not result in any sort of long-term negative effects. So by the time they're in school, they've caught up, they're just like their peers. And again, this doesn't mean that a bilingual child can't have some sort of developmental disability. They can have autism, they can have dyslexia, they can have stuttering, they can have all of these things. But they would have those things regardless of if you talk them 1 language or if you talk them 10 languages.
Right. Now, Mark, we are out of time. Lastly, you are from the Marx Institute for Brain Behavior and Development at Western Sydney University.
Yes,
why is it called Marx? Is it by your name or M-A-R-C? What is M-A-R-C?
It is not that. It is an old acronym which no longer applies back when Western Sydney was a conglomeration of multiple universities. But it has nothing to do with me. Even when I answer the phone and I say, Marx Institute, Mark speaking.
Thank you so much, Mark. It's good to know that there are mergers or murders in Sydney as well. We have a merger in Adelaide happening, university mergers. It's a great honor to talk to you, Mark, and I guess we will need to host you in Adelaide.
My pleasure.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mark. And also thank you so much to Gilad, who presented, took questions, was a moderator himself and a questioner too. Thank you, Gilad. For our final presentation today, we're going to hear about the on-the-ground work that's happening with modern Greek curriculum here in South Australia. And we've got with us Dr. Irene Zinonos, an educator in modern Greek for 18 years and currently at the Community Language Schools SA as a language curriculum specialist, supporting schools in curriculum development and the implementation of SACE accredited programs. Irene is also the SACE teacher and principal of the Port Adelaide Greek School. She's been leading the Modern Greek Curriculum Project, which is a collaboration, I'm sure many of you know, between the CLSSA and the Foundation for Hellenic Studies. You've been coordinating development of the units of work and the practical resources to support students studying modern Greek here in the mainstream schools and in community language centres as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there. One more to go. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the Hellenic Studies Foundation and to Ivana for inviting us here today. It has been an inspiring experience to learn and network with so many brilliant minds, passionate experts that have the same deep commitment to language education. So I'm very privileged to be here and a little bit overwhelmed, but I'll try my best to tell you about what we've been doing. So I'm representing Community Language Schools SA. We are a for-purpose organisation that supports 93 community language schools, which deliver language programs for 48 different languages, and we serve over 10,000 students across from early childhood to SACE levels. And within those 93 schools, we have 24 of them delivering programs at the SACE level as well. So our mission, obviously, it is to celebrate the linguistic diversity we've got in South Australia, preserve that cultural heritage, and strengthen the language pathways from the early childhood years through to SACE. And none of this would be possible if we didn't have those 1,600 volunteers from our dedicated principals, dedicated teachers, student support officers, and even the canteen people that support us and give their time, energy, passion to keep these schools going every week. So what I'm here to talk to you about, and I'm very excited about this one, it is an overview of the Modern Greek Curriculum Collaboration, which has been a joint initiative with the Hellenic Studies Foundation and Community Language Schools SA over the past year and a half. Our collaboration focused on creating a structured an engaging curriculum consisting of 16 units of work for years 7 to 10, so secondary years, which means 4 year levels per year, 1 year level per one unit per term. So this is specifically tailored for students beginning their language learning in modern Greek in year 7, so year 7 entry, because this reflects the reality in all of our mainstream schools where modern Greek and any other languages are introduced at that level. So the aim of the project, of course, is to strengthen language pathways through developing students' linguistic competence, deepening their cultural awareness, and prepare them for SACE success. And the ultimate goal, which we heard here today by Greg, was increase the number of students that are studying modern Greek, both in mainstream and community language schools SA, from the early year levels through to SACE, and then hopefully to the tertiary levels in universities. And what we want them to see, which was a big motivator for me today, and I heard it and I'm like, yes, this is what we want, is to see the students seeing the Greek not just as a language or another language, but that living connection between their identity and their culture. And once the students value and see that, then that's when I think we've won the game. So I'm gonna walk you through the process. We had the project was developed through 4 key phases, which all ensured that we had a well-designed and collaborative, authentic project. The first phase, the curriculum design phase, started with curriculum meetings, designing meetings involving subject experts from a variety of sectors, primary, secondary, and tertiary level. And we also had the privilege to have consultation with the curriculum development department, Andrea and Miriam, and together we have identified the key concepts we wanted to explore and establish the clear curriculum links across all year levels, ensuring that each idea that we were exploring at each year level was connected and was well thought through a well-structured teaching and learning sequence. Now, phase 2, it was a writing phase where our experts, our writers, were dedicated and allocated time with one concept which they had to explore and sequence across from year 7 to year 10. So rather than taking one year level and transitioning students from term to term, they had to transition the students from the year 7 to year 10 within that cultural concept. So, so the writers were given time to produce the first drafts, and then we had more subject experts coming in to review and refine the content. Phase 3, which was the more, I say, time-consuming, was the creating and curating resources to support these units and to make sure that they were engaging, authentic, with real-life, real-world applications, and they all tied with the learning outcomes of each unit. So now we're currently in phase 4, which is the exciting part. We are developing the Modern Greek Resource Bank, MGRB for acronym, portal. So in this one, we would have a centralized digital space for teachers to access, choose materials, share, adapt if they need to, from one spot. So the portal, it aims to promote sustainability and accessibility for both community and mainstream schools. So what are the features of this curriculum and why are we proud of this? And I was so proud, I was so excited to hear all of the talks today because everything that we've heard is highlighted, and I'm hopeful to when our teachers are actually starting to use it, they see this in practice. So we designed the units to be rigorous and culturally authentic. That means the students have that connection between language and heritage, and they have a lot of opportunities to see that. That inquiry-based learning is also characterized in there, and that intercultural approach. And we heard a lot about that intercultural focus today. Encourage the students to explore the big universal ideas rather than just, reflect on their own identities rather than just the small descriptive topics that we know, colors, numbers, all of those. Obviously, the program has literacy focused, and we want that text-based focus as well, but we don't want the text that we're used to. We want them to be real stories, authentic materials from real people. For example, in the unit that we're going to be doing around relationships and families, I'm going to bring a photo of my family. I am the oldest and, I dare say, wisest out of 9 kids. So I have a lot to say about relationships and the relationship of my brother and what do we call this uncle and how is that, what's happening in my house. So it's a real story. It's a real person, something that the kids get to connect and identify within their own world. Obviously, we want digital tools. We live in a digital age. We heard a lot about AI today and the power of AI. And it's not about inhibiting those things from coming into our curriculum. It's about how do we incorporate them? How do we help the students use them effectively for them to learn? So interactive, engaging, and accessible to both students and teachers. And that conceptual approach, very, very focused on the concepts, big universal ideas rather than the small surface topics that we're all used to. We've heard Associate Professor Angela Scarino talking about lifting the conversation from just the descriptive phase of, for example, the little topic of the house. We have a house, it has a living room, it has a kitchen. If you stay at that level, you're just learning the vocabulary. Whereas if I talk about the home, what does it mean to be in Irene's home? What does it mean to be in Maria's home? What does it mean to be in John's home? It's inviting the students to share those stories and the things that are meaningful to them. So we've got that intercultural and conceptual approach within that curriculum. And the most important thing is that because we're working with big universal ideas, it has applications to more than one languages rather than just Greek. Take the grammatical and the systems of language away from that unit of work. You can put it into Italian, into Chinese, into Vietnamese, and then you can see, okay, I can adapt it to any other languages. So the other importance, of course, there's that focus of that macro-linguistic skills, listening, speaking, writing, through that conversation, through that dialogue, rather than just the worksheets. And authentic assessments. We want the students to have a choice of how they're assessed. I have a very, very serious problem with my stage 1 class. They love to talk, and they're awesome at talking Greek. They're really strong. So when we come to class every Friday night, in an hour and a half, we have to speak Greek for half an hour about whatever topic they want. There is no issue. And their first assessment for SACE was a 3-minute conversation about this specific one for semester 1 was about the personal world. A 3-minute conversation. Those students struggled they wanted to say so much, but we had to cut it down to 3 minutes. How is that authentic? How is that real life application? How is that how we actually encourage the students to use the language? Wouldn't it have been better that I recorded a half an hour conversation and then I see the evidence of all the performance standards that I want to assess through that half an hour conversation. And then every student has a chance to speak. But I find my job as a teacher is to find the evidence and mark them, I guess, if I have to give a grade, that I have to find the evidence rather than the students trying to be forced to push all the evidence in that 3 minutes. And I have to cut it. Okay, we'll have to record it again because you went like 2 minutes over time. So really, really trying to give the students the choice. How do they actually want to be assessed and how do they want to provide evidence of that learning and the new skills they acquire? All right. The other thing that I wanted to say is that we have that vertical and horizontal alignment, and I'm going to show you in a table at a moment what I mean by that, where most of the themes, grammars, the systems of language are reappearing, not to repeat, but to reinforce and build on, rather than just we've done it once and forgotten it. We also paid really good attention in matching the themes and the concepts that we're working on with what the students have to do and be familiar with at the SACE level. So you will see in a second the bigger conceptual ideas are also the concepts that the students have to engage at the SACE level. So by the time they reach year 11 and 12, they're already familiar with most of those concepts. And the other thing is that there is a variety of engaging activities, flexible pathways. A teacher can go onto the units and choose what they want to do. They can actually expand one unit of work over 2 years, and every year they can swap the activity so they're not doing the exact same thing. So there is variety. Or if a brother of a student that I'm having this year, I'm going to have them next year, then I don't have to do the exact same assessment. So they can choose how they want to shape their lessons. And this is what we mean. This is the main concepts that we're focusing on. And as you can see, for example, Term 1 in year 7, 8, 9 and 10, they're all about the legacy of Greece. We're starting with that introduction, welcome to Greece, and then we're moving into, let's go explore Greece. Then we're talking about the mythology that everyone is excited about. Then we're talking about the modern stories of Greece, the literacy figures, the contemporary people that are all important to the country we all love. So then if you go down, so that's the horizontal alignment. So each year, the same term you're expanding on the one that you've done in the previous year. But if you go down, you're actually building on the complexity of the linguistic skill, so that you're exploring 4 themes or 4 concepts in a year, but at the level of the year 7, and then at the level of the year 8, which is supposed to be built on. And as I said before, if you have a look at the 6 themes that the students are expected to engage with, they actually align with what we've put into that chapter. So the personal identity, relationships, students' aspirations, contemporary people, the legacy of Greece, special traditions, they're all covered before they actually get to the 6 level. Also, authentic tasks and authentic texts. We want the students to engage with units that focus on the language skills through authentic text, and I gave the example of that picture of mine. Authentic text is a passport, an ID card, things that the kids are actually going to use in the real life. And text doesn't necessarily mean written. It could be the dialogues, it could be the discussions with people. So from videos to real people having that conversation, or them writing the actual text they want to explore, it's also what we want to see. You want them to experience these concepts in real context. We want them to engage with creative tasks, and this has to do with, yes, learning experiences in the classroom, but also authentic assessments, as I said previously, multimodal and role plays, creative writing that has that meaningful communication and allows them to express themselves the way they want, the way they feel fit. Each unit also has the built-in scaffolds, because even in a classroom that's supposed to have same ability of students, we know that students will move ahead at different paces. So we've got the scaffolds to support the different needs, explicit support for vocabulary and grammar, to help the students build their confidence. But what's the purpose of a scaffold? You don't see a well-constructed building still having the scaffold around it. The purpose of it is to be removed when that student reaches competence. So, and then, me as a building compared to another students would need different scaffolding support to build the levels until I reach that competency and that independence. That's the idea, that independence language use in real life situations. And we've talked about this today. We want it to be fun. How many students do you ask, why are you here? Because my parents made me. And it's the reality, and it's we cannot not take that into consideration. So if I go to school now and I see kids at 5 o'clock coming after a long week, a long day, and they have to stay at school, poor things, I torture them for 4 hours until 9 o'clock, right? I feel bad. So why not make it fun and engaging for them and exciting for them? That's the idea. Wherever possible, because we know that not all schools have access to all of the resources that we are suggesting, but they're there, they're suggestions. From cooking classes to creating their own recipes, from actually creating their own songs and their own dancing moves. Yes, Kalamatiano is supposed to be these steps, but what would you do differently? How would you change it? What would you add to this? That's the idea, and we heard about, Greek Australia. It doesn't have to be the Greek from Greece. Yes, we want to preserve our language. Yes, we want to pass it down and maintain it, but let's listen to what the young people want as well. Opportunities for a lot of collaboration, group work. Why don't we bring the Greek schools together? Why don't we come together and let them socialize and let them learn from each other and let them develop and express themselves? That authentic communication through collaboration. and student voice. Let's hear what the kids have to say. Yeah, let's hear their feedback. What do you actually want to learn? I did conduct a survey at my school and I wrote all of those ideas down, and I'm going to make sure that somehow are represented in this curriculum. From the kids that are really passionate about the linguistic aspect, and to others that want the history and traditions, and to others that are just there for the cultural aspect. But this is what we want. This is the kids that we're serving. This is the future. One of the principles of the intercultural orientation is that responsibility. Our job is to pretty much instill that responsibility to the students that it's actually their job. The language future is up to them. I know my language. I've done my job. I'm maintaining it. Now I have to pass it down to them, and it's their job to realize that value of languages. It's up to me now to pass it down. And we set that community connections. It's not just about visiting and going to the festival. Why don't we have the assessment of them, one of the authentic assessments of them at the festival? Then designing something that they would do at the festival where they get to use the language, where we are actually going to explore and assess those learning intentions, but they're active participants. They're becoming leaders of that activity within that community. So engaging with guest speakers and bringing people in our school and elders that we value, even if it's just your mum or your grandmother, it is such an important tool for the students because it is personal, because it is significant to them. And then that way you can see that that involvement and that reflection, that self-reflection becomes a bit more powerful. Excursions. We're Friday night. Where can I take the kids Friday night? You know, it's really hard, but I'm going to try. Community language schools have that complexity compared to, mainstream school, but we have opportunities. We're going to Mazemazi. We called the author yesterday. We booked a table. They're going to close the restaurant, and we're going to go and we're going to order in Greek, and we're going to have that experience like we were going to have it in Greece. So it takes a little bit more effort from us, but we're doing it. And resources, variety of resources. We've got the traditional textbooks. I'm not dismissing them at all. They are valuable sources of information, but let's hear the more authentic, make room for the more authentic approaches. All of the kids are on their phones. They're on TikTok. Why not use those tools in the classroom? I know some of the mainstream schools have the controls in place for certain platforms. I understand that, but wherever we can, or at the community school level, last year one of my SAYS students created her in-depth study for the SAYS was to create a recipe. So she created it on TikTok. She shared it among the school, got them to give them feedback. Students tried it at home, if it was tasty, and then she got that feedback and she did her original first study, which was, no one else can have done that. Like, it wasn't just the research about the benefits of pomegranate on, that which you can find on the internet. So we want to see that in the curriculum that are student-centered. So what do the educators get within this, this curriculum units? They would have the unit of work with the learning sequence, the assessments, both formative assessments, which will be included in each unit of work every week, and also the all the resources and the summative assessments within, I think, 2 or 3 per term. And then you have the step-by-step instructions for setting activities. Most of our mainstream school teachers will be aware we're not reinventing the wheel. We are using what's working and building on it. And the exciting part, which I really quickly want to show you, is the portal. We would have it in, that would be our digital central hub. We'll share the units of work, the resources, the assessments, and the lesson plans. Will be used as an involving library. Think about it as a living organism. It's not done. We will welcome feedback. We want to see the contribution of other teachers saying, you know what, I've done this resource that might work help better, please send it to us. We're more than happy to incorporate it and promote this. So I want to quickly show you what it would look like. So when you log in, you'll be able to see all of the units of work, and then clicking on one, you'll see the unit details. The first part is the basic unit description. What are we going to be doing in this unit? The learning intentions, the key concepts, the curriculum links, and then we also incorporated the inquiry questions in accordance with the IB curriculum. And then you go down to, let's say, week 1. You have, again, the specific learning intentions for that week, and a summary of the focus concepts. And then you go into your learning experiences. There will be a variety of learning experiences. And as I said, it's supposed to be planned for 2 hours, but there is stuff there to do for 4 or 5 hours if you want to. So then if you go, for example, into getting to know you activities, it has a step-by-step instructions. Wherever you see purple writing is that intercultural orientation, promoting those conversations with the students. You want to have those conversations. And then clicking onto that, it will take you to the instructions. You can download the resources, you can print them, going back into another one that has videos, exploring greetings across languages. How do we greet in different languages? Why is it important? Maria's classroom, we have possibly only 2 students that have a great background, and has people from Chinese and Vietnamese, also different languages. Why don't we explore what those students bring in there? And then when you go into that link, you see the videos embedded and everything, discussion prompts, extension activities, formative assessments as well. So that's what I wanted to say. It is a quick description of what the portal is aiming to do. Obviously, we want to strengthen those linguistic bilingual identities and support the teachers at the same time, so they don't feel that they're not, they don't have the support they need. I would like to extend big acknowledgements to the Hellenic Studies Foundation for supporting this project, and special thanks to the writing team, to the advisory teams that were so valuable in this project, all the curriculum writers, and the schools and students that gave us ideas. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Irene. I know it's always really hard going last. I think you did a fantastic job. And thank you to everyone who stayed till stumps. I'm very impressed with you all. The portal, the curriculum, it looks like so much work, dedication and intelligence has gone into it, and it was a very impressive piece of work you've just presented. So congratulations. We've got one last thing to do. If you go to the back of your program, there is a QR code. If you could please fill out an evaluation for today, that would be most helpful. I would like to very much thank Ivana, the Foundation, for putting together such an intelligent and informative program. The quality of the speakers, I'm sure you'll agree, has been second to none. And thank you to the board for having me. Like I said, I'm not an educator, I'm a former journalist with a fascination for languages and culture and the world around me, and I have found today absolutely brilliant, inspiring, and I hope you feel inspired as well. Ivana's just going to say a quick thank you, goodbye, make an announcement. That's it from me. Efaristo. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. You've been fabulous. Today has been an absolute blast, and thank you so much for joining us. I don't think it's often that you can say when you come to an event like this that you're disappointed every time the speaker finishes, because you just want to continue to hear what they have to say. And Roy Page's feedback, just generally speaking, the feedback that we've received today is basically meant that we've kind of done what we've come here to do, and especially Roy with his feelings about feeling even more encouraged about his language programs at his school, so mission accomplished in a sense, so thank you for that. Now, yes, I do have an announcement. I'm just going to quickly pedal back. We've got a competition that we're running in consultation with the Consul General and the Modern Greek Teachers Association. It's called, I was going to refer to this forum. It's called You Speak Greek, Did You Know? Now, it's a video competition that is open to all students in South Australia. You don't have to be of Greek background, doesn't even have to be from a school that offers Greek, so I can give you the information as well. And basically speaking, it's offering students an opportunity to explore words that they say in their everyday life that derive from the Greek language, put into a kind of audio-visual type of context and submitted to the foundation. There'll be a panel of judges, and the winners will be announced at, now this is the actual announcement, in partnership with the Garden of Unearthly Delights. We're going to be running or hosting a dinner on the 23rd of February during Fringe time in order to celebrate International Greek Language Day. So obviously the vote is imminent, and hopefully that will be formalised, and this will be the Foundation's way to celebrate this annual event, and we will probably be doing something along those lines going forward. So tickets are going to go on sale in the very near future. We've got celebrity chef George Kalambaris cooking. We've got Effie from Acropolis Now, that's going to be the MC, and it's going to be, it's called Garden Feast, the Greek Table, so be sure to look out for that. So I suppose without any further ado, thank you again, and safe travels home. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.